most of them. I was luckier. I was lucky in that I worked in the UN very very little in desk jobs and mainly in action-oriented jobs. Working for refugees, I mean, I was heading at a young age, so young I had to hide my age, heading the UN office in Singapore at the peak of the Vietnamese boat people crisis, when refugees were leaving their country, fleeing communism in small boats, coming out desperately hoping to reach safe land in a freer country, very often ending up drifting aimlessly in the South China Sea and being rescued by ships, who then would bring them into the port of Singapore to offload them. They couldn't carry a boatload of refugees on the ships. They were all cargo ships or trading ships or whatever, or even naval ships. And then they wanted to get rid of the refugees. Somebody had to arrange the formalities, getting them off, and then somebody had to look after them until a permanent solution could be found for them. That was the job of my office. And so I was actually seeing the people I was working for. I mean, it was by relating to the individual human beings in my care. Obviously, I couldn't see every single one when the camp population was at its peak, but I saw enough of them that when I went to a minister or an ambassador and had to persuade them to make some exceptions to their rules and policies to accept somebody for resettlement in their country, I was really talking about human beings. I mean, I have the satisfaction as a ridiculously young man of essentially having created, quote unquote, entire generations of Canadians or French or Americans who wouldn't have been any of those nationalities had I not persuaded somebody to make a rule and break a rule and take them. So those are the kinds of satisfaction that job gave. Similarly in peacekeeping, a little more abstract. I did go out into the war zone several times. I must have made 16, 17 trips while the fighting was going on. I walked close enough to minefields to have been warned off. I've been shot at by snipers. I've been through all the fun of it. But at the same time, a lot of what I was doing was also, diplomatic, bureaucratic work, crafting reports of the UN Secretary General to the Security Council, talking to ambassadors, talking to military officers, writing coded instructions to our generals in the field to tell them what to do, what they could not do, what the policy was, crafting that policy. So it was two different kinds of making an impact, but it was still about people I could see, imagine, visualize. That is a great blessing. And even when I ended up in an administrative job as well, I was Under Secretary General for what was then the UN's largest department, the Department of Public Information. We had offices in 88 countries. I had thousands of people working for me around the world, and one of my mandates was to shrink the force. So I knew decisions I had to make were going to affect the lives of people for no fault of their own, but we were under tremendous pressure from the principal member states saying you have to cut costs. And learning how to do that, it's in one way is a purely bureaucratic job, cutting costs, merging offices, streamlining, etc. But to try and do two things along with it, remember the human beings and see if you can help find solutions for them, and keep people motivated, energized. I mean, I would address my staff every day and say things like, when you think of what your job is, don't think you're here to write a press release or make a radio documentary or create an audiovisual, those days, a TV film, because that's all the kinds of things our information department did. Think of yourself as actually trying to save humanity, to make lives better for people around the world, and what you're doing as a means to that end. Stay plugged in, stay connected to the larger purposes of each of the small things you're contributing. And I think it worked. I think people like to feel that connection to a larger objective than the narrow, immediate focus of their job. And that's something that vision that I certainly had is something I wanted to motivate my people with as well. So all of these things we had. Now you come to politics and to Thiruvananthapuram, it's much more direct and immediate. In that there are individuals coming. Every time I'm in Thiruvananthapuram, I will see literally a couple of hundred people a day, possibly more, because people start invading my home from very early in the morning till late at night with their petitions, their requests. Many of them are purely personal. I'll be very honest and say that not everything a politician does is going to be intellectually satisfying or even morally satisfying. I mean, morally, you have to ask yourself the question all day. This chap has come and asked me to recommend his son for a job. Is it fair that I'm recommending this boy merely because his father came, and I'm not recommending somebody else who might be more meritorious because his father didn't come? I mean, or whatever, or he didn't have a father to come, or he didn't think that he should influence the process. These are all difficult questions, but you do your job. You're there to represent people. And often, yes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's those who come and ask for things who have to be serviced. So there's a lot of that as well. But then there are bigger, more, influential things I can look back upon, which will actually have a bigger abstract effect. For example, when I came for the first time in 2009 to fight an election, I discovered there had been a plan for a bypass to the national highway from Thiruvananthapuram to the Tamil Nadu border, which had actually been stuck for 40 years. The original plan had been conceived 40 years previously. Marker stones had even been laid. But for whatever reason, the highway never took off. It was never built. And I only learned about it. It wasn't even on the agenda of people telling me what were the important issues in Trivandrum until these ordinary people came to me and said, look, sir, this blessed stone has been on my land for 40 years. I can't mortgage my land. I can't sell it. I can't be sure I can invest in improving my house because the government can take away the land anytime. Can you please either get these stones removed, cancel the project, or get it done? And I decided cancelling the project would be a defeat. Let me try and get it done. And it was a terrific effort because I literally had to see 3 different successive highway ministers. I had to see 2 different chairmen of the NHAI, the National Highway Authority, persuade them. I had to chase at every stage of the project. You have no idea the hurdles it takes in our country, at least in the pre-Gadkari era, to actually get a highway built. It was insane. You not only needed to get all of these things done, get the project blessed, get it included in the union budget so that money would be given for land acquisition. You had to get all of that done. Then the land acquisition had to take place in time. There had to be an initial survey and a notification. And then the entire detailed survey, mapping, routing, everything had to be done within 12 months. God knows who came up with this. But if it was not done within 12 months, the whole project would lapse. That had happened twice in those 40 years. So I had to chase everywhere. I remember at one point, about 6 months into this, discovering no surveys were taking place on the land. So I called and said, what happened? They said, sir, all the surveyors have been transferred to other jobs, all doing other duties. I called the revenue minister, fortunately my party was in power, and said, you can't do this to me. This entire project will lapse unless this blessed thing is done. And he was good enough to sort of recall these surveyors, send them back to their department. I sat down with them and said, you guys have to work overtime if necessary. If this is not done, I will publicly blame you all. And so I really shook them up. Got it done. It actually went to the stage, and this is not funny because it really needed to be done. I had to call the printing press of the government gazette to ensure that the final printed notification appeared one day before the 12 months expired. Without a gazette notification, the entire project would again have collapsed. It was just incredible. And I know some of my leftist friends who think that development comes from shouting slogans and raising red flags. It doesn't. It comes from this kind of chasing every nut and every bolt and making every call and seeing everyone. And eventually now, there is a 4-lane highway from Thiruvananthapuram to the border. The people who are worrying about the stones on their land have sold their land at a much better price than they would have got 40 years ago. So they're happy. And this road, this highway, is transforming development and is going to change the lives of generations yet unborn. But that gives you a satisfaction. Or on a very different level, persuading my friend, the UAE foreign minister, to give Kerala a UAE consulate and in my constituency. That again has made life so much simpler. Keralites had to get visas from Chennai and Mumbai before. Now they can come to Thiruvananthapuram and get their visas to go to the UAE. Transform lives of thousands of job seekers. Anyway, and so there are big things you can do as an MP, don't get me wrong, but you have to really make the effort.
Right, the reason I asked, it's not totally connected, but working for UN and then back in your hometown was a lot of Indians aspire to go abroad, right? And if we talk about the growing power, the economy, Indian economy, and of course our students see the Nadellas and the Sundar Pichais of the world. How do you kind of guide them? Do you say, you got to serve your nation, or listen, you got to think of yourself first?
Both. I would say I have never told people you can't go abroad to study, because I did it myself. And it would be wrong, I think, to say, do as I say and not do as I did.
So there are people like Sundar Pichai who stayed on.
Yeah. So that's the challenge. I honestly have been through every phase of this argument. I started off worrying about the brain drain because I remember going to America as a graduate student, intending to come back all along, and being horrified to realize from the friends I met, contemporaries, that the entire graduating class of every IIT, the entire graduating class was abroad, almost all of them in America. And almost all of them got scholarships. So the number one ranked student may have got a scholarship to Harvard or MIT or whatever, or Caltech. And the number, or whatever it was, 45 or 50 in the class, might have got a scholarship to Georgia Tech or Rensselaer Polytechnic. But there was absolutely nobody left. And I thought, my God, what's going to happen to our country? We're training all these bright, capable, qualified IIT engineers. Then, after a few years, after these guys rose to their successes, and the successes of Silicon Valley were really striking by the 1990s, then I began thinking, oh no, maybe it is a brain gain, because they were all from that generation that wanted to give back. And many of them were investing in companies in India in the 90s and the beginning of the century. Many of them were sending, of course, money to family and so on and so forth. Many of them, I met people who had set up schools in their home villages, etc., etc. So I thought, okay, no, the brain drain turned out to be a brain gain for us. A lot of these people. And then at that time, that first decade of the 21st century, there were a lot more people coming back. The entire graduating class wasn't staying. Some weren't even going. I remember when I was Minister for Education in the HRD ministry, I was so thrilled to see at IIT Indore a young Muslim boy from a village about 17 miles away from the IIT campus who had received scholarships. He was such a brilliant student. He had received scholarships from every major American college to do his graduate studies in astrophysics. He got MIT, Harvard, Caltech, but he'd also got another 5 or 6 places in astrophysics in Houston and so on that we've not heard of. And he turned them all down to work under a professor, I think his name was Srivastava, I've got it right, who was himself a tenured professor in America but had come back to Indore to actually do a project with a very sophisticated astrophysical telescope, of which there was only one other of its kind in the world, and that was in Houston. And they were doing this project, cutting edge technology, and they were doing it in India. I'm talking roughly 2010, 11, 12, thereabouts. And I thought, this is now the new story. There would be people turning down America in order to study in India because India is going to offer the best. Sadly, that didn't continue, that didn't take off. I don't know what happened to that particular kid and that particular project. I'm assuming it's still on because I haven't heard otherwise. But it is also true, as Riyadh said, that a lot of young people from Gen Z are heading off to the West without ever wanting to come back. When you talk to them, and I've done so particularly in Kerala, because in Kerala the proportion of those who want to leave is ridiculously high. And you get a wide variety of reasons. One is a lack of opportunities for jobs in India. This is something that every political party has to be concerned about. We have to generate jobs. Our development and growth is striking, but a lot of it is jobless growth. Secondly, there are people who want to go because they say they will feel freer. They are stifled either by the social atmosphere, by the family atmosphere, the parental expectations, tyranny, controls they want to get away from, or from the political atmosphere where they feel insufficiently or they feel popularly intimidated to lead their lives. And it doesn't help that there's so much of the stupid moral policing going on by gundas in our society. In Bangalore, every other month you're reading stories of young boys and girls on a date who are being attacked by goons for holding hands on a street or at a pub or whatever. I mean, this kind of thing really has to be curbed much more effectively. People must be free to lead their own personal lives. It seems preposterous that there are others who presume to tell them what they can and cannot do. But these kinds of factors are, by and large, things we can't do much about unless we really make a conscious effort to do them. Otherwise, people will keep going.
Follow-up question to that. So we have principals and leaders of colleges, the best colleges in India, the best universities, the best schools, B-schools. What's your advice, having studied here and studied abroad, and also interacted with people who've studied recently in India and also studied abroad? Is there a gap between the education system here in India, whether it's colleges, B-schools, universities, and those that we have, say, in the US or in Britain? Is it?
Well, look, it's difficult to say because I have been now away from the education space for a while, and therefore I don't want to presume that my insights are authoritative. I will, and certainly I hope you will ask the same question to those who are actually in college education today, both from the students and from the principals and teachers. But by and large, even if we are catching up much more, and in many, many areas, technology in particular, we seem to be aware of what's happening in the rest of the world and trying to keep pace. And at most we may be a year behind or whatever in getting AI on stream or things like that into our educational system and in the technological campuses and so on. I think the couple of areas in which we are still good. I think there is still an overemphasis on examinations. And I can understand this intellectually. It's partly because how do you differentiate between people when there are so many of them? And in a country with such a large population, a large student population, exams become the only way of measuring quality. And I'm afraid it's not an adequate way. And I say this somebody without any sour grapes because I kept topping. I topped. I got the gold medal for the best marks in my state, also having the best marks in the country. When I left school, I topped Delhi University. I got the best student award at my graduate school in America. So I have no problem with taking exams. But I do recognize there are many people who do. And not everybody else who did well in exams has shone in life. And many of my contemporaries who've done very well were second or third div passes from their school and college. But they had other qualities that were more valuable in the real world. And so I have been urging educators, and I've been given many opportunities to address everything from the Jesuit schools in India to the CBSC schools in India, and so I'm in the annual gathering of principals of these bodies. And I have consistently told them, for God's sake, it's far more important in today's world not to teach the children what to think, but to teach them how to. This is so, so important, and I really fear that's one area where we are still insufficiently forward. We are not encouraging enough creativity, enough argument and discussion, enough questioning. I mean, I remember the cliche, it's no longer a cliche because people have forgotten it. The line when I went to college was, school is where you learn to answer the questions, college is where you learn to question the answers. Is enough of that happening today? I am not so sure. And I think that's something we need to do much more of because that's what the world today respects and values. And the other thing I would say is as far as the extracurriculars and campus life is concerned, for God's sake, lighten up, principals. Let the kids have a little more freedom. We are still far too strict with everything from closing times, when people have to be in their rooms and in their beds, and how much they can do, what they can't do. Things were actually freer when I was a student. I remember reviving, because it already had existed for a couple of years and died, the Woodhouse Society in college. And we did all sorts of mischievous things, including running a practical joke week every year, which the only requirement was that the joke had to be certified in advance by a faculty advisor. But we found a faculty advisor who was very relaxed, had a good sense of humor, and a wide range of tolerance. And the jokes were, by and large, fabulous and harmless. And it really, really was popular in college. I was a victim of one myself as president of the union. But at the end of all of this, when college went co-educational, a few years later, I heard the Woodhouse Society had been banned because one of the practical jokes had gone awry, and apparently a lady's undergarment was hung up on the college chapel cross. So immediate reaction, college banned the society. I mean, for God's sake, there could have been some disciplinary action taken, I understand. But just cutting the entire avenue off is like saying that you should ban automobiles because some drunk driver caused an accident. I mean, that isn't right either. So anyway, let the principals be a little more relaxed, and in particular about our girls. I remember supporting an agitation at the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, when the girls en masse objected to the fact that they had to be back in their hostels by 7 p.m. and the boys were only required to be back by 10 p.m. And they said, why the discrimination? If we go to a library or an event in town, why can't we stay up until that's over like the boys can? And there was a female college principal. So I asked her, why did you do this? And she said, sir, I cannot change the rule because it's these very girls are protesting. It's their parents who want the rule. And that's, again, something that reflects our society that would not be an issue in the West.
Last question, because of the paucity of time, is I'm not going to politicize this, but our Home Minister recently said that Indians would soon be ashamed of speaking English in India. Do you think that's correct? And how important is it to learn English or have a good command of the English language?
Well, look, I think in all fairness, that particular comment had perhaps more to do with his politics than with the social, economic, and work realities of most Indians at two levels. First, which you already asked in your question, how important is it in the workspace? Inevitably, it's important. Not necessarily that you should be fluent, comfortable, think and dream in English. I'm not asking that. But English is pretty much everybody's second language, at least. And I don't just mean within India, which is already very important because we're a country of diverse languages. And when two Indians meet and they don't know where each other's from, you're safer first attempting to communicate in English than in Hindi or any other language, right? So, and then you figure out that you may have an Indian language in common, you can relax into that. But there is that. But there's also the fact that in an increasingly globalizing world, almost any job you do, you'll have consumers and customers who don't speak your mother tongue. Whatever your mother tongue may be, Hindi, Malayalam, anything you want. And therefore, to have a language in common, it has to be English. You might be connecting with a German customer online. That German, his first language is German, your first language is Malayalam or whatever, Marathi. But both of you should have enough English that you can actually get your work done. So English is an indispensable tool in a globalized world with increasing consumers, customers, clients, and even friends and social contacts accessible that way. But the second thing, and I thought we'll talk a little more about Gen Z and language, so I read up to make sure that I wasn't completely out of touch. And it turned out that that one of the things that's striking about Gen Z language in India today is the evolution of an English-based hybrid. That even people of Hindi mother tongue or Punjabi mother tongue or whatever are speaking to each other in a kind of English, which may be Hindi but will have English words, or maybe English but will have Hindi words or Punjabi words, or whatever the sort of argot is in the area where they are living in. If it's Delhi, you will get a kind of Gen Z informal conversation, which is a mixture, indistinguishable mixture of Hindi and English, with some Punjabi thrown in. And that's what they're speaking to each other. And there are versions of this in Calcutta with Bengali, and in Bangalore with Kannada, and in Bombay with Marathi, and so on. There's this transformation taking place at that level of the way in which language is used for informal communication, which also has injected English into everybody's vocabulary. It'll soon reach a stage where nobody in India, remember 800 million of our Indians already connected to all of this on their mobile phones, right? The internet. When I was entering politics, it was estimated that the entire connected population in India was below 10%. People with access to the internet, even those who went once a week to an internet cafe, were less than 10%. Today, it is about 65. That's probably an undercount. It may be higher because more and more people have found a mobile phone indispensable. You read stories about working class people, and there's a reference to their mobile phones. There's a transformation now. And in that mobile phone, what are they seeing? They're seeing reels that have been made by these Gen Z people. They're seeing messages, conversation, they're hearing other people talk. And that's going to influence everybody. We will soon get to a point where even somebody who believes he doesn't know English actually has learned English words through osmosis, as a linguistic osmosis this way.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor, on behalf of all the students and those who look after them and nurture them, and on behalf of the week. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Thank you so much. As you saw my colleague coming up, I'm supposed to be in front of the Gandhi statue at Parliament protesting right now, so I better run. Take care, all of you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor, for your insights. I now request Riyadh to kindly present Dr. Tharoor a memento. I now request Riyadh to kindly address the audience on the student of tomorrow.
This often happens when Dr. Tharoor leaves, everyone leaves with him. but I'm going to go ahead with my speech anyway. Dignitaries in the audience, students, friends of the week, welcome. I'm going to start by giving an example of a young lady then, Muthulakshmi Reddy. She had many firsts to her credit. She was the first woman legislator in British India, the first woman medical graduate in the Madras Presidency, the first woman to study in a men's college, and the first woman deputy chairman of the Legislative Council. She founded the Adyar Cancer Institute in 1954, and the nation honored her with a Padma Bhushan in 1956. You might be wondering why I'm talking about Muthulakshmi Reddy today in a conclave that is meant to discuss a world-class student. There are two reasons for this. First, she was a world-class student. She was an outstanding student in school who was so talented and brilliant that the Raja intervened to get her admitted to the college named after him. Her next stop was the Madras Medical College, where she was the only woman student in 1907. Her parents wanted her to marry, but she was determined to study. She went to London to further studies and returned to India in 1914 and married a fellow physician, Dr. Reddy, after making him agree that he will treat her as an equal. The second reason is that today, July 30th, is her birth anniversary. Muthulakshmi was born in 1886. 2 years later, the Malayalam Manorama Group was founded, and the first editorial of the iconic newspaper was on the need to educate the most backward of castes. When the Malayalam Manorama Group launched the week in 1982, the founding chief editor, Mr. K.M. Matthew, instructed the editors that the language of the magazine should be digested by the masses. Clarity, authenticity, and credibility are the hallmarks of the magazines today. The week has been a trusted legacy in publishing authoritative rankings of India's best colleges and educational institutions. The first of these rankings was published in June 2010, the India's Best College Survey. This was followed by the Best B-School Survey in October that year. We started a Best Universities Survey in July 2013. These rankings continue to this day, with the best colleges ranking now covering 11 disciplines: arts, science, commerce, engineering, medicine, dentistry, law, hotel management, fashion technology, mass communication, and architecture. The issue carrying the first best colleges surveyed focused on the highlighting the most preferred course, including the perspective of employers, and provided advice to students on choosing the right course. Similarly, the first B-School issue highlighted the trends like a focus on inclusiveness and the new buzzword in B-School curricula at that time, which was inclusive growth. The story that went to the best universities ranking spoke about how private universities offering flexible syllabus and industry interface were scoring over public universities long before NEP 2020 addressed such issues. In recent years, we have consistently focused on the role of educational institutions in nation building and how they contribute to the vision of a Viksit Bharat. We have focused more on bringing in voices from the industry so that all stakeholders could benefit from their experience and wisdom. For instance, in 2021, our entire B-School package was based on what students could learn from industry leaders. We featured 10 veterans who had leadership experience in companies like Britannia, Naukri, Big Basket, Lamborghini India, and Nike. They shared their journeys and their learnings. Similarly, in 2023, in the Best Colleges cover, we had an interview with economist Panagria, who called for increased freedom for teachers. And not too back, in 2023, Mr. Narayana Murthy warned the universities that do not make students employable with a trophy. In a time of rapid change, the new age careers, NEP reforms, tech disruption, We believe education journalism has never been more important. And this conviction is evident in the consistency of our coverage. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Riyadh. We now begin our first panel discussion, Shaping a World-Class Student in India. I request on stage Dr. S. Somnath, former chairman ISRO, Dr. M. Srinivas, director AIMS, Professor John Burgess, principal St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and Dr. Biswajoy Chatterjee, vice chancellor, University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ajish P. Joy, senior assistant news editor, The Week.
I think I'll start with this. Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be here and be part of this eminent panel of great visionary leaders and educationists. So last night I was discussing with a few friends of mine about the topic and also the panel, and then most of them are in fact into academics. So they raised a pertinent point. And you see, I come from Kerala, and a while ago we had the session of Dr. Shashi Tharu with Riyadh, and then so there was this point which was mentioned. In Kerala, we have around 2.25 lakh seats for undergraduate studies. Just now the admissions closed. So spread among 4 universities across Kerala, you have 2.25 lakhs, so approximate now. And now after the admissions are closed, more than 1 lakh seats now remain vacant, open. So Dr. Tharu cited a few reasons for that. Now, I'm not going to do that. My point is, we are in this session, we are looking at shaping a world-class Indian student. And I feel that in many cases, all our best institutions are, I think, getting focused in our big cities, metropolitan cities. And Professor John Verghese, I want to ask this question to you because you head the St. Stephen's College, and here in Delhi and in Stephens, I know how difficult it is to get into Stephens. Our editor is a Stephanian. Our chief associate editor is a Stephanian, and we have quite a number of Stephanians here. So and I was a JNU student. So, when I was a student there, I used to have lots of friends who were Stephanians, and they used to come with that sweatshirt with that Stephanian thing. So you have these great institutions in our big cities. So we are looking at a situation where we are possibly creating islands of excellent students in excellent institutions where accessibility remains a problem for others across the country. So if you want to shape a world-class Indian student, I think the access to education, world-class education, it should be democratized. It should be opened up. So could you tell us whether it is possible or how we can go about it? Professor John Verghese.
Thank you, Ajish. Good morning, everybody. I don't think we have a choice when it comes to democratizing this kind of education. Whether we like it or not, education today is global. We are no longer bound by boundaries, whether it's national boundaries or regional boundaries. And we have, as a country, proved to the world that we can lead. You look at the big institutions, both private, government, the UN, we have uh, men and women from India who have done well and who are leading these institutions. So, yes, we have the potential, but there is much that needs to be done. The NEP is in some ways uh, a move towards that, but I wouldn't say that the NEP covers all aspects and that the NEP is foolproof. Yesterday, we celebrated 5 years of the NEP, but we have also found several shortcomings, and we need to address all of these because our capabilities are there, but we need to ensure that our students, the young people who are going to be leaders, have everything to push them forward. That is what happened with Indian education uh, 30 years ago, because we had, even if it was very basic, very value driven education. And that, I think, has helped bring up the leaders which we have today across global institutions. So there's a lot to be done with our institutions today. And yes, we must address these concerns.
Uh, thank you, sir. Now let me come to Dr. Somnath. Sir, you are not a Stephanian. You didn't start in one of our big cities. If I read correctly, you did your pre-degree at Maharaja's College in Ernakulam. Then you went to TKM College in Kollam for your undergraduate BTech studies, and then of course you went on to IIC, IIT. So I think, and then you went on to lead one of India's foremost scientific institutions and took it to great heights. So I believe that you have seen both worlds. You have seen how it is in a provincial city of India. Then you have led this institution. So you have seen this both. So in your experience, do you remember anything from your? And we have lots of young students here. Kids in uniforms. Very refreshing and very nice to see you there. So do you remember something from those days that inspired you? So it's clear that it was a kind of world-class experience that you got and that you developed. You remember something from there, something as an inspiration, and then how do you address these concerns, which I just mentioned about the accessibility factors?
No, I'll come back to my story of the inspiration later. But then I would like to address the question that you raised in the beginning of this panel. Are you looking at world-class institution or are you looking at world-class student? I think these two are different issues. The one which you are now worried are more of the world-class institution. The student comes later. And you said about St. Stephen's, students aspire to go there because it's a world-class institution. And you also raised another pertinent question whether the number of institutions in the state like Kerala, there is huge number of seats which are vacant, unfilled, because their students do not aspire to go there. No, the issue is now very clear. The institutions which you are talking about are not world class. See, then the question of how do you really create world class institution? This comes out of various elements and factors. It requires time to build them. And also it need to be built for the demand that it actually put into the society. And the second aspect is the students who are really aspiring to go there, the communities which you are living, the social demand which are existing there for education. Then that also matters. I think you would have also watched the type of migration that is happening from this state to the other places where the quality of education itself is so abysmally low. And there are people going there in large numbers to such locations where the education is of not that high. So the question of seats getting unfilled, the question of migration for education, there are social questions rather than specifically connected to education. I would like to separate out these two. Then the point that you mentioned about my upbringing and my background, that was 50 years back. I think there is no way need to compare at this moment. Now I can tell you that you talked about a college in Maharajas, which was a metropolitan police college, which was very top end college at that point. I had opportunity to go there from a village to go at college and then further get educated at some of the premier institutions. Because the college which I studied in TKM was only one of the 5 engineering colleges in the state at that point in time. And so they were really the top ones. Now, if you really want to talk about, but today you look at the type of colleges that are around, look at the professional education, the hundreds of engineering colleges in the state. The quality of education still are among only a few, select few, not many. I think the effort of the management to keep that quality high, vis-a-vis the type of the expenses or the returns that will come out of it, becomes confusing for them, and they don't pay attention to this to bring it to that level. But I think the current scenario of the demand of the education reform, primarily from NEP, is actually forcing many of them to improve the quality. That unless you have a rate or a quality that is visible to the community, I think you may not get the right type of students to the college, and you may not even get the right type of faculty to the college. Another important issue which is coming is the type of education is also changing. I think earlier the education was only to teach someone, but the teaching element is coming down, mentoring to build them to connect to the industry, to enable them to become entrepreneurs, to skill them for various things, and specifically for employability, multidimensional skills, collaborative approaches across institutions and research. All these elements are coming to educational institutions, and unless some of the institutions understand this and reorient themselves, I think the growth to a world-class institutions won't really occur.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Taking on from there, Dr. Srinivas, I'll just skip you for a moment and I'll go to Dr. Chatterjee once, because it's a related question. So he mentioned that 50 years ago in Kerala, we had only 5 engineering colleges, and he went to one of those colleges. But if you look at the situation now, you have so many of them. I don't have the exact number, but then definitely so many of them. And neighboring states also much more in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka. And then recent reports again indicate the same problem. So it's not a problem of just the arts and science colleges where a lack of seats are vacant there. Also in engineering colleges, I remember reading a report from Karnataka, this government engineering thing, and then 80% of the seats, they remain vacant across the state. I think this was last year's statistic. So we then get to a situation where earlier you did not have enough number of seats for the students to join. And now you have these numbers. And then in many cases, the numbers are going up because I think some of the regulatory bodies give permission to increase the number of seats. So it allows the universities and the engineering colleges to raise the number of seats. Some of the branches, they get more seats than many of your core engineering subjects, like your civil engineering or mechanical engineering. So some of these, find no takers. So there are colleges where no students actually come and join. So you have a different kind of a situation right now. So as a leading member of the engineering academic community, how would you balance these concerns? I would like to know from you.
Good morning to all of you. Am I audible, the learned audience at the back? Yeah, thank you. Mr. Joy, I will tell you, you know how you define nervousness when Mr. Shashi Tharoor speaks on a stage, and then you have to speak alongside Somnath sir, alongside such other dignitaries. This is how you define nervousness. Anyways, just to be a little bit of disclaimer, Mr. Joy, I don't know how, but from this side of the stage to that side of the stage, it is not quite audible. Like I could not really make what you are saying, could not really find out. I'm sure the audience is really enjoying and they're able to hear, but I was not really able to hear, but I could make out that you were asking questions on the number of seats which were not available at one point of time. Students wanted to take, but they did not get it. Now it's the other way around. The demand supply has changed. Number of seats are plenty, but there are less number of takers to particular seats in particular colleges or particular courses. Yes, that's a very big problem, and the colleges are really fighting it out. There are many colleges which are having maybe 10 seats and having 1,000 applications for that, whereas there are many colleges who are having maybe 100 seats and having less than 50 applications for that. So this is a challenge, but I would really say that that is where the question or the topic becomes very, very relevant. A good student of modern generation. Are the engineering colleges or the universities or the other colleges preparing the correct students of the generation, the students that the generation wants? Now, there has been a lot of hype on saying that keep developing skills. The colleges who can develop skills, they will get good students or they will do good. Now, first and foremost, how you define good over here, good student of today, of the generation. I would say the number one criteria of good is whether he is good for the society, a good human being. I would always say, yes, skill is very, very important, but skill without a good character is very dangerous. Think about a doctor, a very skillful doctor who is not having a good character. You can immediately relate, very dangerous for the society. Again, anything, a very good engineer, excellent in developing wonderful technical solutions, not a good human being. Very, very dangerous. It is very, very important for the colleges, the institutes to understand that we must develop good character alongside good skills. Now, next good, whether the industry thinks that the student is good or not. Are we developing students who are good for the industry? If he is skillful, then he is good for the industry. How skillful? Whether he is able to deliver from day one, whether the industry is having to teach him for 6 months or maybe 1 year, and then he starts delivering for the industry. No, he is not good for the industry. Good for the industry means he is ready to deliver from day one. We have to understand it is the world of AI, and two things are very, very important in that aspect. Number one, are you able to use AI in a good and an ethical way? How good a question you can ask to AI. That is a definition of good for the industries nowadays. Very simple. I'm putting it very simply. See, an industry is going to give a problem to a student. The student can answer that problem or get a solution to that problem. He might take 2 months or 3 months. It is obvious, whatever be the topic, whatever be the question, AI is going to answer it in few seconds. Question is how good a question you can ask to AI. That is the challenge of tomorrow. Tomorrow's challenge is how good you are depends on how good a question, how proper a question you can frame to AI, get the answer and deliver a solution, moderating it in your own way. Don't leave to what AI has actually answered to you. That is a definition of good for the industry. Next good for the country. I was having a very short, I'll give you a small thing that happened 2 days back. One of my very networking friends from school, he's very, very networking. He came and met me and he started talking about many students here and there who are our friends. And I asked, what about him? What about her? What about she is doing? He said, okay, he's doing excellent. He's a wonderful doctor, wonderful cardiologist. I asked, okay, that's good for me. He's a good cardiologist. I will take his help when when I grow old, I don't have a problem. Then he said, okay, he's practicing in US. He says, okay, so it's not I'm not benefited that way. Next again asked, what about him? Yes, he is also a very good doctor because I was in a medical class. So he is a very good doctor. He is orthopedic. Where is he practicing? He is practicing in the UK. Now the big problem is, see, if I'm not wrong, sir, you can clarify this. I got to understand that government spends around 30 lakh rupees per student per year in the aims. If I'm not wrong, I may be wrong with the figures, may not be exactly correct with the figures, around 30 lakh rupees per student per year in the aims. That is what I have heard. The problem is, if all the students, the best of students, The students who we know are the best students or the toppers in the class, they start practicing or maybe going abroad, even if he's an engineer, doesn't matter, going abroad and start working there. How much the country is benefiting from them. It is important that you might have to stay abroad, but you also contribute for your country from there. If not, you can contribute from here. So that is a definition of good when the country is concerned. So these, I believe, are few points. And one last point I would say, that the world of today needs enterprising people, students who are entrepreneurs, students who are not looking for good jobs, but in the lookout for creating good jobs. That is again very, very important. And entrepreneurs is not just entrepreneurs making your own company. Entrepreneur can also be enterprising in the company in which you are working. Are you able to create a workspace or create something new job for people in the company in which you are working? Very, 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 very important, and a definition of a good student also in the modern world, as you have asked. Thank you so much. I think I made some sense in this panel of stars sitting over here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible now. Oh, okay. Okay. So now let me come to Dr. Srinivas. You represent one of the most exclusive academic study domains in our country, the medical profession. So I was very, very happy to listen to you, just as you came in this morning, you're standing there and then you were chatting. You said you would prefer not to come to a five-star hotel like this for a conclave like this. And then you suggested that, we should come to AIMS. You are very happy to open up the space of AIMS so that you can have a more inclusive kind of a learning experience. So I think that was very inspiring. So my question is also something connected to that to you. It's a difficult thing, but I just wanted to know, how can we make this exclusive medical education, more inclusive, from your years of experience at AIMS, and it's again one of the most exclusive institutions in India. So how we make this exclusive thing a more inclusive thing, and especially AIMS is a world-class institution, so we are training world-class students. So how can we, again, I would use the word democratize. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. First of all, our medical seats don't go waste. They're always filled up in this country. That's a good thing. And second thing is that we are definitely a world-class institution, at least AIMS New Delhi is. And we definitely make world-class students from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. They are in the country, abroad also. What is important is that if we have to make world-class students, as sir said, that first thing is we need world-class institutions. The ecosystem, the platform has to be there. Ecosystem and the platform, especially today, what is happening, even in the medical students also, the kind of interest which we have in the studies, going to the classes is coming down over a period of time. And we need to look into that how we can put the technology into the education. Whether it is, digitalization is happening with the teaching learning experiences, newer methods of the teaching is coming or not. And the students don't want to just to mug up the things and pass examinations, get the gold medals. Because today's challenges are totally different. Their dreams are totally different. The requirements of the institutions, individual, the country, and the mankind is totally different. So we need to fill up that gap. And if you look into that, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences has put up that ecosystem, that platform wherein they can have an approach of integrated teaching and learning systems. It's not just learning from the patient or the clinical side, but also coming to the laboratories, simulated laboratories, mentor teaching, and collaborations, and giving an opportunity for the youngsters, the students and the postgraduate students, the MBBS students and the postgraduate students, the senior resident doctors, an opportunity to collaborate and do the research from the beginning. Because at the end of the day, it is not just studying and getting the marks or passing the examination, but are we prepared for the country? Are we prepared for the country? We're talking about the Viksit Bharat. And the Viksit Bharat cannot happen without the healthy people in the country. health of the people of the country again has to come from the health of the best of the institutions and the doctors we are producing. And that can only happen, look into the kind of equipment which we, import in the medical technology. If I look into our own operation theaters and ICUs, 80 to 90% of our equipment is imported. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. And that's where the platform at All India's Medical Sciences is aiming to integrate, collaborate, give them an opportunity to do the research from the beginning. And we are trying to reach out to the academia and the industry partnership, because that is very important for our R&D, so that we can cut on our equipment imports and be prepared for the future. The future is not just medicine. The medicine is no more pure medicine now. The medicine is more of technology now and the medicine. So there's somewhere we need to look into that. And then I was discussing with sir that, the space engineering is in the space, but the space medicine is grounded still, So we need to integrate the medicine also more and more with the technology, more and more with the AI and other things. And the AIMS has taken the leadership role on that.
So if I may just follow up on that, I again going back to the student part. I remember reading one of your the interviews. You spoke about some of the undergraduate students. Once they start their MBBS course, they are then into a relentless pressure of finding a spot in a specialty program, and after that in a super specialty program. So many of the times this the examination pressure, even for the budding doctors, that's still there. So in our academic system, is there a way out of this? What would you suggest? Because you said student doctors were sometimes missing from bedsides, where they should interact more with patients, that kind of thing is missing, something which used to happen in the past. So since our aim is, or the theme of the topic is world-class education, how is this thing affecting the quality of education? Is it some way affecting it?
See, try to understand that, the generation Gen Z is here. Medicine is a beautiful subject. If you are interested in biology and medicine, it is not just the science, but also service component in this. So that is something which is there. And you talked about the undergraduate and the postgraduate ratios. Of late, we have increased our postgraduate student, the numbers. Almost 2 million children are writing the examination for MBBS entrance examinations in the country. And then we have almost 700 plus medical institutions in our country. The competition is very high. But 10 years back, we had a huge gap between the number of undergraduate students who are coming out and the number of postgraduate students. The seats availability was very less. Now we are decreasing that gap. More and more of the postgraduate seats have been added up, not only in the medical institutions as an MDMS, but also in hospitals as a DNB program. So the gap between what the undergraduate students are coming out and the availability of the postgraduate students is decreasing, because no more people want to be just a plain MBBS doctor. We want them to be, they all want to be an MDMS or super specialty with the DMMCH. But one advantage of the medicine is it's not just the doctor. The medicine has a huge spectrum. You can go on to the patient care services as a doctor, physician, surgeon, cardiologist, or whatever it is. You can become a professional teacher. You can get into the medical institutions and teach not only the medical professional, but also the paramedical courses and the biology. Biotechnology is a part and parcel of this thing. Biochemistry is a part of the thing. Microbiology is a part and thing. And in addition to that, the research, the COVID has told us, how important is that the medical research has to be done in our country. And then these are the people, the medical graduates and the postgraduates, who are going to be part and parcel of building that ecosystem, preparedness, so that we are prepared for the future pandemics. Again, that's the thing. And of course, beyond that, the public health is a big thing, not only for the country, but also for the global south. And whatever the initiatives which we take on in this, our country, they are going to be useful for the rest of the world, especially for the global south. So it's not, the medicine is not just treating the patients, it has all the spectrum of the things, and the opportunities are very wide. The spectrum is very wide for the service.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Dr. Somnath, now if I may come back to you. We have students, we have leaders of educational institutions here, and you are one of the visionary leaders of space technology, the frontier technology. So is there a message to them, both the students and also the leaders of the institutions, how we can kind of transform into cutting edge technology. From an industrial era to a post-industrial era learning, you have aerospace, you have quantum mechanics, and a whole lot of things. So, what could be that one thing that you would like from both the students as well as the leaders of the institutions?
No, it's a very complex question and it has so many points to cover if you really want to answer it to its fullest. One, of course, is creating institutions and identifying students who should take those courses. A selection process of interest and affinity towards a topic both becomes important. One, of course, is creating institutions which will have some core strengths. I think it's very important to create world-class institutions won't always happen on generalities. I think this is very important as slowly people are understanding this, how to create institutions which will address certain segments in a very focused manner. For example, one topic which is mentioned is the bio and technology coming together. I think this is a very, very, very important area where we need to understand it, and then how to create some institutions of that class which is very world class. Now, here you need to bring in multidisciplinary people, doctors, engineers, technocrats, software developers, data analysts, a wide spectrum of people addressing this sector. Also, a doctor mentioned about the equipments, which has a bio, the hospital equipments. For example, it's a huge research area where we need to have institutions which will do research in it and then build them, which include sensors, signal processing, building equipments, creating brands and creating value. How do you really create focused institutions under the umbrella of the generalist institutions and university that exist here? So this is one domain, and I see specifically for space, we have looking at it, how to create one institution, which we have one, which is focused on space, and the people coming out of them are really good in doing that type of work. Similarly, there are issues which related to these domains and plenty. I don't want to list all of them because there are so many. So one of the four I see is under this university, can you create centers or domains which is focusing on some of these core strengths which you want to take it to some world class. If you want to take the entire university to world class, it takes huge amount of effort and exercise and investment. At least some of them, some pockets of such excellence can it exist in this country. This is one thing which I would like to address. Second is how to identify people who are really keen to pursue these choices. Now, this again goes with the examination, selection processes, identifying them, and also to creating a support system for people who are really keen to pursue this. One of the issues which we are facing today is creating world-class student is the need of education is not is very much there in societies, because I come from a society in Kerala which is the need of education is very, very high in every family, but it may not be true in every part of the country. I think we can take it as an example pan India, but when you want to take state like Kerala, if you want to look at it, the students who are coming out are not very clear what really they want to do. Some of them, they go around and try to find out what exactly their passions, and the society which around them is also changing. As already in the morning we discussed, the classical education and then professional education like engineering, medicine, and law, and those, that's also weakening, I think, towards this. And people want to look at entrepreneurship and then multi-domain skills and capabilities, etc. So they are also little confused about what they really want, and the pressure from society is also making them to choose courses which are not suiting them. I think all these systems around, we must find out ways to pick those right people in such centers of excellence. And if you can do that, both will grow. The centers of excellence will grow with the right research capability. Students who are coming in will also be of high quality. Second part of which I want to tell is connect between these centers of excellence to places where the outcome of this will be translated into, for example, industries. This is again a weak domain. Education institutions connect to industry ecosystem continues to be a weak area, which is not allowing world-class institutions to develop. Because the output of that university is not being fed into anything else. Because of the current evaluation, university, etc., focuses more on publishing patents. For example, patent is another area, but nobody looks at how much of the patents are really getting translated into commercial outcome. I think there is no measure to it. Many of them publish, take patents, and it's only for patent numbers. We look at it, but then we call it translator research. But then I won't use that word much. But then, how much of industry-oriented research actually takes place in institutions, at least in the centers of excellence which I mentioned, and then take it to the commercialization of that in a continuous manner, whether the communication between industry and academic institutions is going to be of reasonably high level, not based on I have signed some 10 MOUs with industries around for claims like that the university make. Beyond that, if you can really take it, I think that will create some super visible centers of excellence in this country in universities. It's possible in the current universities, in the private university ecosystem. I think some of them are focusing on such areas. I will rather suggest, instead of choosing every area to excel, choose some area to excel and bring in the best of brains across the country in those institutions. You should also try to bring faculty. I think faculty is also an important issue, which with my little exposure to some of these universities, I can see the quality of the faculty is slowly and steadily improving across so many universities now. But we need to bring in such university people who will be able to contribute significantly, possibly from outside or some reputed areas. We should be able to bring them and give them an environment which is conducive for them to work, not really to showcase it as a place in terms of living standards, in terms of research capability, in terms of remuneration and living styles. Now, all this becomes important for faculty to come and work there. So if you make it as a general rule, it won't work. It will work only in select a few areas, which I believe the leaders of these universities who are here will be able to identify and create, and then take pride in it. I think that will spread across other domains over a period of time and create the name for the university.
Thank you, Dr. Somnath Das. That was an excellent description of things that needs to be done. Okay, so obviously valid reasons. So how is it going to be, in future? Because if you don't have enough students, good students, doing this liberal arts as well as pure science things, we need to educate our next generation of kids. The kids who start their school. To teach them all these subjects, you need trained people. Once you don't get enough qualified people to study these subjects, various reasons. I'm not saying that they don't have valid reasons of going for other more employable, more lucrative courses. But looking at the present situation in our country, how do you see it? The future of pure science courses and liberal arts courses.
Thank you, Ajish. I'd like to make a few observations here. The University of Delhi is going to begin its academic year on the 1st of August. And one of the things we have observed over the past 3 years is that students increasingly are not opting for the pure sciences. And I'd also like to react to one statement which Dr. Somnath made, that some students are confused about which course they ought to pursue. But my own opinion, and it comes from having observed, interacted on a daily basis with children, young people, is that students are extremely aware of what they want to do. Students know what they want to do. Students are extremely adept at technology. And yesterday I was at a meeting where we had a senior official from the AICTE who said, and she was very right when she said this, that technology keeps changing every 2 or 3 months. The students adapt to it in 5 or 6 months. The institutions adapt to it only in 2 years. The teachers adapt to it in a space of 2 years. And by the time, the technology is outdated. But the institutions, including the regulatory institutions, they take about 5 solid years to adapt to that technology. So therefore, by the time an institution is permitted, or by the time the teacher gets to know and use the technology, the student who is sitting in class is eminently bored because the student is not getting what he wants. The student perhaps knows more than the teacher or what the institution can give. This is where I think multidisciplinary activities, courses need to be redesigned so that it is thrown as a challenge to our young people. But if we need to throw it as a challenge to our young people, we also need teachers who are equipped to guide these children through these challenges. And so this old silo of the teacher sitting up there and the student sitting down below listening carefully to the teacher doesn't work anymore. They need to be partners and together discover. But the teacher should also know a little more so that he or she can guide the student in a better manner. So this is one thing I have experienced and seen, but it will also bring about democratization. Right? Does that answer?
Most of it, so you want to?
I just want to respond to it in a slightly different. It may be true in the case of undergrads or at school level. This argument is valid, but it is not true in the case of institutions of higher learning. For example, IITs. I beg to differ with that. The professors are reasonably of world class compared to the students who are coming in. That's why they are able to guide them and help them. If you say the students there are better equipped than the professors, then of course you are there is no point in going there for a research under them. So we are talking about universities, we are looking at research domain. But when you talk about domains like thinking about what is a course, choices which you are making, for example, that are equally important. If you want to really create world-class institutions, we are not talking about world-class school. I think in my discussion, we are not discussing world-class school or world-class +2 level institution. We are talking about world-class research institutions where you are actually producing new knowledges and research outcome that actually influence society. I think if you are talking about such institutions, the philosophies are still that the teachers must be of greater quality than the students which you are coming in there. And they must be educated on the technologies and knowledges which are on par. I think that is what is mandated for most of the top level institutions.
This is such a topic that we can kind of discuss this. I mean, 1 hour I think is not really enough to kind of make sense of such a topic. But I think we should give an opportunity to some of our students or people gathered here. If you have any questions for our panelists, please ask them now.
I'm Dr. Bal from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dean Examination. My question to the panel is, we have definitely world-class students, there is no doubt about it. All these names you mentioned, Sundar Pichai, all the technology institutions in US, all headed by Indian students. They're all educated from this country. We have no doubt we have world-class students, but unfortunately we have very few world-class institutions. So in the schools, we're taught, as Mr. Tharu told, that how to answer. We have never taught in our school how to question the teachers, how to question, how to out-of-box thinking. Unless this is inculcated in our kids, this innovation. For example, I am giving you, in 75 years, India has never discovered any drugs. The so-called COVID drug was only manufactured somewhere else and manufactured in India. We are a big hub for manufacturing drugs. But unfortunately, in this country, we have never developed one single drug in 75 years. You know what is the reason? We have called CDSCO, that is the pharma controlling regulatory authority. In this country, we cannot do a early phase drug development, phase 1 and phase 2, where you going to America, are you going to Germany, are you going to Australia to do the testing? Why in 75 years we cannot question this? If you are developing a drug, you cannot test in human being in India. Are you going to do Africa do the testing? Is this simple question cannot be asked to this organization? If America is allowing their patient people to be tested, Australia is allowing to this day, UK is allowing, why not we Indians are more precious? Because nobody has thought in that line. All these years, the drugs come under the chemical and fertilizer department. So that's what I'm trying to say. There are many areas where needs to be improvement. We can only talking that we can be world class, it will never happen. We have to enable the system to make it world class. Thank you.
1 second.
There's a point that I agree with you, sir, what you've just mentioned. I feel regulations should be relaxed, because unless these regulations are relaxed, the talent, the potential cannot be taken to the next higher level. I can give you an example. 2017, we had made a request for autonomy. We are still waiting for a response to that, because for different reasons, it hasn't happened. So, and I know that in college, we have excellent potential. Young people who are being called by institutions abroad, but they cannot work within college, within India. So I think, yes, if regulations can be eased up and speedily, not after 5 years, not after 8 years, it needs to be done when it is pertinent.
So you may want to add to this. Any other questions? Okay.
Good morning, good morning, the panel members and everyone present here. I'm the student of Notre Dame School, and my question to you all is: parents now have created a shell of overprotecting the child, and which has taken the opportunity to learn from the mistakes, from the failures. So, how to break free from that? Do I need to repeat that? Do I need to repeat?
Yeah. Could you please come a little forward? It's a little difficult to.
No, the question is understood. He's saying that can I make it a little bit clear? Like you're saying
sir,
that when homeworks are being given by school, the parents do their homework for you. So how will you learn from your mistakes? Is not that so?
You can say that, but it's not exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that parents are not giving the opportunity to the students, to the child, to learn from their own mistakes, because they are holding their backs every time they try to do something to go out of the way. So I want to know that how to break free from that.
So is it a new all through the generations? I want to tell you, my generation, when I was a child, I used to tell same thing. Nothing has changed.
So, sir, is there not a way out from that?
But artificial intelligence, they don't. So you can always take help of that. So yes, the answer, yeah. So the thing is that, yes, see, it's a problem that nowadays, so I really believe the problem, as you said, was existing since the start of time. But the problem is increasing, I really believe. And one thing to be noted is the exercises that are being given by the schools or by the parents also to their children are increasingly getting more and more difficult, increasingly difficult. As a result, again, the parents are having to interfere in that and solve the problems for the students. So I really think that herein a little bit of personalization is needed, which is the job of AI again. But no, we as human beings can also do a little bit of personalization. We as parents can understand the level of understanding or the level of intellect of our students and pose problems accordingly. And believe me, it has been proven that giving personalized problems to even weaker individuals make them stronger individuals. If we keep giving difficult questions to a lesser individual in terms of maybe understanding or terms of maybe his brain or whatever, then the difficulty level for him or her increases. But personalized questions to the students, especially to the weaker individuals, help them develop better and become more successful. This has been very well proven. You can study that. You can just make a quick search in Google and study that research. It is very well documented. Thank you for the question.
I just say that today you have more freedom because you have more spectrum of the things what you can do, and your parents are more giving you more freedom than what our parents have given to us.
Question. Um, just a quick one. So I'm from IDP and we are global leaders in international education consultancy. So as you are all aware, that a lot of foreign institutions are coming in India, and as per the UGC's guideline, they are opening up their campuses in India. How do you, in your opinion, is it going to impact the quality of education or elevation of quality of education in India? And you've been talking about improving or creating world-class institutions. What do you see 5 years, 6 years, 10 years down the line? How is it going to have an impact on the quality of Indian education?
Doctor, you want to take?
I'm very keen on answering that question because I think it's a good move because we will be able to prove ourselves against international benchmarks. And we know that we are good, but it's good to take tests to face the competition and to go forward confidently. And I'm very sure that we will do extremely well.
Thank you.
I think we'll take one last question.
Learning is supposed to be a joy. I think there must be a significant element of fun component in learning. I think all of us should endeavor to make this happen. Okay, then we can create world-class students. Thank you.
I think that was more of a statement.
That was an opinion.
Yeah.
So yes, that is what NEP has also focused on. It has always focused on learning and not teaching, because not all students learn by listening to the teachers. Many students learn by reading. Many students learn by working. Many students learn by creating. Many students learn by teaching themselves. So yes, you're absolutely correct. We should focus more on learning rather than on teaching, and that is what all colleges should focus on doing.
I think we are running short of time, so I'll conclude the session, and it has been a pleasure. And this is a topic I think which we can discuss extensively, but the time of this panel has ended. So let me extend my gratitude to all my panelists, Professor Somnath, Professor Srinivas, Chatterjee. Thank you so much. Thank you, the audience.
Thank you all for that wonderful discussion. I now request Mr. R. Prasannan, Resident Editor of The Week and Malayalam Manorama, to present mementos to the panelists. May I please request the panelists to stay on stage? We'll start with Professor John Verghese. Dr. S. Somnath. Dr. M. Srinivas. And Dr. Biswajoy Chatterjee. Once again, I thank all the panelists. I request Dr. S. Somnath to please remain on stage to felicitate the winners of the week's Best Universities Awards 2025.
We now begin with the week's Best Universities Awards 2025. Our first category is We now begin with the week's Best Universities Awards 2025. I request Dr. Somnath to please come on stage to felicitate the winners. Our first category is Government Technical Universities, and the winners are Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Our next winner is Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Next, we have non-government technical universities, and the winners are Birla Institute of Technology, Pilani. Next, we have JP Institute of Information Technology, Noida. The LNM Institute of Information Technology, Jaipur. JP Institute of Information Technology, Solent. Next, we have Vignans Foundation for Science, Technology and Research, Guntur. Aditya University, Surumpelam. Our next category is Government Medical Universities. And the winner is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. Next, we have the Non-Government Medical University. And the winners are JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysore. The winners in the category of non-government medical universities are JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysore. Our next winner is Sikkim Manipal University, Gangtok. Next, we have Maharishi Markandeshwar Ambala. Thank you, Dr. Somnath. I now request Dr. Srinivas, please felicitate our next round of winners. The first category is non-government multidisciplinary universities, and the winners are Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Banasthali. Next, we have Amity University, Noida. Christ University, Bengaluru. Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, Chennai. Chitara University, Patiala. Maharishi Markandeshwar, Ambala. Vidyapeeth, Pune. Sanskriti University, Mathura. Next we have Reva University, Bengaluru. D.Y. Patil International University, Pune. Next we have University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Amity University, Mumbai. University, Jharkhand. Rachna University, Faridabad. Vivekanand Global University, Jaipur. And the last one is Sage University, Indore.
Thank you, Dr. Sridevas, and a huge congratulations to all the awardees. We now have a special address by former UGC Chairman, Professor Jagdish Kumar, who will talk. All right. We have a small change. We now have an important address on ethics and values as a part of education by none other than Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General of the National Human Rights Commission.
First and foremost, good morning to all of you. And well, we are honoring excellence. So from my side, heartiest congratulations to all the winners and rank holders. Friends, indeed, it's a privilege to be here and having the opportunity to talk to you. Especially, you will all agree that we all are here. We all are here only because of education, nothing else. I think this one thing which we all understand, we know it, but somewhere, at some time, we forget actually, that how we reached here. I think this journey we need to understand, and we have to emphasize among our students, our younger generation, that we all progress, we all reach here. Second point, which I would like to mention. Why is it so that this country, in terms of, let's say, economic power, it has not been a very super economic power. It has not been a super, power or something like that. But why is it so that India at international forum everywhere is respected? I think we have to think about this part. That why is it so that this country at international forum is respected? And one answer you will find that there are certain value systems, there are certain beliefs, there are certain modern governance system. There is a democracy, it's a freedom, fundamental rights, human rights. I think these are the things which basically gives this country a place on high table in the world forum. Well, as we all know that you know better than me that this country, our value system. If you see that world's four oldest civilizations, and India is one of them. Out of these four civilizations who survived and still in different form it is there. One very important values, one that this country, people of this country, over the years, have developed what we call civilization and cultural ethos. And what are those ethos? The ethos are basically empathy and compassion. If you see the four religions which evolved in this country, you will Hinduism, let's say Sikhism, Buddhism, Jainism, they always, teaches us about love, non-violence, empathy, compassion, But more importantly, in this country, the religion which came from West Asia, all the five religions basically, whether you say Islam or Christianity or Judaism or I think Zoroastrianism, all religion basically, they got assimilated here. It is not tolerance, it is acceptance. It is acceptance in this country, And this is our core value. This is what we call that Indian values, Indian ethos. These are the issues, make us very different than what basically others. One thing, as we know that if you see the modern times, worldwide, I think what is differentiating us? There are many leaders, many countries, well, in pursuit of materialism, those ethos, those value system, I think it doesn't matter. But let me point out that somebody, take Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg or many Beatles or many examples. How come brilliant people, when they came to this country, spent some time, I think the way I interpret it, they got what we call purpose of life. I think they had that kind of intellect, that kind of knowledge, that kind of persona. But finding pursuit, finding purpose of life, I think this country gave them. If you go to today in any system, it's a very, very strange phenomenon. I think I'll draw your attention and just simply look at it. Individually, you might be brilliant, super brilliant, but end of the day, success depends on how you work as a team. It's not individuals, at any level who are basically can lead that, When it comes to success, and here it comes the Indian values, Indian ethos, that our education system, our students, our people, they must carry these traits basically. Just imagine that in this country, roughly the data suggests that roughly 14% people are having some kind of mental health issues. This mental health issue, you might be brilliant, but if you develop this mental health issues, just imagine that what kind of impact is going to have on your personality, on your life, and on your output. This mental health issues, I think the only sure shot is to tackle it since beginning. A preventive step is hidden in what we call Indian values and ethos. This issue, I think people have to understand. And I urge educational institutions who are here basically that it should not be value education or values should not be just merely one class or one period. When I was a student, I remember that we used to have 0 period actually, an idiot. And there, these things will be taught actually. But most important is that how to inculcate that spirit. And it is manifested worldwide where you go. Why is it so that, even in private sector, in business actually, why is it so that people who are coming from that, what you call Indianness, Indian values, modern times, why they are super successful?
Even if you want to measure them, Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella or Mr. Ajay Banga or anybody, why is it so that in that cutthroat competitive world, they are bringing some kind of value? I think we must not forget, this thing, that in that competitive world at the highest level, this Indian values or ethos, it keeps you in a good state. It gives you strength. It helps in basically in to get into that what call your high achiever, or I would use the word that high contributor. High contributor. At highest level, I think these kind of things which maintain your balance, which maintains your vision, you keep it on track. People might be brilliant if you go to anywhere. You go to Western world, they have got good technical education, good management, this thing. But these are the things basically which in a competitive world helps us in surviving and excelling. In fact, very early in starting my career in late 80s or early 90s, I read a book actually. It was written by one IIM Kolkata professor, Vishnu Chakravarti or something, Management by Values. And I strongly recommend that if you get hold of this book, kindly read it. Kindly read it. It's going to have some kind of impact, on you. That even in modern governance and modern public administration or even business, how these management actually, those traits and those value system is going to be helpful. Well, as we all know that ethical leadership, I think that gives you strength. You might be very skillful. We all have seen, whether it's a political field or bureaucratic field or any field. Somebody might be very smart. Somebody is able to manage things. Somebody might be very, very articulate. But end of the day, if you don't have, that what you call ethical leadership, you don't command respect. Well, forget about excelling. You can't survive. It is proving again and again and again and again, actually, that not only for survival but for excellence, actually, Friends, one more issue I would like to highlight that at our educational system, let's focus that education should not be only tool for basically having a job, having your own life better. I can understand that should be one of the goals, but that is not the only goal. In this house, at this place, I can say that today also, we all might be pursuing wealth creation or materialism or anything. But see, end of the day, still you admire, you worship, I'll use the word, that those people who thought about others, not about self, those who even went for renunciation, I think we admire them. We might not be following, but we admire them. I think these traits is going to take us very, very far. And if we can, and rather I would say we must inculcate in our education system, in our, well, I need not to elaborate much, but I think in last 5,000 years, this country, this society, this civilization has evolved many concepts, many value systems, many thoughts, actually. And I think it's our moral duty to transfer it to younger generation. I mean, if we are not transferring that knowledge, those value systems, those practices, trust me, when it comes to that cutthroat competition, what we have to offer, I think these are the values which we are going to offer on that table. At high table, we must offer something very unique. Take yoga. India offers that, that is a way forward, There are many this kind of non-violence, disarmament, take high ideals and, if you go back, anti-colonialism, freedom movement, this country has been able to give that intellectual leadership at the world stage. And I think it is our duty that our younger generation, they should be exposed to these value systems. They should be given those kind of knowledge, those kind of education, so that at world stage they are able to give that that kind of leadership. Well, for very practical reason that value education or ethics, I think it helps all of us and especially young students in distinguishing between rights and wrong. And here comes, if we don't know the rights and wrong, I think we are seeing in every, whether it's a private sector or it's a government or, when people are unable to differentiate between rights and wrong, well, consequences are there. It is not only losing your self-respect, your dignity, and, facing that kind of, but many other, consequences. So I think this Indian deep-rooted principles of moral living. See, National Human Rights Commission is what end of the day. If you just think about it, this institution is basically, I would use the word, take liberty to say, is a kind of conscience keeper. It keeps on reminding the state government authority, powerful people, that there are certain basic human values. And these values are universal. And these must be followed. These must be followed. There are very minuscule, very low number of, let's say, people involved in begging or let's say involved in let's say transgender. I think they also need to have a dignified life. So I think National Human Rights Commission are these kind of institution basically, and this can be strengthened by the educational institutions. If from day one we are able to teach them about our constitutional morality, whether it's equality, justice, liberty, and more importantly, in modern world, today's word is fraternity. This concept of fraternity, if we are able to teach our student, I think they can become a better citizen. They can be better global citizen. If you go to Western world, trust me, I say this thing with full responsibility, that Indians are most respected for certain value system, which they bring on their board. If you go to private sector, I have the privilege of, let's say, going to those financial institutions or, people handling big money or big technology in US or Europe. I think from Indian executive, Indian people, Indian leadership, they are able to see and they admire the kind of value system they bring. And I think this is our strength. This strength we must not lose. This strength we must not lose, because this is going to take us forward. Friends, as we also see that, allow me to just give you one or two more global perspective. When we talk about, let's say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole world is one family. What it means actually is, it means this is one concept basically which connects the whole world to you. The global south, the developing country, they start looking up to you, and it provide you that kind of moral strength and moral leadership to our work, to our this thing. When we talk about this kind of concept, and when we go to in those countries, and today Indians are moving everywhere in the world. I think these are the concept when we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, or these kind of things. Or let's take Buddhism. I think it provides you a different kind of place and different kind of approach to all of us. And I very strongly recommend that we must keep on emphasizing at these big issues. While closing, I'll only couple of things that we must instill the concept of what we call respect among our students, what we call accountability, what we call service, honesty, justice, and trusteeship. Most important is trusteeship. I think if we are able to inculcate that kind of a spirit, then our student, I think, is going to help. B, along with technical skills, we need to inculcate certain kind of life skill. That is going to be very, very important. And the kind of problem we are going to face, and we are already facing in basically in the context of emerging in mental health issues, I think life skill is going to be And my third message would be that we must teach our younger generation student that individual brilliance is all right, but end of the day, whether you are managing, working, giving leadership in a private company or in public service or in any field, actually, education, academia, anywhere. It is the team effort, and team effort. It's not your individual, And for that team effort, I think certain ethics, certain morality, and certain values with empathy is going to take us forward. And lastly, as we are also saying today, that a large number of young generation, young students, I keep on going in some interviews and selection of this thing. I have seen that they are looking for something more. Not only money, not only position, not only career prospect, but when you go that, are we doing something meaningful work? They keep on asking, they are in pursuit of, So it means, and they are very, very, very sensitive to this kind of ethical leadership. I'm very sure that this conference, this meet will help basically in further strengthening our core values of empathy and compassion, moral and ethical leadership, which we are going to bring to our student. This is going to help them to succeed. I take this opportunity to congratulate and compliment V Group for organizing this meet and honoring universities and institutions for their excellence. I'm pretty sure that it will go on, and it will, in coming years, it will take a greater height. Once again, wishing you all very best. Have a wonderful day. Thank you all very much. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your address. I now request Mr. Atul Arora, Senior General Manager Marketing, the week, to present the memo.
Resilience. In every
Namaskar to all of you. I will take about 15 to 20 minutes to speak about the topic. And if there is time, I'll be very happy to take a couple of questions from the audience. I consider it my privilege and honor to be amongst you. You are some of the educational leaders, faculty members committed to raise our higher education system to the next level. And I also see a lot of students there. The topic that is given to me is education in the era of AI. But there is also a closely linked question. Education for what purpose? We have to be clear that as a nation, we have an objective. And what is that objective? We want to be a strong economic power in the world with our GDP growing at a healthy rate, with good infrastructure being built across the country, and by providing skills and competencies to the people, we want to make them either self-employable or be in a position to generate employment. And we also want to achieve social equity, access to high quality education, access to good health facilities. The geography, social, economic status, irrespective of differences in these status, everybody should have equal opportunity for their growth. And we also want to lead in scientific research and in technological advancements. We also want to make sure that whatever we do is environmentally sustainable. These are the goals that we have set for ourselves. And that is why we want to make sure that by 2047, our country will become Vikasit Bharat. The meaning of Vikasit Bharat is not just only developed country. It means all the things that I have mentioned. But how do you achieve that goal? And that is why I said the purpose of education. We want our young people to be innovative so that they can contribute to building our nation to become a developed country. So, innovation means what? It is adding value to the ideas that you generate. And how do you generate ideas? When you have the ability to imagine. In your imagination, you connect the dots and see the patterns that others are not normally able to see. And that is what is called a new idea. In order to be able to create new ideas, you must develop the power of imagination. And imagination comes only when you critically think, you raise questions. Like Nachiketa. How many of you have heard about Nachiketa among the students? Not many. Nachiketa had this habit of asking too many questions. His father was fed up and he sent him, "You go to Yamadharmaraja and ask the questions. I am not able to answer." And Nachiketa goes to Yamadharmaraja. And there was a long discussion between them about the meaning of life, meaning of death, the meaning of existence. And that discussion has now you can find it in Kathopanishad. That is the power of questioning. You generate new knowledge, critical thinking. But critical thinking, the ability to raise questions, comes when you are curious about things around you. All of you have used the microwave. Students, you must have used microwave at some place in your kitchen. The microwave oven was invented in 1947. There was a scientist who was working with a device called magnetron. Magnetron is a vacuum tube which generates microwaves. And those microwaves were used in World War II for radar applications, for military communications. And one day when this scientist went to his lab to work, that morning his daughter put a small chocolate in his pocket. And when the scientist was working with the magnetron, he found that suddenly the chocolate melted. Somebody else would have changed the shirt and then would have come back thinking for some reason it melted. But this fellow became very curious. Next day, he came up with some maize seeds. And when he was working with the magnetron, they popped up and became popcorn. Then he realized that there is something with this. Then he designed a microwave for cooking purposes. The first microwave was built in 1947, and the weight of that microwave was 750 pounds. But today, it is a tabletop application. That curiosity led to this invention. Curiosity led to questions. Questions led to his imagining, can I use this for cooking applications? Everybody was using for radar applications, for military communication. That is the power of imagination. And once he got this idea, you had to add value to this and make it useful to others so that they will buy. And that is what is called innovation. So we need to see whether the education system is providing an environment to you inside the classroom, outside the classroom, to be constantly curious, critically think, imagine, generate ideas, and then innovate new things. That is how we can become a technological leader. We can come up with scientific innovations. One scientist, he was traveling from England to India. In those days, one had to travel by ship. He was traveling in the Mediterranean Sea, and even when we was watching the sea water color, it was bluish. He got intrigued. He was very curious. Why is it blue? He went back and did a lot of experiments and found the reason why the sea water looks blue. And that person later got a Nobel Prize. Who is that person? C.V. Raman. Now we know it is called Raman effect. So the power of curiosity is the basis, the foundation, if you want to be at the top, an innovative person. And that's the reason why we had to bring a lot of changes in our education system. to provide an opportunity for you to challenge the authority, to avoid being a conformist. A theorem could be a well-established thing you should challenge. Your teacher may be teaching from a textbook which is very popular. You should have the courage to challenge the status quo. Are we creating this kind of environment to our students? And for too long, we imparted education in such a way that if you chose physics in the beginning, or if you chose philosophy, or you chose political science, you are stuck with it. For rest of your life, you have to study only that. If I have done BA political science, there is no way I can do MSc physics. We are now questioning that very thinking process. Why is that we not allow our students to switch the boundaries? At such a young age, your thought processes are still forming about your career, what you want to do. Somebody might have advised you to take some subjects in the school and you studied those subjects, but now you want to change the course, go in a different direction. Are our educational institutions open to this idea of letting you study something else? These are questions that we need to address. And to address this, the National Education Policy 2020 was launched in 2020 on 29th July. Yesterday was the 5th anniversary year of NEP 2020. Now, 5 years is a milestone to pause and review for how far we made a progress. And you will be surprised to know that both in the school education and in higher education, there are measurable changes that have occurred during these last 5 years. The educational institutions have become introspective. They are now using new terminology such as academic bank of credits, APAR ID for every student. We have created several crores of APAR IDs for the students, which is linked to the DigiLocker, where your academic progress is stored. We are talking about multidisciplinarity, allowing the students to switch the disciplines or have knowledge of other disciplines while you major in a particular discipline. We have launched the 4-year undergraduate program, which is becoming very popular across the country. We are talking about using Indian languages both in the school level and also in the higher educational institutions. There was a lot of discussion in the morning about English, but NEP 2020 makes 2 important recommendations. One, multilingualism. It says that it recommends students to learn at least 3 languages. Out of these 3, 2 should be Indian languages, and one of them your own mother tongue. NEP 2020 also says that the foundational education should be provided in your own mother tongue or in a language that you live in your locality. The reasons are very clear. When you study in your own mother tongue, unlike studying in English medium, if you study in English medium, but you are speaking and dreaming and thinking in your own mother tongue, you will spend all your cognitive energies in understanding that new language, which is English, rather than focusing on the concepts. Therefore, your understanding levels will be lower, your confidence levels will be lower, your self-esteem will be affected. And that's the reason why we are saying Indian languages have to be used at the foundational level up to grade 5. NEP also says from grade 5 to 8 and beyond also we can use Indian languages to impart education. So in higher educational institutions also UGC is now working to create teaching resources, textbooks in Indian languages. And multilingualism is extremely important as a child, as a human being. There is enough scientific evidence to show that if you know more languages, more than one language, it enhances the executive functioning of your brain. There is something called the prefrontal cortex in our brain. And that part of the brain, it deals with things like working memory, decision making, cognitive flexibility, that is the ability to switch from one task to the other task, one area to other area, one thought to other thought. These things are enhanced when you are multilingual. And that's the reason why we must learn more than one language. And it also provides us cultural rootedness. When I was a kid, in Telugu, I read Mahabharata, Ramayana, Panchatantra. And I feel that rootedness with my own civilization, my own culture. So, multilingualism is something that all the educational institutions are talking about. And then different kinds of assessment. Instead of using one fits all kind of measurement, we must assess the students in different ways. If you ask an elephant to climb up a tree, it cannot do it. If you ask a tortoise to participate in a 100 meters sprint, it cannot do it. If you ask a snake to go in a straight line, it cannot do. It has different abilities. Our students do have different abilities. Can we personalize the testing of our students? Tailor-made testing so that we can measure the real inner potential of our students. These are the things that we are working so that you turn out to be good learners as you progress in your education. When I say you have to become a good learner, there are 4 processes in any learning. I'll tell you in simple 4 terms for the students. These 4 steps are, Adi Shankara told this long ago. And this is also corroborated by modern cognitive science. If you want to be a good learner, you have to do first step, Pathanam. You have to study things. You have to observe things around you. Mananam. Whatever you observe, whatever you see, they should be in your memory, in your long-term memory. Chintanam. You need to critically think about what you have put in your memory. Otherwise, that information will be lost. And then Sankirtanam. You should repeat this whole process. So what are the 4 steps? Students, please repeat along with me. Pathanam, Mananam, Chintanam, Sankirtanam. These are the 4 steps that you should do. And by implementing NEP 2020, we want to create an ecosystem in the schools and in the higher educational institutions where you are constantly engaged in these activities inside the classroom and outside the classroom, so that you become good learners, lifelong learners. And then ultimately, you become innovators, from curiosity to critical thinking to imagination to idea generation to innovation. This is the pathway on which we would like you to move on. But on this pathway now, the AI is a most talked topic today. All of you have used ChatGPT and other AI tools. I'll give you one example. Some time ago, few days ago, one of my colleague was telling 10 years ago, when he wanted to go to market, he will come to the road and he will wave to an auto. 2, 3 autos, they will not even care, and the third auto will go and stop there. He will run there and bargain with the driver. And after settling whatever is the price, you sit in the auto. And I don't know the destination. I don't know the road where to go. I have to believe whatever the auto fellow is taking on the roads. And certainly, as you are going, if you see the same building twice, you know something messy is happening. And then finally you go there and you pay the money, and then there is no change. He wants you to give 75 rupees, but you have 100 rupees note, there is no change. So you give 100 rupees because he is not returning the money. But now, with the software which has come, you don't go to the auto fellow, you book it, and the auto fellow comes, you sit on that, you have Google Maps, you know where to go. And then when you reach the destination, you use the UPI and make the payment. And then the driver, very politely, he will say, "Sir, can you give me 5 stars?" The same auto, the same person, the situation has changed. That is the power of new technologies which are changing our lives. The same thing will happen with artificial intelligence, not just only in education, but in other domains of our life. But since our topic today is about how AI is going to influence the way the teaching learning processes are going to happen, I will spend few minutes discussing about that. Many people think that AI tools are singular in the sense that it is not multidisciplinary. AI was there even 50 years ago, but it was not known publicly until ChatGPT came as AI. We all knew because many of our colleagues, they were working on technologies such as machine learning, computer vision, natural language processing, robotics. These were all these were all areas which were not connected to each other. But today, under AI, all of them have come together. It's a multidisciplinary area. And especially as you move from general AI to agentic AI, in agentic AI, these agents can take independent decisions. You give a task to this agent AI, midway, it can think differently and change and go in a different direction. So, how does this agentic AI make such a decision? What are the ethical rules it will follow? So, therefore, people who work in AI should also be good at decision theory. You should be having some knowledge of cognitive science and, of course, ethics. So it's a highly multidisciplinary area. And it's going to significantly affect the way the teaching learning will happen inside the classroom. because these AI tools can provide the required information that the student wants. So the question will come, what is the purpose of the teacher then? Because whatever doubts I have, the AI agent can explain to me. Will the teachers disappear? Will the students become self-learners? So there are various possibilities that people are looking at. But ultimately, the real teacher who has been teaching you in a particular way for a long time has to transform himself or herself. The teacher today has to become a mentor along with you in guiding, because the information is there and the student can ask any number of questions to this agentic AI to clear their doubts. So what else the teacher can do in order to make this teaching learning process more effective? So these are things that we need to think about. And when I go to meetings such as this, sometimes teachers ask me that ChatGPT, my students are using ChatGPT to give the answers. What shall I do? You know, most of the time I used to conduct open book exams at IIT Delhi in most courses, whichever I taught. And obviously, students find open book exams much more tougher because you can open the book anywhere, but you have to think and solve those problems. So if I give a choice between open book or closed book, most students would say, sir, closed book. So I keep telling the teachers, why do you worry about ChatGPT? Why do you worry about students using ChatGPT? Can you not give a question and also an answer and tell the students using the least number of prompts, you arrived this answer? And that will then become a challenging thing to the students. Are you writing 2 pages of prompts to arrive at this answer? Or you are able to arrive at this answer by just giving few intelligent prompts to the ChatGPT? Then you will not worry about whether students are using ChatGPT or not, because the issue here is not getting the answer right. The issue here is to challenge you to be creative, to ask the right kind of questions. Again, I go back to Nachiketa. You need to develop that ability to ask the right kind of questions. So therefore, ChatGPT can co-live with you inside the classrooms, and at the same time, you can make it, the ChatGPT can challenge you to become more creative. But there are also issues. Today, most of the large language models, they are becoming so big. The data is housed in data centers. They consume hundreds of megawatts of power. These large language models are trying to become know-all kind of large language models. So now scientists are thinking, is that a good thing? Should we pass on this power to few companies who build these large language models and control all the information? For a student in 12th standard, for example, you may not require the knowledge at the PhD level. Therefore, can we build smaller language models? For example, can I build a language model which confines itself to first year BSc? Because I'm a student in first year BSc and I ask the questions related to first year BSc, so I can have a scalable small language model which is more controllable, which is more energy efficient. So there are things like that that are being discussed in the scientific community. And also, One fits all solution will not work even if it is AI. For example, in a classroom, what are the outcomes that we are looking for inside the classroom? That is decided by various factors. The student motivation, the availability of the information, the access to appropriate tools. All these things will decide the outcomes of a classroom. So therefore, the tools that we design have to be designed for a specific task. And that is what now scientists are working to design these language models for specific domains. It will give answers only from biology, or it will give answers only from mathematics, or only from political science. Not know all everything. I can ask anything and it gives answers. So these are issues that are being discussed. And there are so many tools that are coming. The students may be confused. And that is where the teacher is required. The teacher has to be more knowledgeable in knowing which tools have which capabilities and appropriately guide the students, mentor the students. Otherwise, the teachers will lose their traditional role that they have been performing. One thing that I want to bring to your notice. This is about when we use these AI tools as part of our teaching learning process in our everyday life, because AI tools do not have feelings. AI tools do not know pain. They do not know happiness. They do not have consciousness. They are only trained on data. And this data is provided by human beings. So therefore, how do you make sure that these tools are not biased? How do you make sure that these tools make decisions based on ethical principles? For example, let's say there is a tool which helps you in your career guidance. And you go to the tool and say, I have finished my 12th standard and I want to study Indian history. Which is the best university to go? And the AI tool may tell, you go to Harvard University. Harvard University to study Indian history? You could have gone to JNU, or you could have gone to some other university within India. But because the AI tool is fed with that kind of data, it will misguide you. And it will give you that lingering feeling, even if you join in the best university in India, that no, the chat GPT told me to go to Harvard, but I couldn't go there. I joined in the next best university. That kind of lingering feeling will be there in your mind. So that is an ethical issue. Similarly, we talk about AI tools in every domain of our life. Let's say you are driving a car guided by an AI tool, and you are going on the main road, and you suddenly see 10 elderly people crossing the road. Obviously, you are at high speed. Even by the time you stop, you may go and hit those people. So you would like to take a detour to that. And there is a service lane to the main road. So you would like to go there. When you made the decision to go that side, suddenly you see a small child playing there. So on which side will you go? Should I kill? Should I hurt 10 elderly people, or should I hurt a small child? How do I make a decision? Because these are ethical issues only human beings with empathy can handle. For AI tools, it's going to be extremely difficult. What kind of ethical models will we feed into these AI models? Especially when it comes to education, there is something called care ethics. Care ethics is contextual, it is more personalized. For example, during COVID period, I was taking an online course at IIT Delhi. A student who attended in the first class, he disappeared. and he suddenly appeared in my end semester examination. And I said, how can I permit you to write this exam? You're absent all this time. The student said, you please permit me, and after the exam is over, I will discuss with you separately. And I permitted him. And after that, I had a Zoom meeting with a student, and I found that the reason for not attending my lectures was because he was diagnosed with TB at such a young age, and he was running around to get treated. So now you can see that if I followed very strict rules, and if I didn't permit that student, he would have lost out. But I followed care ethics, and I let the student write the exam, and he could pass and get a job and go out. So what kind of ethics that we follow when we use these AI tools is extremely important. So all that I can say is that in the coming years, the AI tools are going to transform the way the education will happen, both at the school level and also at the university level. We need to prepare ourselves. We need to keep our minds open. Sometimes people say that, no, UGC should come up with some rules and regulations on how to use ChatGPT in the universities and colleges. And we tell them that no, technology is going to be part of our lives. We must evolve appropriate ways of handling this technology. We cannot isolate our kids from technology. Today it is AI. Tomorrow some other new technology will come. We can't ring fence them and say you stay only in this ring fence. We need to provide proper awareness to them on how to handle these new technologies that are coming, so that they can be used for enhancing our creativity levels, for enhancing the quality of our life. So I would like to stop here, and if I have not crossed time, I think I have already crossed time. I have taken 30 minutes. So I would like to conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. May I now request Mr. Stanley Thomas
the core of EME, electrical and mechanical engineers. As you know, Indian Army has a vast inventory of equipment, be it weapon systems, be it your radars, be it your communication systems. We have lakhs and lakhs of equipment. So using the equipment, training on them, maintaining these equipments in battlefield is a massive task. So you require technical people to operate all this, right? So first of all, I would like to ask a simple question. How many of you here, the youngsters behind the future generation, would like to join the armed forces? Anyone from NCC? That's good. So this is all for you. That right? Indian Army has a lot of technical arms, and we are looking at technically qualified people to join the forces. To use the best of the best equipments, the niche technologies that we all have been talking since morning, be it AI, be it quantum computing, be it the cutting edge weapon systems, right? So with that thought, while I did my BTech and MTech and I was passionate towards research and development, there was a time Indian Army gave the tagline, Year of Modernization. So then understanding what is that Indian Army is looking at, modernization, you understand these are not just jargons being spelled out, they mean a lot. So that was a time that I realized that we have technical entries in the Indian Army, that we have technical entry scheme, the technical graduate course. So I applied through UPSC and got selected. I did my pre-commissioning training from the Indian Military Academy at Dehradun. And I was commissioned into one of the technical arms of Indian Army called the Corps of Engineers. So having come into Corps of Engineers, we realized that we have a major task of mobility, counter mobility and survivability to ensure a mobility of the forces. So we are the first one to get to the battlefield, create mobility tasks so that the other forces other arms can follow up. So we found that a lot of technology is actually involved in our tasks, and we also required a lot of new technologies to come in. So found a lot of gaps where as an innovator, I can contribute. So because research and development was a passion, I had already developed certain technologies which were more civil oriented. After joining the army, started developing certain technologies that solve our real-time problem statements that we have in the front line. So that way, I have developed around 12 innovations till now,
and four of them,
of which four are inducted in the army today. So that is the prelude. Indian Army cell, maybe I will give it a subsequent question, because that's a subset of the efforts that we are undertaking for research and development.
you have been developing an unmanned vehicle, and my colleague has seen you putting all nuts and bolts and everything. How do you, what do you have to say about that? I mean, it's very thrilling to know that a person like at your stature doing all the nuts and bolts. What is your take on that?
So, this was an opportunity that I got while I was posted as instructor in College of Military Engineering at Pune. That I started establishing a research and development center in the sidelines. That after my routine office work, I took some time to start developing innovations. Established a center of excellence in CME Pune initially. We call it the Sarvatra Center of Research and Innovation. So that was aimed that the important critical problem statements that we find in real time. Some of them, like you have spelled, mine warfare. Demining is an important task world over. Even today, the mines that have been put 40, 50 years back, we are buying casualties now. So how do we identify them? Do we actually have, do we want to expend manpower who go prod the soil, then come under the mines, and do we want that to happen? In all Parakram, we had large number of casualty breaching our own minefield. So all these real problem statements, we wanted to find some technological solutions to that. So then I developed a unmanned mine detection UGV, unmanned ground vehicle, that can go ahead of the troops, detect the mines, mark the mines, and then we neutralize it physically. So this has been a game-changing problem statement that we started initially. Then we worked on a wireless electronic detonation system, because detonation is an important activity that we do for blasting targets. So developed something called electronic detonation system. From a range of 2.5 kilometers, we can blast targets. We have a patent for it, and then we have now inducted it in Indian Army.
From R&D coming on to transfer of technology, what's your take on it? How convenient or how feasible that's it in, especially in the Indian Army?
See, uh, I believe I'll set this a stage with an important thing, and like you're now seeing the strategic importance that our country is focusing on. It is like we have been spelling the jargons: Atmanirbharta, Viksit Bharat. All this is oriented towards the technology, improving the technological capability of India. Right. Today you have a drone, but there are various sub components of a drone, which we are dependent on other players. We as a country cannot be just integrators and assemblers and of making a product. We have to make the system from chip to system to become real Atmanirbharta means that, right? So having developed 12 innovations, we thought it is the right time that the startup and industry ecosystem should be empowered to mass produce this so that we can buy it back. So we created a TOT model wherein such innovation, after extensive field trials, that we validated it and we ensured that okay, this is the right time we can induct it. The TOT has been given to the players. They on competitive basis they are selected and they mass produce it. So now if you see the spin-offs that these TOT give back to the government, apart from the revenue that is generated, that is one part. Number two is the manufacturing capability that gets built within the country. The number of people who get employed to mass produce this, right? The technology upgradation is within our realms. So all this is happening. So this is the actual example of what Atmanirbharta or indigenization is. So we have established that 4 innovations last 1 year we have transferred it to industry and we have already inducted them in the army.
We've recently seen that the rule of the war has changed now. It's more on a technology side rather than on being a typical war that we used to imagine. So how do you uh, you know uh, how do you tell to the students of today that technology is really important for the nation building and for the country to progress?
Gentlemen, you all are privy to this. Technology, initially, those days, if you say well, 50, 100 years back, technology, the best of the best technology used to evolve from wars. It was from the military that technologies used to evolve and come into the civil domain. But today it has become more of the other way out. Technologies are being developed by the civil ecosystem and then it is being tested in battlefield. With the changing dynamics of war that is going around and you are observing, it is a long fronted war that's happening, and technology is being tested in battlefield, right? Be it drones, be it your counter drone systems, be it unmanned ground vehicles. All these, the conventional way that we have been fighting battle is changing and it is going more towards kind of a mixed warfare, right? So technology is at its front. The first one who applies his technology to surprise the enemy is going to win the battle, right? So with that, we are on a mission mode to develop technologies, involve all stakeholders, be it the academia, be it the industry, be it the startup ecosystem, or even within the army we have in-house innovators. Like I'm one of the service innovator. We have a team of officers who are highly qualified and who are experts, domain experts in the respective fields. They all are working together. We have R&D schemes the government of India has launched. I don't know how many of them are aware. The IDEX scheme by the MOD, even apart from industries and startups participating, even individuals can participate. We have opened Army Technology Board scheme. It's a R&D fund where IITs, academic institutions, universities, they can participate for developing technologies for the Indian Army. So I take this opportunity to briefly introduce about that. The Army Design Bureau. There is an organization called Army Design Bureau, which Indian Army has established in the year 2015-16, basically to act as a single point interface between Indian Army and the R&D verticals. R&D verticals, academia, industry, startup, and the DRDO. So we wanted to have a multi-stakeholder approach. So what we do is every year we launch something called as the Compendium of Problem Definition Statement. It's a book. You can all go to Indian Army's web page and you can download it. So the book is prepared in a very concise, precise manner with brevity and clarity that any even a student of a school can actually read it and understand what is the requirement Indian Army has in different domains. We have segregated the problem statements in different domains, be it AI, quantum, blockchain, unmanned vehicles, weapons, ammunitions. So everyone can understand it in simple language, and if they have a proposal that they wanted to work, they can apply. Indian Army is also planning to launch Army Academia seminar in the month of September. The curtain raiser has already been completed. I would request you all to please visit the Indian Army's webpage. And if you have really good proposals that your institutions want to apply, please do apply. This is an opportunity where you can also contribute to us.
So you closely associated with IDEX. I mean, I've heard you at the Defense Conclave also. Uh, how many young students or the young startups are coming to you and explaining their technology and their thing? Do you think that some more push is needed by the government as far as the startups are concerned?
See, as I rightly said, the government has set the vision. Atmanirbharta, Viksit Bharat. It is simple and clear. The timelines have been put. The schemes have been launched. IDEX, Army Technology Board, MAKE. I am telling just the defense innovation schemes. If you go to what DST is doing, Department of Science and Technology has been given 20,000 crores to pursue research and development in this financial year. Right. So having all this being said at the executive level, at the functional level, we are the people. When I say we, including me, I consider myself amongst you, we innovators, academic professionals, startups, industry, we are the key drivers to make it happen. Right. So initially, while I was in the Sarvatra Center of Research and Innovation in CME, I was handpicked by Army Design Bureau to establish, initially find out what are the areas where we need to improve. We're all learning and improving. Reinforced improvement is happening. So we found one thing that we need to get closer to the R&D verticals. People think that service personnel, we are a bit R&D verticals. So I established my first office, the Indian Army cell at IIT Delhi. I took a small space there. I sat there. Half a day I used to be in Army headquarters, and half a day I used to sit with the basic aim is you should be focused in research and development. The procedural aspects, hand-holding you, fostering the R&D ecosystem with understanding the requirements of Army, we will do it. So you'll not believe IIT Delhi, the nearest IIT Delhi, IIT here to the Army headquarters, we had just one Army Technology Board project before the Indian Army Cell was established. Within 3 years, we expanded to more than 24 R&D projects, just Army Technology Board projects, everything on core technology development. Because see, academia has its own challenges. Every professor there is a domain expert in a particular field, but with them, can we develop a whole of a system? That might be a challenge. So whether to expect technology development from them or a product development, we need to have our own understanding. We have ensured that even for technology development, we have funded them, and we have made a collaborative approach where academia and startup sit together, collaborate together, and develop a product level. We call it TRL. From 0 to 5, let the professor develop it. From where on, so that has been done.
We heard Mr. Shashi Tharoor in the morning about brain drain, and he has cited an example of an IIT Indore student who refused all those scholarships offered to him by the foreign universities. You've been talking to students very oftenly. Do you see that the brain drain issue needs to be answered or catered really well by the government or by the concerned people?
See, I don't foresee myself far off from the Gen Z generation. I'm stuck between the Gen Z and the older generation. But see, it's been during our time also, right? Because I wanted to pursue my masters abroad, but then I took a sound call that what's there and here, and how can we make it valuable even while studying here. So the most important thing that I find is the research and development R&D ecosystem out there is far better. While we are also trying to catch up now, we are trying to launch all these kind of schemes. We are funding them. We are funding them to procure the best of the equipments. We are launching center of excellences. DRDO has established their center of excellence in all IITs. Department of Science and Technology has technology clusters in all the IITs and ISCs. Right. So all said and done, there are three important key drivers that is required to make the system better. One is the infrastructure. People have been saying we need infrastructure to undertake research and development. Agreed. Number two is the talent and skill. So that is the entire thing what the new education policy is talking about. We have to upgrade ourselves from the marks and just ratto attitude that we'll just have to just learn things blindly. So we have to understand where are we going to apply it, which is being done now. Number two is that is what is going to lead to skill based learning and talent based learning. We need to nurture them and foster them, create an ecosystem for them to grow in a particular domain and become a domain expert. Number three is retaining talent, which is what is being spoken, for which I think we need to create an ecosystem, create good incentives for be it research scholars to retain in the country. Just an example, while MBBS and MD doctors, after they complete their degree, 1 year mandatory training is being given, mandatory training and practice is being given in any of the rural hospitals. Yeah. Why cannot we apply that to the IITs? The IITians, the best of the best minds studying in premier institutions completely funded by the government. After their BTech and MTech, why cannot we put them, harness their potential for a year or two in the top DPSUs of the country? We can do it. So it's all about that HR management, how talent pooling and skill management could be undertaken. If that is righteously done, I think we will be able to do. Not just IITs, it should be open for all the institution. I am from a state college, engineering college. I've done my BTech and MTech from College of Engineering, and I'm able to contribute. So we all can do, and it is the mindset, it is the attitude, it is the attitude of the entire ecosystem that has to now come together.
We have heard a lot of speakers today since morning that the examinations should be you should not be there at all because it's just a measurement skill, nothing else. And you are also pointing it out that skill development should be our focus and not the examination. So do you think in your experience universities and colleges should go away with the examination?
During our time, it used to be like 80% we have to our marks written examination is being considered, and 20% is 10% is your project work, and 10% is your other internal marks and all that. Right, I think it should go a bit different. Yes, written examination is definitely required, because I now see that during our time we used to get a blueprint and the suggested authors. We used to spend a lot of time in the library studying. I don't know how much students today are sitting in library, visiting library, analyzing things. And because when you read 5 author books of a particular topic, you get different perspective, right? And then you analyze where you can apply. That is one thing. Number two, what I could recommend is that project work, development of something, innovation or whatever it is, that should be extracurricular, co-curricular activity should be given more percentage, and you can have equal percentage for written examination. That is something. Number two, start encouraging students to choose a particular domain where they want to specialize of their interest, and start evaluating them in that particular thing. Something like someone wants to become an expert in a particular electrical engineering, for example. I'm just telling a name. You can ask them to go for in-plant training, internships in those related fields, undertake courses in that particular domain, so that his development curve is being monitored. Something of that sort, if we could do, I think that would set the stage for skill-based development, domain experts to come up in the country.
So many of the students that we having here, many of them are not part of NCC anymore. How do you tell the students of today's to go for NCC and serve the nation?
So one of the session that we had today was ethics and values. I still remember in our school days, two important periods, which is PT period and moral science period. This is left, for other teachers to take off. The maths teacher will come and we would just be happy that moral science teacher आ गया, अभी PT period है. The maths teacher will be standing there, abhi subject syllabus khatam hua nahi, let me take that period. That used to be the norm during my time, and we used to be like, oh my god, it's done. And hafte mein ek baar aata hai, that period. So I think, see, it's very important, it is essential, as people have been telling, eminent speakers were telling since morning, education without value is of no use. End of education is perfection in humanity, right? So there is a saying, your work may be to only clean a railway crossing, but it is your duty to keep it clean, that no other crossing in the world is as clean as yours. आपका काम कोई भी हो सकता है. You can be expert in anything. You can be a cobbler, you can be a scientist, you can be whatever it is. What's the impact that you are creating, and the impact that you are creating in the ecosystem should be positive, right? For that, the attitude should be good, right? The same guy, when he goes abroad, he's able to maintain the place. When he's coming back, people are spitting out in the roads. So it's all education that is going to govern basic discipline, ethics, values in the system. It's very much required.
So the introduction of the zero period that we used to have should be a mandatory thing in today's education, right?
Very much. Be it then mental health, wellness. Someone was referring to mental wellness. Mental health is an important thing. With so much of technology around you, with so much of information around you, you need not feed anything or teach about AI, anything, to the students. The students, you give them the syllabus, they will, gather information more than what is required. But the thing is how to optimally use what is right, what is wrong. Where should you strike the balance? That is what is the role I foresee for teachers today. You need to course correct them towards the right direction, because they're already overwhelmed with so much of information that they are getting from the environment.
What's your idea of Viksit Bharat?
See, Viksit Bharat, while the timeline has been given 2047, we are going through revolution today. Indian Army, well, I'm speaking on behalf of Indian Army, the Indian Armed Forces, as you are saying, modern day battlefield, that the way we are fighting battles are changing. If nation has to put its strength in all facets, be it economic, diplomacy, militarily, technologically, because everything is going to be curtailed tomorrow if we are not leapfrogging. We cannot be walking. We need to sprint and leapfrog, right? So I believe as stakeholders, we need to take a multi-fronted approach where all of us join together. We work together and contribute. And the timelines we should set for ourselves. At what pace, what should be inducted within the country, within the army, within the respective organization, how fast we can incorporate technology. All these timelines need to be set, and we should march.
How do you see AI's implementation in the Indian Army?
Rather, I would suggest you, while people have been talking technology, Indian Army is one such progressive organization where we catch up even before things are being discussed. We have established Center of Excellence. Even I have worked on multiple AI-based projects. We have applied AI for intrusion detection. We have created integrated command stations. We have applied AI not just at the software level, but rather the hardware level. We have developed unmanned systems, unmanned mines. So I don't want to speak much of tactics here, which basically is pertaining into the classified domain. But what I would like to say is that a lot of potential is there for technology in the army. Anyone aspiring that you want to contribute for that, let me tell you, you must go to the Indian Army's website, and you will be able to realize that Army is doing more in the technology domain. Whatever people are talking around, Indian Army is already doing. LLMs, we were talking about that. The DGIS, DG Information Systems, is establishing a large language model pipeline for various aspects of and data handling for Indian Army. We are already doing it. So, and we have recently launched a internship program within the army. So if people have been following ADGPI, You would have seen many people, many students are doing internship with us. They are put up in these center of excellences and given minor projects to work on. So it's an opportunity for students. Anyone
Anybody
interested,
can apply for that?
they can apply. The number of vacancies are limited. They are screened.
You should be a university student, right?
They should be. They can be a college student. They can be a school student, but the right set of skills are required.
So you must be, talking to students also as you work with IDEX very closely, young people out there. Uh, what kind of questions or what kind of doubts or what kind of things that people ask you that whether my project will be approved or not? Is there any kind of insecurity as far as the startups are concerned?
See, the government has done a lot of schemes for startups. While yes, there are many startups bubbling every day. The main aspect is that they have to understand the user before developing a technology. The user requirements are dynamic because we, as Indian Army or Indian Armed Forces, are diverse. We are unlike any other armies in the world which function in a typical environment. We have, if you see the climatic conditions that we have, from the western borders to the northeast to the high altitude region, we are diverse. Similarly, the kind of troops that we have, they are representing different region of this country. Uh, uh, you know. Uh, Different region, different people, different terrain. We are operating almost in all the climatic conditions, including the highest battlefield on earth that you can imagine. The technology that goes into each and every area is going to be different. The QRs are different. When I say QR, it means qualitative requirement, right? The uniform that you wear in a normal condition and in a desert condition or a high altitude condition is going to be different. So almost your body is getting acclimatized to all the different conditions. So that is the terrain we are fighting. So the technology also changes. The same drone which I am operating in Rajasthan cannot be directly operated in a high altitude condition. The battery goes off. You need to have, you have to conceal the complete system. You have to have different military standards for high altitude conditions, right? So all these need to be first understood by a research and development vertical. So that's why I said, why did I sit in IIT? To enable the R&D ecosystem to understand the actual user requirement. What is that we are looking? I am representing the soldier on ground. While I'm an innovator, so I was able to convert the technology into uh, into the tactics for the army as well as tactics into technology for the R&D verticals. That way, we were able to facilitate that.
So now we are open for questions. If any of the students out there want to ask some questions. Anyone? Please give him the mic, please.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
My question is that I have observed that our defense system talks a lot about the future as how we are growing, but what exactly is it doing currently to be more impactful in the current world politics?
Can you please repeat that?
I have observed that our defense system talks a lot about the future as how we are growing, but what exactly is it doing currently to be more impactful in the current world politics?
India is growing, but how India is seen as a world? Yeah.
See, as I said, there are different domains or different arms of any country. When I say arms, the pillar of support for every country. It starts from diplomacy to your resources, to your capability, your military capability, economic stability, right, and your diplomacy. So how are you managing all this? How are you putting your best foot forward, and how are you managing your capability effectively and showing your strength? Strength comes with your capability, right? When you are powerful, your powerful is not just that, in some areas you are having your capability, while today if you want to develop something from chip to system, you are dependent on some other country, and they say, after sanctions, that they say that they will not be contributing, they will not be their trade routes are cut off, then you will not be able to produce that product, right? So everything is interlinked with each other. So if that's what is the mission of Viksit Bharat. If you are wanting to be the best in the world, you need to first enable your capability within, right? So this is the answer.
Anyone else? Please give the mic here.
I went round the mighty sun 74 times. So why don't you give opportunities for senior citizens like us who are 70 plus, okay, to serve the army? It was my ambition, aspiration to work in the defense services, but I didn't get a chance. Why don't you give us a chance now to work at least for 1 month?
So salute to your thought, your offer to us, sir. Definitely, sir, it will be a great pleasure. The only thing, sir, Indian Army, while we are the fighting force, we are driven by a whole of nation approach, right? We alone don't fight, right? For us, for the last guy on Siachen glacier to have his food, the food is being supplied by some XYZ who is planting it somewhere else, right? Be it the clothes we wear, someone else is stitching it, the boots, the technology that is being developed by XYZ is being utilized by us. So it is a whole of nation approach. We are driven by the nation. We are representing the nation. So, sir, there's nothing like that. We are all representing you. You are driving us, right? So thanks, sir. Your generosity is great, and you're motivating, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions for anyone? So we have not spoken about DRDO's role in India. I mean, we are still procuring technologies from outside India. So what do you have to tell the audience about the DRDO's role?
See, what is happening is technology is leapfrogging at the pace which you cannot imagine. See, now we are at a point where technology we develop today might be relevant or not relevant in a few months down the lane. We were talking about swarm drones. Now then we have got AI on the edge drones. With the recent attacks that you have seen in Russia, AI on the edge drones have taken importance. So every day technology is changing. DRDO was initially the government entity to develop technologies. They were mandated for that, and they have done a really great job. That's how most of the missile systems have. We are having the best of the best, some of the best systems from DRDO. But the scale at which we want technology, we sooner realize that we need participation from the complete ecosystems. That's when these schemes were launched by the government of India, that beyond the OFBs and DRDO, we need massive scale of technology development and production. That's how the Department of Defense production was reformed, and then we have now got startups and industry playing with us. Rather than that, for technology development, we have the academia. We are sitting out there, right there in the IITs. And not just the IITs, we are handholding ecosystem of all the tier 2, tier 3 colleges in the environment. We are doing that.
So you have done your engineering. People at your age would be, working in MNCs and earning in triple figure or four times figure. How do you inspire the audience out here, especially the students, that be with Indian Army?
Yeah, while I will be because I'm representing.
Just to add this, how have you managed your parents?
Both my parents were working in the government. My dad was working for the electricity board as division engineer, and my mom was working for tank factory for the ordnance factories. So they were very clear that you have whatever you do in life, you have to perform just like any typical parent of our times. They said जो करना करो, but अच्छा करो. What happened was like, see, the same thing you said, the IT boom happened during my time. In my college, almost like out of 500 students, 400 were taken out by TCS, Wipro, and all these institutions. I used to ask, independent of their branches, a civil engineering guy was going to IT. He came to me with a chocolate. Hello. I asked, buddy, what are you going to do there? You have done your civil engineering and you're going to IT. So IT boom happened. Now, if you see down the lane, it is going to be a big threat because now chat GPTs have come. The actual manpower required for computing is going to get reduced. So I would rather recommend choose a domain, understand its progress, where it is leading to, create skill sets in that particular domain, and become a domain expert. Right, that's going to take you a long way, rather than just going with the wind. Today, aaj kahan ja raha hai? And core technology development. See, we have huge computing skills in the country, but we should have by now had an independent, indigenous OS like the Microsoft. Why couldn't we develop it? A question to be asked. We should be having our
So
own
what
Windows.
needs to be done according to you?
So this is where that's the entire vision of Atmanirbharta. Every individual sitting here, everyone, we have to imagine what can be our contribution for the national growth. It can be small, but cumulatively it is going to be massive, right? So when I did my BTech, then I wanted to go abroad. Then again I did my MTech here. So when the opportunity came that why don't I contribute myself for the Indian Army? And let me tell you, Indian Army has been great. The organization is so transformative. The kind of, apart from doing all this, whatever you want to do, you have a space for it. You want to participate in Olympics, you have to put your effort. The platform is there, the facilitation will be done, but then you have to take off. Like, I took my path in research and development, and we are working hard for what we want to achieve. Similarly, we have a lot of domains, people contributing there. The kind of leadership that Indian Army practices, we practice before preaching, right? The kind of troops that you have, amazing troops from different terrain, different locations. You get to interact with so much of diverse people, and on your command they get to do anything that you want to, right? That kind of trust, leadership, you can find in Indian Army. And we believe in Sarv Dharm Sthal. Even we have all religions, we practice everything at a single place. So for us, that's overwhelming. You get to travel across the country, see the ground people, so that's something that you cannot get anywhere. And if again given a chance, I would join the Indian Army.
Indian Army is always considered as a place where rigorous training and so much things. You are talking about engineering part of it, R&D part of it.
No, just to tell you, see, we have all gone through the training at the premier institutions like Indian Military Academy offers. We have other academies like the NDA, OTA. The training is grueling because we are commanding the best of the best troops. To command them, we need to be the best. So the training needs to be of that standard, right? That is number one. Number two, these problem statements that we are progressing through research and development has come from live incidents. Mine warfare, we have actually had huge number of casualties. I've developed some ID systems. Improvised explosive devices are a threat everywhere. So that has come from real problem statements where we have lost people. We need to develop something to counter that. So that's how innovation happens in the Indian Army, out of real-time problem statements and the impact that it creates. Now the innovations, 4 innovations that I have inducted in the Army, I don't know who is using it. Jawans across the country, sitting anywhere, they are using it on the trust that some officer of Indian Army has developed it, right? So which other organization gives you that kind of a satisfaction when a Jawan calls you and says, "Aapka equipment hamara unit mein aa gaya and we are using it"?
Do you think the innovations have significantly helped the Indian Army to cut down on casualties or on basic infrastructure, if we talk about?
See, it is not about whether it has reduced the number of casualties. Definitely innovation. See, everyone today in the modern day conflict, modern day battlefield, they require to be innovative. They require to be transformative. even be it the last Jawan who is standing there, he needs to do something according to the environmental conditions and the situation to counter the requirements, right? That happens there. So they need to do something. For example, today a drone attack happens, they need to immediately think what counter they can have at the tactical level, not at the strategic level. Even at the tactical level, they have to think and they have to counter that. So innovation is something that Indian Army has been progressing for years since it has been in existence. So that is what drives Indian Army.
2047 is the benchmark for Viksit Bharat that we talk about. How do you see Indian Army and the innovation at 2047?
So we have a clear demarcated policy, a perspective plan, short-term perspective plan, long-term perspective plan, where we have to be, what are the focus areas, where are the niche domains we want to put our efforts into, where we need to be, what we can develop, what we need the system to support. All that has been laid down, and we are in the race. Whatever I've spelled to you today is all happening in the sidelines of where we need to go. So that is being done in a very focused, tight scoped and outcome driven manner.
How do you, summarize your whole thing for the students who are here, and how do you, inspire them that you should join Indian Army?
No, I will not inspire them, rather just to join Indian Army. Definitely Indian Army is a great place. They all know. I did not brief to them what Indian Army is. Right? They all know. Whatever you do in life, do it great. Do it passionately. This is all that I will choose. Choose anything in life, but be the best in it. Whatever you can contribute, create an impact. You can be a doctor, create an impact there. You can make a startup, create an impact. That is all. That is what the nation demands and the nation deserves, right? Please do that. That is all that I would request. And school, the period that you are school is something, you are in school will never come back again. Now I want to go and spend the time or be with my friends in school days. It's not viable, or it's not possible now. So the time that you are getting in school and college, utilize the best out of it. uh, Create expertise. So during my BTech and MTech, one thing I did was, every term break that I used to get, I used to go for in-plant trainings, internships. I used to go to diverse companies, understand what they are building, what their technology. You get a certificate, but that's fine. Certificates are fine, but the experience that you get working with the workers, see how a complete thermal power plant works, see how a battle tank is being manufactured by the ordnance factory. Try to please visit all these places, create experiences to establish your skill set. You need to do all this. So that is what is going to take you to the next stage.
But today's students are more focused on getting jobs. They want paid internships. What do you say about that?
So see, that's their perspective. I cannot comment on that. See,
No,
for
but
some money is important, for some satisfaction is important. For
but
some,
don't you think experience matters more than anything else?
before someone demands what they want to, one should look within what is their capability and whether it is worth it. Right? That is something every company also looks at, whether the guy who is sitting on the other side of the table, whether he's worth what is asking for. So first, create your own skill set, create your profile, create your experience. That is what is going to take you further, because the country demands lot of people to take risks at this time. When I say risks, in terms of establishing startups, in terms of getting to enterprises, in terms of joining the best services that power the nation. The number of people joining the services today, armed forces, have subsequently increased. The vacancies are fixed, and the number of people who desire to join, but whether they have the required skill set, the attributes, the qualities, because that's what SSB tests you, right? If you see the selection ratio of service selection board, it is the best of the best comes in.
It was really nice talking to you, sir, and I hope your talk has inspired the students of tomorrow. And it was a very insightful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so
It's a
much,
pleasure
sir.
being part
Thank
of
you.
this session. Thank you.
Okay, I'll finish at the end. Amity University, Noida. Chitkara University, Patiala. Maharishi Markandeshwar, deemed to be University, Ambala. Amity University, Jaipur. Amity University, Gurugram. Integral University, Lucknow. Shobit Institute of Engineering and Technology, deemed to be University, Meerut. Sanskriti University, Mathura. Sanskriti University, Mathura was also a recipient of the Multidisciplinary Emerging Universities Award. Chitkara University, Solan. Our next category of awards are non-government, private and deemed multidisciplinary universities, East Zone. We begin with Sikkim Manipal University, Gangtok. Dr. C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur. Arka Jain University, Jharkhand. JIS University, Kolkata. Amity University, Raipur. University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. AISECT University, Hazaribagh. Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata. Is there somebody from Sister Nivedita University, a representative? Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Dr. C.V. Raman University, Hajipur. IIHMR University, Jaipur was also a winner in the non-government, private and deemed multidisciplinary universities North Zone. May I please request the representative to come on stage.
Thank you, Prasannan. May I now request Mr. Riyad Matthew to present our next set of awards. Our next category is Non-Government, Private and Deemed Multidisciplinary Universities West Zone. And the recipients are Bharti Vidyapeeth, Pune. Next we have Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. D.Y. Patil International University, Pune. Is any representative present from D.Y. Patil International University, Pune? The next winner is Amity University, Mumbai. Next is Amity University, Gwalior. LNCT University, Bhopal. MIT Art Design and Technology University, Pune. Dr. C.V. Raman University, Khandwa. Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune. We also had a recipient in the non-government, private and deemed multidisciplinary universities East Zone. I would like to invite Sister Nivedita, University, Calcutta. Is there any representative from Sister Nivedita, University, Kolkata? Our next category is non-government, private and deemed multidisciplinary universities South Zone. And the winners are Christ University, Bengaluru. Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, Chennai. Our next winner is Welltech Rangarajan Dr. Sakunthala, R&D Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Next we have St. Joseph's University, Bengaluru. Sri Siddhartha Academy of Higher Education, Tumakuru. And the last one is Reva University, Bengaluru.
Thank you, everybody. We know it's lunchtime. We're just asking for a little bit more of your patience. We are waiting for the arrival of Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. He should be here any moment. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Hi all. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the moment all of you have been waiting for. Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Minister for Earth Sciences, is here. You must really appreciate this because Parliament is in session. An important thing is being debated in Parliament. And in spite of that, the Minister has found time to spend time with you all. So we really appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much on behalf of everyone.
Thank you.
The first question the Minister asked me when he got off the car was, how many students are here? I think that's what interests the minister the most. And I think you students should capitalize on that. I don't think you can get a one-on-one with a minister like this. So please capitalize, not just the students, but all those who are mentoring them, nurturing them, those who are sitting in the front row. Please capitalize on this moment. So the minister doesn't want to give a talk. He rather he wants to have an interactive session with you all to get your feedback for you to ask the questions to him so that he can give you the answers to your questions. So I'm just going to start off by saying, sir, in your ministry, what are the biggest challenges that you face and what does the future look like under your leadership?
No, thank you. Thank you. I think with the students around in this room, the first thing, as you said, when I asked who are the audience and who are the students, and then the second question I asked was what level, and it was quite heartening when you said they're also class 12 level, because that is actually the age when you need to catch them, because the first corrupting influence on a child starts from the parents. Because if the parents go out for a morning walk and somebody tells them, "Maine apna beta Akash mein jama kara diya," and then that starts haunting. So I think it's now with the kind of options available in abundance in India, and the kind of resources also, both natural as well as others, more than any other country, because we are such a heterogeneous, which of course is a great variety. So I think what is required for these guys is, I would spell out in single sentences, 3 A's: awareness, aptitude, and the avenues. So it's a lack of awareness of what all is available. Many of them are not even aware, in spite of the fact that everything is available on this small gadget. But many of them don't even bother to see that, or they are not aware that it is to be seen. So that is, I think, very important for friends like you who are conducting this program, because there's a set of people who know that they don't know, and therefore they try to look for it from where they would find it. But there are also other set who don't know that they don't know. So very often the problem is there. So many of them don't know that they don't know, and unfortunately the parents also come from a different kind of a background. They also don't know that they don't know, and that percolates down. So before I say what all is there to offer, I think this and the kind of ecosystem that has developed in this country over the last 10 years under the present government has also unleashed several of the avenues which were tied down for a variety of reasons. Like, for example, it's a beautiful ecosystem between the science, technology, as you mentioned, also the education system. I think one of the best things that has happened as far as the education system is NEP 2020, because earlier on you became a prisoner of the subjects that somebody else chose for you for class 12. That's why I said, are you having class 12 children? So your parents asked you to choose medical subjects because they wanted you to be a doctor. Not that they also come with that same hypocrites oath of or ideology of serving the humanity, serving the ailing, because they thought you would make good money. You'll have 2-3 big cars, 2-3 big bungalows. You will be a good practitioner, like any good father would think about his progeny. So that was a limited person. But somehow, if you didn't make it to a medical school, then what? Then your parents' design is also haywire. He never wanted, or she never wanted you to be a medical researcher or a medical scholar. All that he wanted you to be a commercial practitioner. And you too also didn't have your mind in that. You didn't have the aptitude to this. So what did you do then? You had no other option but to do graduation, which of course you had to do. You had to carry on with the process that you initiated. And you again were bound to do it in the same process, in the same subjects. Then after having done that, what would you do? You'll try your luck in civil services. If you made it, good. Otherwise, then start looking for something else, and meanwhile take up a post-graduation course. And again, you have to do that only in bio, botany, zoology, those 3-4 subjects. Then after MSc, what do? You look for a job. UGC pays you quite well these days in universities. If you get good and well and good. If you don't, then what do? Do you do a PhD? This all happening by default. And then to make some money, you become a scientist. So it's all tough stuff. Now you can juggle your subjects. Suppose you don't end up becoming a doctor as your parents or you had planned. You can give it up. You can abandon it. Look here, I had taken a medical subject with the sole aim. I'm not cheating myself. I'm not telling a lie to myself. I never wanted to be a very dedicated medical researcher. I never had much of the sense of serving the humanity as, lofty ideals are proclaimed. I just wanted to be a good practitioner and make good fortune. Now I've not done that. So I'm shifting over. I'm shifting over to biotechnology. I'm shifting over to literature. And there in, this whole ecosystem, and as far as science technology is concerned, I think we are now ahead of several other nations in more ways than one. Whether it's and one of the good things that has happened is that we have also now started following the global strategies, started living up to the global benchmarks. Like, for example, now we have opened up the space sector to the private enterprise. So much so, even the nuclear sector this year. And that has given a tremendous boost to our startup movement, also to the aspirational level among the youth. So I think this is one of the best times happening for the youth. It's now up to them how best they avail of it. So somebody asked me the other day in the podcast, any wish? I said, well, I wish I was born in this time and age, but that you can't choose. So you have to be aware of the fact that you were born in this age not by your own doing. You didn't choose to be here. Neither your parents. It just happened incidentally or accidentally. You are children of this age when India is moving towards the 100-year, and it's one of the best times happening. The world looks up to you. So I think there's not much to listen from you, and we'll move on as they wish us to.
One of the fears, that some of these youngsters have been, since you mentioned about startups, is about the risk factor, right? Because not all startups become unicorns, not them become big businesses. So how does the government plan to address this risk factor? Do you get the private to invest or the government to invest? How do you plan to tackle
No, I think the best answer to that would be actually to rephrase the question itself. How best to address that, not how best the government plans to address that. So I think having spent almost 2 centuries with a feudal mindset as a colonial citizens that has gone so deep into ourselves that we always keep looking up to government for something. But if you actually want to be progressive, you want to actually look for the global heights, you have to change that mindset. You don't have to depend on government. In fact, in most of the tasks in my constituency, I don't look at the government. So that's the one reason why we have now the government also has, and thanks to Prime Minister Modi, because he's quite open to that. Once you are able to convince him about some kind of an idea, so we are now. The government has also opened up to the private sector, and if you have to move on from where we are, it can't be possible unless you integrate the private sector in a big way. So as you said, how to overcome the risk, or maybe how, in other words, how to make a startup sustainable startup. Because I agree with you, it is easy to start a startup, it's difficult to sustain a startup. And for that, you need to have industry linkage right from the beginning. You can even allow the industry to do a mapping and decide for yourself, determine for yourself, tell the government, look, these are the kind of projects we are looking for, because these are the takers now available. And let the government also have the openness to engage in that way. And once the industry is hooked on right from the beginning, then they will also own up that startup, also make sure that the venture is sustained. And that, as you said, would also, to a great extent, ensure a long-term source of livelihood, a long-term source of good fortune. Otherwise, being children of the same society, he finds somebody else doing very well. He said, hell with this startup, I'll better do what he's doing. So I think this, you can't isolate it from. So The age of working in silos is over. You can't, look at a startup apart from the rest of the society, because it's after all a component of that.
There's two follow-up questions to that. Since you mentioned about private, do you see private players other than the big ones coming more approachable towards startups? Do you see that mindset change? And a follow-up question to that would be: are these private players concentrating on certain sectors of startups? And if they are, what would those be?
I agree with you. See, there are two parts of it. First of all, the startup, the industry, or the private sector will go by the profit making. However fanciful maybe the phrases used, at the end of the day, what he wants is how much money will come out of that. So that's why I said right from the beginning, you make industry or make private sector a partner, a financial partner, not a knowledge partner. A knowledge partner is a very glamorous concept in the West. You have knowledge partners who give you knowledge inputs about Chandrayaan, teach you everything about COVID. When the COVID sets in, every TV anchor also becomes a doctor. So leave aside that. Here, what matters is money. If you make the businessman spend even 10 rupees, he or she would make sure that I get my penny back. So that is one important, because we have to have basic grassroots clarity instead of talking lofty ideals. So that's one way. The other way is sectors. Yes, you're right. I would rather say, at the risk of sounding a little unorthodox, public sector has suddenly opened up in this last 1 decade. I mean, nothing could be best example than the opening of the nuclear sector, which nobody wanted. Even the stakeholders were very skeptical whether we should open up or not because of the reasons of confidentiality, secrecy, etc. But the private sector has to evolve to that level. And for that, I don't even grudge private sector, because private sector never thought that suddenly under Prime Minister Modi, there'll be a turnover like this. So they thought these are some of the sectors, like, for example, space sector, we have nothing to do with that. For example, nuclear sector, we have nothing to do with that. So they did not equip themselves, they did not indulge in capacity building to actually engage themselves in those kind of ventures. Now, certainly, when the nuclear sector opens up, obviously, as you rightly mentioned, we need to have some big industry houses to engage in the building of nuclear plants. Where do we get that from India? Similarly, for say, as we move on, we, of course, in just 3-4 years, we have picked up in our startup movement. As far as space, we were just 1 digit. Now we are more than 300. Space economy is gone. But if we tomorrow look for a new launching station, we have one in the government sector, Sriharikota. We are now also, construction work has started in Tuticorin district in Tamil Nadu. But where is the private sector who would be ready to do so? And that is why I think now the private sector also has to rise to the occasion. So, to add to what you are saying, the private sector possibly was not prepared for this, but I'm sure this will happen in course of time, because now we are moving in the same, pattern or the same strategy as is the rest of the world.
Right. Another thing which the rest of the world, at least the West, something you're very interested in, and it's something which is a very important point during elections, which is environment. Right. Today in India, I think the most important thing are freebies, not environment and other things. So as an environment thing, and so we spoke about, the different things of environment being a major concern for people world over. And I think that was a big thing of discussion during the G20 meet about how, about the future of planet Earth. What's your vision for India, and how are we going to address it? Because if you look at it today, I think there are some states which have made certain headway, whereas the other states have not even heard of the climate change.
No, I agree with you. Of course, for the first time in the last few years, India has started addressing herself to these issues. Till about a decade back or so, the world thought that some of these issues like climate concerns, environment, global warming, all these were alien to the Indian thought and Indian mind. We were not even capable of thinking all that. Now it's no longer so. As you said, the G20, this is a theme. In the COP meeting, it was Prime Minister Modi who laid down the target of net zero by 2070. So we are now involved in all these movements. But then again, the difference, if you find, between what is happening over here and some other places is because, again, we are leaving everything to the government. We think the government will clear there. And what about us? It has to be a citizens' movement. I think it was very disheartening. Only 2 days back, you came across a news item at a place no less than Katra Vaishno Devi, the holy shrine. You seized 800 kg of fake cheese. So you are spoiling the environment, you are spoiling the human health, you are spoiling the ethos, and that too while sitting at a holy shrine. So unless the citizen change, that integrity cannot be taken care of by technology, nor can government rectify that. So unless each and every citizen gets involved and takes it upon himself, when you are feeding this 800 kg cheese to a buyer, you think I'll make profit for my children. You don't realize tomorrow your children also may be buying the same stuff from some other shop. And upon that, just this morning, I came across a news. I was little this, I tried to do follow because I have that kind of a curiosity to get into the things. I then found that there were some 3,000 rasagullas, also fake, discovered. I said, oh, Indians are great inventors. So the point is, some of these concerns, these are concerns of the humanity. So they have to be taken like that. Some of the Western countries have done that. As you rightly mentioned, some of the states, some of the territories where the level of awareness, awakening, and also the level of internal evaluation of the self is more. I mean, what I'm doing is not doing for someone else. Maybe I'm doing it for my own kith and kin, because they are also part of the same environment. They are also impactful of the same environment. So if you have that kind of an approach, which I'm sure it will happen because we are a young country, just 70, 75 years of democracy. We are just evolving. तो कहते हैं 3 पीढ़ियां लगती हैं संस्कार बदलने में. So it will happen in course of time. But I think what is important is to make it a people's movement.
Yeah, I totally agree. It has to be a people's movement, but I think the policies have to come from the government.
Yes, yes. But that the government is already open to this, of course.
Right. So talking about that, about environment and blue economy and things like that, I just want to ask you if the citizens can play a role. Can they make a living out of doing certain? Are there jobs there which in future they can get into, which will protect our coastline, our environment, and also sustain them?
Yeah, certainly, of course, blue economy, as you mentioned, is going to be a very important component of India's future economic growth. Because when all the other sectors are saturated, where is this value addition going to come from when we move on to rank 4 to rank 1? So certainly it will come from the sectors which were neither fully explored or maybe explored but underexplored. And we never even realized India has a coastal line which is as long as 11,000 kilometers. We have 11,000 kilometer coastal line, which is longer than any other country of the world. We are the only country, it's known as Indian. We have an ocean called Indian Ocean. I was telling some of the guys from Australia last year, I said, you have a continent called Australia, you have an island called Australia, you have a country called Australia. We don't have an ocean called Australian Ocean. Because my forefathers realized the kind of wealth that lies hidden. So once we are now into this, we have a very ambitious deep ocean mission. There's a whole lot of minerals, mines, fisheries, bioresources hidden, which would go add a huge quantum to our economy. And this is also now that is also we are now open. The government, since is open to the private sector, is going to be a new avenue of livelihood, as well as you rightly mentioned, is going to be, and now that too a lucrative livelihood, whether it's the fisheries, the minerals, the mining, whatever.
Another question which I'm going to ask, and then I'm just going to open it up to the students and the gentlemen and ladies sitting in the front. Everywhere. I'll just ask one question. I think, you know what, I'll just give it to the students, and I think that they are
keen,
waiting
so
for.
let's...
Please go ahead with the students. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Adonai from Christ University this side. My question is on India's role in global scientific exploration and other facets like space exploration. And the second leg of my question is on the basis that Mr. Riyad had already mentioned that opportunities for us. And since most of the audience that is here is currently students who are at a very impressionable age, so any opportunities where we could as students or we could as young people contribute towards space exploration and other facets that the nation is looking forward to.
What was the first part of your question?
First part of the question was, how is India contributing to global scientific collaborations like space exploration and climate technology?
How? No, keep your mic closed. Okay, how India is helping?
How
No,
India
of
is
course, we are now open to collaborations domestically, internationally, and one of the major examples of this is going to happen just about 2 hours from now, the launching of Nisar, which is, I think, one of the biggest international collaborations happening between India's ISRO and the US NASA, and both have contributed both financially as well as technically. This is going to be a game changer as far as our uh, not only disaster management, disaster forecast is concerned, also managing our volcanoes, floods, cyclones, etc. Even your aviation sector penetrating through the fogs, through the clouds. So the collaboration is in abundance. And now, but the difference now is that India is not looking for collaborations. The others are looking at us. So India is no longer a seeker. She's being sought after. She's being chased. And India is no longer a follower. She's being followed.
rightly, sir.
Like Shubhanshu's expedition. I say it was from American side. They wanted us to send one of us astronauts to accompany them.
Rightly,
So
sir.
that's one. And now, as far as the opportunities are concerned, I told you opportunities are in abundance for the youth. I think compared to any other country in the world, youth living in India today has a wider choice. The other day, I had a group of young boys like you. Since I'm a medical professional basis, somebody referred to me. They wanted my advice in what sector, what disease they should uh, take up a project. I said, you name the disease, I'll give you one. From one range of communicable disease to the other range of non-communicable, India has everything, which is not so in some of the Western countries. So, what is more important even than that is that you have to internalize. You have to ask yourself, you have to realize yourself, you have to work on yourself. A, what is your aptitude? B, what are you meant for? What is your capacity? Sometimes there is a tendency to overestimate, sometimes there's a tendency to underestimate. Like, for example, when a young, handsome boy like you goes to Mumbai, his parents or his friends tell him that you are going to be a hero. And therefore you go there. There you realize, oh, this is not my cup of tea. Could be a script writer. And some of them end up looking after the canteen in one of the studios. So, first of all, one has to realize what am I actually meant for? What is my aptitude? What is my capacity? To what extent? What I can do the best? And then focus on that. And if you actually are able to, or if you are successful in accomplishing this part, then the opportunities are in plenty. Then you have that focus, that genoon, that passion.
Rightly, sir. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, sir. So, my question is, I feel that the fundamental ideas of the government doesn't reach the youth, which is separating the views of the youth about country's future to that of the government views. Why the decision makers can reach to a point of intersection where the both of the voices of the youths are heard, and we can find a solution confines to which confines to the views of the youth. Because as per also the NEP, there is lots of freedom given to the youth, but still there are conflicts, there are conflicting thoughts that the voices of the youths are not heard. Many times these type of questions are raised. So, sir, can you elaborate on that? And can you, and with all due respect to the elders and all the vice chancellors and all the so you as well, I want to know that is there a way out of that?
Now, I hope your vice chancellors are listening to you. But having said that, I think there's been not a single era where youth voice has gone unnoticed because there's such a force in that. And now, given the times of social media, and so you find youth even sometimes, uh, raising sort of the issues which might not have existed or only half existed. So there's outlets in abundance today. It's not the case. And as far as being responsive is concerned, I think the society also is now much, much more responsive. Even the parents, even the teachers at different levels. It can't be otherwise. But what is important for us is, and now the other part is you said that how the outreach and the government programs and the schemes don't reach you. The reason is that the times are changing very fast, but the mind is not changing. We are still looking for an advertisement in a newspaper or employment, everything over here, everything. Every bit of information, whether it's a government scheme or a private sector scheme, is available over here. Now, first of all, I have to teach myself how best to make use of this gadget. I love sitting with these youngsters, who are toppers in IIT, JEE, in civil service, because that's how you learn. Otherwise, if you sit with your age mates, then they start counting years. So it's no point. So a few years back, I came across a small girl. She was just class 12. She had cracked an IIT exam. I mean, she'd gone through IIT, JEE, and she belonged to a terror-affected remote district in Kashmir Valley, Sopur. So I asked her, I said, you've done an amazing feat because you were living at a place where there was no facility for coaching, not much of freedom to move around, not much of mentorship, and still you have made it. And you know what she did? Small little girl speaking beautiful English. She picked up this from her pocket and said, "Sir, 14 hours, 8 months, IIT crack." She gives me the formula. 14 hours, 8 months. I said, I wish somebody had told me when I was at your age. So the point is that if you are clear about yourself, your focus, everything. If I make up my mind, that at the first thing, as I said, if I'm sure about what I want to do or what I'm meant for, what I'm capable of, then I'll also start looking for it. The eye see what the mind knows. Then I'll start looking for it. When I start looking for it, I'll go over to Google. I'll find out where it's available. Everything is there. In some of the states where civil services are crazed, like for example Bihar, now it's become almost an SOP. You have groups of boys who have their evening meal at home, and since many of them don't come from well-to-do families, and then they take their iPad or a mobile set to a railway station where the Wi-Fi is available, and then they spend 3-4 hours preparing for it. So I think this is the information flow and explosion is so much that it sometimes becomes a challenge. What information just to keep away instead of getting distracted.
Sir, my name is Salma Ilyas from Christ Deemed to be University, NCR. My question relates to the first part of your talk about startups and young minds. My question is, sir, what are the platforms that student innovators have where they can take their budding ideas forward, be it in the field of clean energy, quantum computing, or biotechnology? And can schools and colleges become incubation hubs?
No, certainly to that extent, I agree with you. It has to start from the schools and the colleges because that is the right time. And all these sectors that you have mentioned have their own set of opportunities, but of course, the trends keep changing.
So, are there any specific platforms that we can move towards?
Yeah. Currently, the most sought after sectors are, of course, biotechnology, which has suddenly come up in the last 3-4, particularly after this vaccine success and other things. Space is another. Now, as far as the platforms are concerned, again, if you spend just half an hour after this program, you will find out all the programs over here. Just tell them, I want to be a biotech farmer. You will find a platform called BIRAC, which is Biotechnology Industry Research Application Council, which facilitates your link up with private sector, with the government sector. It's an interface. Similarly, if you say, I want to do a kind of a startup in space, what is the platform? Just feed in this. The reply would come in space. Again, an interface with everything there. There are platforms available actually from the government side. Similarly, also the incentivizing schemes. You tell them, I'm Salma, age what? 16?
Sir, 23.
Oh, I thought I would not displease you. Anyway, so if I say I'm Salma, I'm age 22. What are the incentivizing schemes for me in the government sector? Put this, it'll say WUSA 1, WUSA 2. You have especially woman-centric incentives available for class 12 level, for graduation level, for post, everything available. That's why sometimes I get restless when I find a youngster not making the optimal use of it. In fact, one of my followers, I once scolded him. I said, "Tu sara din wo badalta hai kya? DP." and I'm not sure for जिसके लिए बदलता है वो भी देखते कि नहीं. So do something better for you. So I think everything is available, and it's good that this curiosity urge has occurred to you, and this will take you to places.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to elaborate the question. Like nowadays, you say that internet is a good platform, but it depends on the luck. If the thing we post gets वो फेमस होती है या नहीं, so is there any chance that we link the schools and some scientific research centers like ISRO, so that our decisions or our point directly reach the institution and that can be implemented?
That is, of course, that's good. But I think more important is to link them in the manner that the students get an exposure of what is happening. And we've already started it. There was a time whenever this launch happened at Sri Harikota, there was just a team of 10, 20 people sitting there. Now, for any launch, even today, we would have 15, 20,000 spectators, most of them students, drawn from right north Leh up to Trivandrum. So there's a lot much of course, linking these institutions does give you an awareness about what is happening around, and sometimes that realizes, because the aptitude is also an evolving phenomena. That's why I said NEP 2020 is useful, because maybe after class 12 you realize, no, I was not meant for this, I was not for this, and this gives you an option to change. So as you expose yourself, you also realize your aptitudes. We are linking up, and of course formally also linking up, in the sense that now we have some dedicated schemes like National Research Foundation, etc., which are directly linking the science, the exclusive science institutes with the universities, the colleges. We also started a kind of a mentorship program in colleges, enabling some of the teachers to become mentors of a group of students, trying to understand the students' inherent leanings, and as well as capacities, and trying to build them up. We named them as star colleges. So I get your point, and I think there's a merit in that. But we have started moving in that direction. And but what I'm at the same time also saying, that the kind of facility that is available to you, which was not available to my generation, is also not being put optimally to use. Like, for example, if I had to do a thesis, my guide would say, look here, this reference is available in so and so book. And this actually happened to me. Go and find it out in the British Council Library. So once I would go to the British Council Library over here, they would say, yes, we have this book, but the Consulate General Office in Calcutta has borrowed it for 3 months, and I have no option. So what you are saying has a merit, but at the same time, there are also other options available now.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Vaishnavi. What is the best thing you have learned after leaving the school and you believe that our generation student should know about it for contributing to the country and for being a more developed country?
I think the best thing I've learned is to be a learner. Honestly so. So even now when I come here also with the urge, what drives me, as he said, it's hard for us, because I thought I would go back wiser than before, learning something from you, getting some new ideas from you. I get rather disappointed when I'm not able to learn. So just be a good learner. At the end of the day, after a couple of years, your degrees just become your basic science, basic knowledge. And particularly in today's age and times, when the technology is not only evolving, it's evolving at a very fast pace. What is relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow. Like when you were not born, about 30 years back, what was the in thing was a VCR video. So I was telling the other day, that was the favorite item in a dowry package. Now you try handing over to someone, he'll throw it out of the first window. So just be a good learner. Each day make it a point. At the end of the day, you have to add to your learning treasure.
So thank you. Just one last question. I think.
Jain sir. Excuse me. Jain sir. Jain sir, am I audible? Sir, am I audible? Sir, my question to you is, as India is taking forward large steps in the field of AI and technology, and at the same point, if we talk about, they are self-destructive machines, and they have got a lot of self-serving biases. Like, for example, if we talk about aerospace, we have got biases of remote sensing. If we talk about AI development, we have got a bias of surveillance data. And if we talk about biotechnology, genetic transdence. So, sir, what country is doing in order to deal with all those biases?
far as artificial intelligence is concerned, we already have at the government level a dedicated mission, AI mission. But you see, what is happening is that anything new comes to India, we become mesmerized. वो हमारे आप बस इसमें से जो निकलता है निकालो. So that's what. So at today's time, this sounds very romantic. I would say no, this is AI driven. So suddenly the rating goes up. But at the end of the day, we'll have to evolve a hybrid model, which is an optimum combination of AI and HI. HI mean human intelligence. Otherwise, your intelligence will get hijacked. And we have actually practiced that because I was associated with the process of developing a technology driven, AI driven grievance system. Because earlier on, what was happening that the grievance redressal mechanism was very poor in this country, particularly in the government sector. So we developed a CP grants model, which is totally AI driven. You file your complaint, in 5 days' time, you get the response. 98% disposal every week. So it proved to be very successful. The last year, about a year and a half back, I told the secretary, I said, the disposal rate is 100%, but everybody is going back with a long face. So he said, what is that? I said in English, I sat with those boys and girls. I said, पहला जवाब यही होगा, साहब कुछ नहीं, हमने सारा दुनिया देखी है, हर जगह यही है, हर जगह चोरी है, हर जगह ये है, सारा. So just listen, let the person get exhausted. फिर कहा, अच्छा भाई साहब 2 मिनट बात करें. अब ऐसा है कि देखिए ऐसा है, ये तो ऐसा नियम है, इसमें ऐसा होता है, आप ऐसा करिए, ये ऐसा विकल्प है. So gradually, it will be kind of a counseling also. The other person, because the redressal of the grievance doesn't mean redressal of the or addressing of the aspiration. So I think finally we'll have to evolve a hybrid model, and we'll gradually learn in whichever project we are engaged in.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the minister has to go. We can on the way out we can ask. I think on behalf of the students, I think you couldn't have been more fortunate to have a one-on-one with the minister on behalf of the students and everybody here. And we at the week, we thank you so much, sir, for taking time out.
Thank you, sir, for taking the time out to be with us here today. I request Mr. Riyad Matthew.
I can kindly request you all to be seated. We'll begin our next session very shortly.
No students are there. No, no student is there. That is extremely
I will just get there. I'm not sure whether they left or whether they are present. You just let me know. I'll just get
Okay. Good afternoon to all. It is my pleasure to be here to present some of the things which is new area. Generally, you find a lot of areas in technology, arts and science, medicine, earth science, all and social science in the morning. From the first speaker to the latest minister, they have taken it into many areas, how we will grow and what are the causes. I am here on something which is very special. Today's scenario, we have to safeguard our nation as well as the transport. The mobility is most important and also the supply chain. For that, what are the area we are looking for is three modes of transportation, but I will be taking up the aviation field. I am from Hindustan. Just I will talk brief about our Hindustan group of institutions, because now we are talking about the privatization in the space science and other things. Our founder started very long back. Dr. K.C.G. Varghese has started the private airlines 35 years back. And also engineering colleges, which was not there. Today also they were taking up, our chairman IS also told in Kerala we had only 5 engineering colleges to change the shortcomings of the new technology arena. He has started everything in the very early stage. That is the changes. Some leader has to make, some thinker has to come up. This is mainly for the student. They have to come out with new ideas, so that will be implemented, if not immediately, very shortly, the government will listen to them. This is our chairman of Hindustan Group of Institutions, Dr. Anand Jacob Varghese. Now he is taking care of the multiple areas. In terms of aviation, we are all the biggest aviation ecosystems in India, offering multiple programs with the maximum number of students crossing more than 2,000 only in the aviation field. This is our group of institutions. We have a university, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, KCC College of Technology, HIIT mainly for AME programs, then Orient Flying School, then I have a Arts and Science College for management and other courses. We also have the fundamental education for schools. The programs offered, this is a major, why I am telling this is the biggest aviation ecosystem I am talking about. We have multiple areas: engineering, pilot training, management, science and allied courses, certification courses. We have a category program in AME license for airplanes, aviation, helicopter, everything. Then we have a BTech aeronautical and aerospace engineering. We have a MTech defense technology, which is a mandatory need for of the hour. Then we have a MTech in other areas of aircraft maintenance, avionics and other courses. We too have a pilot training courses. In the management, we have airline and airport management, because as the captain of the army told, it is not only the soldiers who is fighting for it. If the aeroplane has to fly, we need a lot of supply chain, airport facilities, airlines requirements. So many things are required. So to support these multiple programs need to be offered to the pilots as well as the engineers to support them. That is the area we need the management and other supporting staff to train them on that. Also we have a BSc AME, avionics and aviation courses, which is drone technology and eVTOL. Today the normal aviation technology, the big airplanes and helicopters going to be changed. There is going to be a drone technology. Recently we could see that more than 20,000 crore has been invested to buy only for defense drones of 200. It is more than the airplane, they are able to buy it. Similarly, the satellite, what they were telling today also, they are going to launch the satellite. But there are some micro satellites. You will be able to find the micro satellite doing all our jobs along with AI in the future. That will be doing it. Then you can do the certification courses like cabin crew training and other programs. We also train the corporate training of the engineers. We have trained HL engineers, more than 800 HL engineers we have trained. We can also have the satellite technology programs, which is a mandatory need today because all technology is related. Even if you want to use AI, you need some of the satellite the higher level so that it can integrate, or you have to need the cable. If uncabled operation you need, it is better to use the satellite technology or the space technology to do it. Then these are the on-job training. Anything you do, it is by practice. Whatever you need to do until unless you practice, that's what our minister also told. How she has cracked that IIT JEE is 14 hours and 8 days. Similarly, everyone has to work on that implementation. Thinking you can imagine and do a lot, but the application you have to work. So on-job training is a mandatory program for every aspirants who wanted to achieve. This is a simulation. Now you need not to spend on a disruptive technology. You can use a simulator before testing it. Earlier we used to make it and test it. A lot of money was involved. So now you can use the simulation so that even the pilot is authorized. 20% of the pilot training is authorized by the government. They can do the simulation and they can do the training. Types of aircrafts available. Multiple aircrafts are available to use in different technologies. We have the research laboratories from the government fundings, radar labs, then fatigue testing mission. I told you different tests. One is you can do a non-destructive testing, other one is a destructive testing. For destructive testing, any material of the airplane need to undergo the destructive testing after the prototype. So you need to put in the test and make sure that it is coming out for the product. Like somebody is told in the morning that lot of patent. I think our ISO chairman Somnath told, you are getting the patent, but you publish in the paper. If it is not coming as a prototype, no use of doing it. Now also related to that, I'll put you another one. Airbus is planning to come out with a production or manufacturing unit in India very shortly. Boeing is already started. So we need a lot of manufacturing engineers and tested engineers to do it along with supply chain. That is very important. And also, that I'll talk to you later again, from the supersonic we are moving to hypersonic technology. That is another need. Today wars and the transport is going to be not in the subsonic, not in the supersonic, it will be hypersonic level. That we need to work on it. Then with the exchange program, we need to allow our students to travel to abroad, and also we take the students from other countries so that you have a cultural as well as the technology changes happening, that we need to take care for all the institutional and also organizations. Not only this, we have to come out with government, institute and industry. Most of the developed countries, we can see that the institute, industry and government are collaborating. If you see, industry is adjacent to industry, but here the gap need to be filled between the institute and the industry. Just I talk about the aerospace and aviation. All new technologies come from this. Is morning also our defense officer has told, whatever the technology is needed, he will be taking on the technology and it is transferred to domestics. So we have to take care of the new technology, whatever is available, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and incorporate in all the areas. This is the technology which is going to come up. Then you have to sustain. Growing is very fast and it is possible. And if you want to sustain, you have to maintain the standard and make sure that the new technology is included, like SF, fuel technology, drone technology, miniature satellite, all these things. Then space exploration, today also they are doing it. That is the area we have to introduce and take it higher and do it. Aerospace and aviation, if you take it safety standard, that is not only in India, all over the world, these are another things. To prevent the incident accident, standard must be maintained in such a way that they take care of the standards and follow the regulations. The technology innovations. Without technology innovations in the aerospace and defense, other things you need to take. Only in IT area and computer science we could able to progress, but most of the technologies moved from the defense and aerospace to the commercial areas and do that. Then global connectivity, it is a mandatory thing for everyone. So that is happening. If you see that 20 years before what we had a global connectivity, now it is increased. All the technologies available in the world is available with us. Similarly, our technology is transferred to other countries. Today also one technology transfer is happening and we are working on the launch of satellite. Impact of COVID in aviation has put us in problems. Okay, a significant reduction in air travel, that is then financially lot of loss has happened, increased health security and tourism. These are the area we have suffered, but it is recovering is happening very fast and hope by 2034 we will be able to achieve one of the best things and multifold. If we see that the growth, what we are expecting in the aviation and space technology, it is not one-fold or told, it is a five-fold. It is a 500% to 1000% increase we are expecting in few areas. Current trends in aerospace technology, if you talk about, it is sustainability, automation, urban air mobility. So from here, if you want to go to your next hotel, you can use that drone technology to move around. And the digitalization, what they were talking about from the morning, our former UGC chairman also talked about, that is very, very important to incorporate in all that. Even in education, we will be there. I don't know how many teachers will be there. More than 50% of the teachers, especially the account and other areas, we have to take the technology ahead, otherwise we will be facing similar things will be there in the aerospace technology also. Already Singapore has announced there will be a 30% job name changes in the next 5 years. So whatever the job name is today has been given, that will not be there after 2030. 5 years, you are going to change the job orientations. Then defense spending, lot of wars, we don't know, unexpected wars are coming up. Not only to go for a war, to protect ourselves, we have to spend more so that we are economically strong and we are respected all over the world. The biggest another thing is how one of the countries today is holding the supply chain management. I can tell you the names also. China is holding the supply chain management of the world today. If China is unable to give the supply to the world, they are going to face a big problem is going to happen. Each country, including India, America, all over the countries today depending upon the supply chain of the China. Until these technologies improved, we will not be able to proceed. So this area, need not to be an engineer or pilot to do that, but this area, the commercial, economics, the managers, they have to take care and make sure that this is happening at the best level. Then sustainability, if you take that, you have to take that, you have to assess what you are going to do in the old market, you have to see that, and the future you have to imagine and also innovate. New technologies, innovative technologies. Don't try to do the re-engineering, try to come out with the new solutions, that will be yours. So that will be more important to work on it. The implementation, whatever you are imagining, you have to implement, monitor, optimize and engage. This will be very, very important for any sustainability. See some of the things some companies started, like Tata, what you are saying, 100 years old. Many companies started along with Tata, they are unable to sustain. But they are able to sustain because they adopted all, they assessed, innovated, implemented, monitored, optimized, and engaged the things what is required today. So you have to work on that sustainability in the aerospace, you have to take care of it. The innovation, I already told what is going to take, but some of the technical things, I like to bring it again. Electrical engines, some of the things that also they say electric engines also going to be changed, it may not be there, but hydrogen that is going to come out with more on this area. So the technologies will be keep on changing year by year, we have to take care of it. Then autonomous drones. Today the world is beyond the autonomous drone. Not only drones, anything autonomous is more important. Everything. Today, already you can see that mobility cars are started going autonomously. Similarly, every object will be there. Tomorrow, postal department started delivering by drones and autonomous. So everything will happen using the autonomous drones. And also to protect our country, we need to go with autonomous drones. The additive manufacturing, multiple manufacturing technologies come. The commercial or common traditional manufacturing unit is going to be obsolete after few years. That will be very limited applications. Specialized application will be there. You have to go with additive manufacturing, multiple components. Even though today initial cost is high, you can take it up and it is further going up. In that area, you can innovate and you can invest on it. Then advanced material. This is another important thing. Today we have to see that the materials are very important. One example I'll tell you, one of the students I took to foreign countries for a competition, one of the professor from other country, he has told, talk to the student told something, a rubber metal. Somebody is told, what is that rubber? Rubber, how can the rubber be metal? He told, sir, this is rubber metal, new technology is coming up. The professor took him instantly that you join with me, with full funding he has taken it. Like that, yesterday also, they are telling the aeroplanes or the drones are traveling, how to protect that. Unimaginable. The material you have to create or you have to make that the material which is invisible material. Innovative technology, when it comes, you have to go with advanced materials. Then another one is the space tourism. Everybody will be traveling to the space after time sometimes, or we may be living in the space also. When the ground is full of human beings or many other things, we will find the place in the space to live, and a lot of things which is available for the human living is available in the space that we can able to explore by the space tourism. Regulatory framework, you know that is the standard one. That is also need to be modified with the safety standards. Data security. Everybody is stealing the data nowadays. That is very, very important. So you have to concentrate on data security, whether it is a personal or your office or commercial or the government or the nation. You have to take care of it. The certification process has to be changed. Today, a lot of certification process is there in the only one areas. Then you have to take care of that area. The policy decision has to change in aircraft and aerospace for a streamlining so that we can go faster and we can grow. That is the one area we have struck regulatory authorities. Some area it is freely opened and privatization happening, but this area still a lot of regulations is there that will take time. Then environmental regulations, that is also important. One side we have to see that we are not damaging the environment or whatever the case, but also we have to see that adoption, technology adoption, you can do it and change the environment. Safety and security measures, general it is, you have to inspect cyber security, then training, crew training. As an educator who is here, our job is to train the crew members in all the areas and make sure that I saw one of the professor from recent college, he is not only doing the general education, he is also an auditor for the airplanes. So like that, not only in this area, the professors and the student to get involved in such a way that they also give the industry entrepreneurs and also contributed to the industry. That we have to make sure that we are achieving it. Now, most of the developed countries, you can say that many professors own their own companies. Then passenger screening, that all automated, they have done it maximum, but we have to see that the security standard is maintained. Data sharing, that is very important. Emergency response plans, that also is very important. Sometimes we are able to do, sometimes we are not able to do emergency plans. That technology also can be developed in the better way, executive response instantly to the requirement. Some of the data, as our ISRO chairman and also the MP and the minister has told, in Indian scenario, the money is more important than the knowledge partnership. So that is how much the money involvement is expected in the aviation growth. I tried to put it, see that around 7 billion US dollar is expected to be in 5 years, and number of airplanes is required around 50,000 flights is expected. So it is a huge number for India, and also the fast growing area is our Asian countries, and maximum contributor is our Indian. Delivery type this I took from the Boeing because they have analyzed this area. The single SL airplanes is going to contribute a lot. If you see that South Asia is going to have the maximum number of growth comparing to the world, so around 7 to 8% growth is expected. That is highest growth comparing to around 3 to 4% in the world. So automatically the growth in this area in the aviation sector is very, very high. So can easily invest in the area, and also government is interested to put in few areas. You can see that 3 areas. I don't want to go into other areas, but aviation, drone technology and the satellite technology is one of the area you can invest and see that the growth is very high. Air cargo traffic also you can see that I put that South Asian and Asia, it is 6.9%. World cargo growth is expected is 3.7%, and almost ours is double. So the potential for the growth is very, very high in India. We can take and proceed further, not only in the market of passenger, in the shifting. That's what this will be useful for the supply chain. Once we are able to achieve this, then we can able to do whatever things. Today we are here. If lunch is not provided or the material is not provided, we will be stuck somewhere. Similarly, some mic or some area, whatever, once we are able to do the supply chain for the faster rate, that will help the world to grow faster. That's what another things, again I put it, the global passenger growth is expected to 9 billion plus. So the number is very high. India growth, I told, 7 to 8%, slightly 1 or 2% variation will be there. And cargo growth and urban mobility. Some UAE countries and other areas, they already started with the urban mobility from one place to another place in the road that will be flying over you. You may be driving a car above that, they will be flying it, or you can use a car itself as air mobility and fly and land. That is the area it is looking for. That is 100% growth is expected in the next few 5 or 10 years. The South Asian market, I told you, we are going to grow economically around 4% only all over India. But if you see the airline traffic and fleet growth is 7% increase. More than our economy, our airplane flight growth and growth, this one airplane capacity is going to increase. Everybody will be flying in the aeroplane after some times. Either the aeroplane or drone or a small satellite. We don't know. Tomorrow we may be flying by from the rocket. In the satellite will be there. You will be launched from here in one rocket. The satellite will be sitting, or you will be landing in Trivandrum. That is the possibilities are going to happen. This technology is going to come up. Civil aviation flight training market size, that is for an educator to take it up. Today from the $11.2 billion to $35 billion, almost 300% increase expected in next 8 or 9 years. This is the area where the educators can look into that and see the market growth is growing 3-fold or 4-fold in next 5 to 10 years. Digital transformation in the aerospace, you can have it. This already our previous speakers spoke on it. Assess the digital compatibilities, identify the key areas, integrate the advanced technology like AI and IoT. Along with AI, IoT, and also very important, train workforce, because everybody talking ChatGPT will do. I'll tell you one problem I faced with the ChatGPT. One of the birth date I asked, but it is giving the death date because the recent data available for it is death date. So that data we have to verify and carefully we have to use the ChatGPT. You cannot 100% take it. ChatGPT will give all the answers. That error we have to check and we have to monitor and do it. Continuous monitoring process optimize the process. That's correct only. Then role of AI and automation, what you are looking for it, what is there in the aviation sector only I put it. Predictive maintenance. Using the AI, we can find out what is the repair is expected, what is the problem is going to come out, that we can predict. Then autonomous flight. Today without pilot already some of the countries have tested the autonomous flight. So that is going to happen like your car and train. Now we are having the car and train autonomous. But flight also going to come out with autonomous flights. Then air traffic management. Other area of air traffic. Some of the language or the collision, the communication you are having the problem. But if you go autonomous, already we have done the autonomous in drone. This flight also, flight training also possible. You can go with air traffic management. Personalized customer experience, that will help you a lot. So we have already changing a lot. We are able to move in the airport with more comfortable than what we are doing in the 20 years or 30 years. This will change the world after some time. Safety enhancement, what you have to do? You have to improve training, you have to do it. Technology, you have to adapt. Communication, enhanced communication, real-time data sharing between the aircraft and the ground. That is very, very important. So if the aeroplane is flying, then the data to be transferred before it lands on the ground. The engineer is able to repair the airplane and ground downtime of the aeroplane is reduced. It is not only applicable to airplane, it may be reusable satellite, rockets, or the drones, anything you can use it. Then the emergency protocol, implement the indigenous drills and exercise emergency protocols and telescopes. I think that is mandatory for everyone, even who is attending the seminar also in case of fire, how you have to go about. Because we see that lot of people where there is a mass gathering is there. Okay. So we will be able to do it and make sure that you are getting that. Then runway safety is more important. Okay. Challenges in the aerospace sector, we can see that what is the advantage, we can see innovation, global connectivity and job creation. What is the problem you are going to face or it is existing is high cost that can be reduced provided if it is going at the faster growth and also availability. Then regulatory challenges, what we are expecting it. Environmental impact, these are the things which is going to happen. Even though it contributes only 1 to 2%, that also is more affected in areas. We have to take care of that issues also. Future air mobility solution, we have vision, mission and values we have to take care. Space exploration and commercialization we can think of. Increased funding you can do it. Reusable rockets. Some private agency already started. Mars mission, lunar versus space tourism I told you. Satellite innovations, intercontinental collaboration and regulatory framework. If you do it, you can do your best and achieve it. Drone and unmanned aircraft system, what I am telling is, it is going to rule that Indian or the world aviation ecosystem after few years. This hypersonic and the drone will be ruling this. The commercial airplane and all will be taking back seats after sometimes. Like eVTOL, like helicopter, what we are telling, eVTOL is going to use at the highest level. Okay. Funding and investment in aerospace, you can see that this is the area where we are looking for the government, corporates, private, research grants, startups, public fundings as well as joint ventures, crowdfunding also possible. These are the area where you can expect the funding and you can do that in aerospace. Strategic partnership, what we are looking for it. Okay. Cost sharing, joint ventures, collaboration in the research, supply chain, regulatory compliance, talent exchanges. Emerging air transportation model, what we are looking for is cargo drones, delivery, already started like Zomato and other things. Electric aircraft, space tourism, urban air, supersonic travel, I already told you. Supersonic and hypersonic travel also possible. Some of the manufacturers got the patent and they are keeping it. Then autonomous flights, what is discussed. best practices in the management, those who are in the management area, you have to look into the risks, innovations, safety, sustainability, compliance, collaboration, technology and training. So you have to see that if you are a manager or the CEO of the company, these are the things you have to take care and make sure that this area you are concentrating on it. That's all. Again, I put it, for everything you need a hands-on experience and make sure that at the end prototype is operated and tested. This all a hands-on demonstration what we are trying to give to the students in different areas. Thank you. If any questions, I am here to answer. Maybe 1 or 2 questions if they are authorizing it. Any questions? I am ready to give you the answers.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. May I now request Mr. J. Sudhir Abraham, Regional Head, Chennai, to please present Dr. Ashokan the memento. This brings us to our next panel discussion on skilling students for future. May I request the panelists to come on stage? Mr. Dileep Shenoy, former MD and CEO, National Skill Development Corporation. Mr. Arun Kumar, General Manager, Union Bank of India. Dr. Lata Suresh, Head of Knowledge Resource Center at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Professor Dr. Rajiv Ganguly, Dean Science, University of Engineering and Management, Calcutta, and engineer Onkar Bagaria, trustee and CEO Vivekanand Global University, Jaipur. The session will be moderated by Major Abraham, Senior Assistant News Editor, The Week.
Good evening and welcome to this panel on skilling students for the future. I'm delighted to welcome this esteemed panel of educators and policy influencers. Let me introduce my distinguished panelists. Dilip Shenoy is a former Managing Director and CEO of NSDC. Mr. Arun Kumar is General Manager of Union Bank of India. Dr. Lata Suresh is Head of Knowledge Resource Center at Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Professor Dr. Rajiv Ganguly is Dean Science, University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. Onkar Bagaria is Trustee and CEO, Vivekananda Global University, Jaipur. I would like to start with Mr. Shenoy. So, what is the biggest mismatch between current student learning and industry expectations?
Thank you, Major. It's a privilege to be with all of you this afternoon. I think let me just broaden and go to the topic, which was like speak of skilling students for the future. Right? We must actually understand that the future is not linear. It's fast changing, it's cross-disciplinary and deeply uncertain. Students entering the workforce today will likely change careers multiple times and will have to do multiple further learning courses while they're working and therefore must prepare them not just for employment but for constant reinvention. So two things are constant, right? When we sleep, and get up in the morning, knowledge has doubled. But unfortunately, in a 4-year engineering program, for example, the number of learning hours or teaching hours remain constant. Knowledge is doubling, time is remaining constant. So, we have to reinvent what we do. And let me take an example to your specific question now. And take engineering, and for the lack of anything else, let's take 2 surveys. The first survey is the India Skills Report, which is a CII plus AICTE report. So obviously AICTE will be a bit cautious. And the second one is the Graduate Skill Proficiency Mercer Metal Index, right? Now, the first report says that only 71.5% of the students are employable. The second says that only 42.6% of Indian graduates are broadly deemed to be employable with technical and non-technical skill gaps, pulling the average down, right? So what does it say? The growing evidence is that significant portion of the engineering curriculum is not aligned with actual skills that are required in today's job market. And therefore you have the 71% of graduates that are considered employable on paper. Deeper assessments like the Mercer Metal graduates also show that only 42% of graduates are actually job ready when tested on real world technical and non-technical skills. Now, if you go into high demand areas, and you had the previous presentation by Hindustan University, the employability is even lower at 50%. So, what is interesting is 32% of the curriculum that is taught in first or second year of engineering today becomes obsolete by the time we reach 4th year. And the gap becomes starker by the 4th year of graduation, right? And the first 2 years is never translated into hands-on skills ever. So, but from an academic point of view, from an education point of view, it is important to learn that. And the key takeaway is that if we want graduates who are ready from day one, we need a much tighter feedback loop between academia and industry so that the curriculum evolves with the speed of the market. To give an example, Apple and Stanford. If Apple develops a new application on their iPhone, they immediately share the data with Stanford, and Stanford creates a course to develop it. Now, it's not necessary that this has to be part of the engineering curriculum, for example. It has to be, could be an add-on course. For giving an Indian example, in the early days of fiber, right, all the telecom engineers were found to be unemployable because the telecom companies were looking for students who had experience with fiber, welding fiber, joining fiber, etc. And for an engineering student, they did not realize what welding or dealing with optical fiber meant. It meant like working out in the heat, in the sun, and actually laying the cable down. So that's a challenge, and therefore you added an add-on course, and suddenly everybody became employable. So, to actually answer your question, yes, there is a gap, but there are innovative ways of filling the gap. But going forward, universities and curriculum will have to choose what to teach. So therefore, in medicine, right, if you take nursing, there is collaboration between hospitals and nursing colleges, let's say in the US and Australia, is what do you leave out and what do you teach? Because you've only got X number of hours. And that's the way it is going to evolve in the future.
Lata ma'am, next question is to you. How can academia better align with corporate expectations?
First of all, good evening to all of you. And I'm really very grateful to the Week and Malayalam Manorama for inviting me. Suddenly I realized I am the only female in this panel since morning. Anyway, coming up to your question, that is how academia can collaborate with the industry, right? Actually, if you go through the yesteryears, you will realize most of the education is coming back to India. हमारा जो नॉलेज था वो यहाँ से गया वापस हमारे पास ही आ रहा है. Actually, this NEP 2020, it should have been much more before this 2020. We realized it very late. Since we were practicing this in the ancient year as well. Multidisciplinary, what is this multidisciplinary? We were teaching it in our Guru class, right? Each and every subject was being taught during the ancient period. Then actually after this Macaulay education, when it came into India, we started rot education, actually ratification wala education, that is rot education. So I'm sure this NEP 2020 is going to be a revolutionary one in terms of education. So as all the speakers have mentioned, industry requires skilled personnel, creativity, innovation, that is what is required. I was in a panel of one of the educational institute as an expert, subject expert. They received 28 plus applications and none found suitable. They all were qualified. They all were excellent in their academics, but when the practical aspect was asked, none of them could able to answer even a single question. So first is, after 10+2 itself, this R&D, that is research and innovation, should be inculcated in the school curriculum, because they should know what is research, how it is to be done, and what are the parameters to be followed as per the industry norms. Because that is what is lacking in most of the educational institutes. They don't know how to do the research, how to innovate, how to create. Actually, in the schools also, when students are asking any questions, what is happening is, we know how, but we do not know what and how to do that, right? So we need to know that. In the morning session, Professor Jagdish Kumar, he has said, Chintan, Manan, Sankirtan. That is what is required now again. So NEP 2020, I think it is going to be a landmark policy for the school education, for the students, and I hope this. Secondly, what I think about the industry is, we should have this, instead of knowledge partners, as Professor Kumar has mentioned in the morning, we should have the collaboration between the industry. The curriculum should be formed according to the industry, because what we are learning in the schools or colleges or the universities or the higher education institutes, we do not know what industry requires. So there should be some collaborative efforts where the curriculum can be formed according to the industry-led institutions. Thank you.
Mr. Bagaria, how are private universities like Vivekananda is balancing between skill training and academics?
See, I don't feel that there is a difference between skill training and academics. Academics is there for the skill training. The private universities which has come up in the recent time, there's a slight change because they have come very new, so they are collaborating with a lot of industries, the requirement of the industries, as well as they are working with various corporates to find out the skill gap and try to fulfill that gap through the autonomy which they have in their academic freedom. So that is the one thing, because of the flexibility available with the private universities, they are able to fulfill that gap. Moreover, I think the new age universities all across the India are focusing a lot on innovation and entrepreneurship. And that somehow, because these startups are being created within the campus, the problems are being solved within the campus. So that gap of industry academia is dying very fast. If we have a institution anywhere in the country, say for example in Rajasthan or Delhi, wherein there are 100 startups working inside the campus, the situation is totally different, because the startups have to cater to the market, their demand, their knowledge and everything will be as per the industry standard. And I think that is the only way to mitigate the gap of skills in the current academic sector.
Mr. Arun Kumar, he mentioned the startups. So how is the banking sector support skill-based startups and entrepreneurs?
Say, demand of educational loan is increasing day by day. At the Union Bank of India, we realized this, and we have created a separate cell under our retail lending vertical under a senior official who is responsible for developing product and process for this educational loan. Apart from this, at 140 locations, we are having dedicated education loan officers who are catering to the needs of the students. Apart from that, we are also having strong marketing force who are regularly visiting to the institutes, coaching institutes, and connecting with students to understand the need of the education loan and to provide it in a competitive way. Our bank offers this IBA model education loan, which is up to 7.5 crores. It is collateral free. And we are also having under PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme, it is for 860 institutions, highly qualified education institutions. We are providing collateral-free, guarantee-free loan to any extent to cater the loan needs of the students. To cater the foreign studies, we are also having some products, and our bank has focused to provide, to cater the demand of education loan of students.
Dr. Ganguly, coming to an area of your expertise, are our universities keeping pace with the emerging STEM technologies?
Very good afternoon. I'm extremely sorry that I got a sore throat. Please pardon me for that. At the outset, I must thank the week for providing with this opportunity. Very, very pertinent question that comes up is keeping in pace with the STEM education. See, I start by quoting Werner Heisenberg. It is said, he said once, that science builds the principles on which technology gets developed. These are not the exact words, but the essence of the story. So when we take students at our university, as it has been discussed, we are standing at a very crucial crossroads where technology is changing very fast. Maybe 100 years back when Shotrendranath Bose and Einstein, they're collaborating for development of quantum statistics. And within this 100 years, we are now developing quantum computers. And maybe what has happened in the last 100 years, in next 5 years, the pace of development will be much, much faster. So when we are standing here, it is very, very critical to maintain, as Sir was pointing out, to maintain the balance between whatever is taught in the first few semesters, giving them an understanding about the basic principles of science which gets applied to technology, subsequently gaining a lot of expertise in the areas in which the industry has a huge demand. So to cater to this, one of the most important things that we do, we have incorporated, as we know, there are various stakeholders, students, guardians, alumni, and one of the most important stakeholders are the industry. When we talk about our university, our system, we have made industry not just by the name of stakeholder, we have incorporated them into our system. When the first year students come, the students, they are given a 15 days orientation program in which on each and every day, experts from various industries, they do come and give a general lecture about what is the expectation. Because many students come into teaching, come into the course, but they do not actually have any idea. They are just going with the flow. So give them about ideas of the various aspects. Maybe there is requirement of machine learning, electric vehicles are coming up, renewable energy is coming up, biotech is coming up in a big way. So various other things. So they get exposure. The second part is the board of studies. At our university, our changing of syllabus is very, very fast. We have seen that in one semester also we have changed because we have members of industry into our board of studies. That's the departmental board which decides on the syllabus. And as we know, the technology is changing very fast. We have bi-monthly meeting in which we keep on reviewing the syllabus. Maybe some skills needs to be incorporated. We may organize some special training programs in addition to the normal teaching, and we try to impart the skills. The third important part is we have alumni mentoring. Those who are having exposure in many years in the industry, they come because when we teachers talk, students hear. But when their seniors talk, they have a better communicating effect because they feel that I can reach that level because that my dada or my senior or my didi, she was or he was sitting like me a few years back here. So these are the few things. In addition to that, we are also promoting bigger collaboration with industry in forming up industrial labs at the institute so that the problems that we have for the industry, that is being brought to the institute. The industry people, the faculty members, the students, they are collaborating all together to solve the industry problems. Very recently, we have done one big work with Coal India. We have given them a solution in a hackathon, and we have got a good fund. So we are keeping on doing many such activities. We are doing many such MOUs, and not just for the sake of signing. We have made industrial labs in which we are promoting. So this entire feedback loop on a continuous basis is actually playing a very important role in STEM education.
Dr. Lada mentioned NAP 2020 should have been there earlier. Mr. Shenoy, has this NAP changed our approach to vocational training?
Thank you. I think yes, simply the NEP has significantly reshaped how vocational training is perceived. But if you look at the draft skills policy, which is just under consideration, they want to replace vocational with skills. So let's say reshaped how skills training is perceived. It actually moves skills from the margins to the mainstream, starting from grade 6. It's just very interesting. When I was in grade 6 and 7 and 8, right, I actually used to do things what they like to do. We did carpentry. We were taken to a farm. There was no IT at that time, so we did not do coding. It breaks the stigma around skills tracks and allows for seamless credit transfer between academic and skill pathways to the National Skills Credit Framework, which is a very interesting path. And also it promotes the integration with higher education and enabling students to both pursue a degree and a skill certification. Actually, if implemented well, NEP could finally normalize the idea that hands-on, job-oriented training is not inferior, but is essential for a future-ready workforce. I think in this context, and I don't know if the UGC chairperson talked about it earlier, but UGC has recently moved to integrate recognition of prior learning into higher education. It's a landmark decision. I was part of the group that actually framed the thing, and we are currently looking at the standard operating procedures. Skills acquired outside the formal classroom, in the workplace, through skills training or informal learning, can now, or even online, while it recognized SWAYAM or the NSTL thing up to a certain percentage, this actually goes beyond that. And it also aligns beautifully with the vision of the NEP 2020, which calls for flexible learning pathways, seamless interface between skills and academic streams. And of course, we need to really operationalize the National Skills Qualification Framework, as well as the academic bank of credits within colleges and universities. I think, we just heard that how their board of studies is very efficient, but not necessarily all universities, especially if you look at the universities that have affiliated colleges, take Delhi University, for example. It's very difficult and time-consuming process. Board of study, academic council, executive council, then the Senate, and that whole process needs a very, very quick change and has to be streamlined to allow this to happen. The second thing, what the policy does not really talk about, and ma'am talked about it in a different way, if you want to do research, you want to do job, or you want to teach, the curriculum is the same. So we actually need to, we need to enable that to happen in a different way. And again, the board of studies and universities, skilling, teaching is also a skill. Research is also a skill. Ma'am talked about history. Earlier, there were no medical colleges. If Leonardo da Vinci never learned it in medicine, right? Or Michelangelo didn't actually do that. It's only when engineering became recognized that it was actually a skill university. Medical was a skill university at that time. Accounting was a skill university. Today, also in the universities, you don't learn chartered accountancy. Chartered accountancy is a separate entity. So the sector skill councils within the NSCC framework and all were created to do that, but now there's a debate whether they're relevant or not in India, but globally they're being accepted going forward.
Dr. Lada, he emphasized the need to make skilling inclusive. How can we do that?
Yes, I totally agree with him. Skilling is required in almost every sector, and it should start from this school itself. And I am in a university as a BOS member, and we again started debating on this NEP 2020, how this curriculum can be reframed according to the NEP framework. So we sat for 3 days continuously from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. and it was a rigorous task for me because I I was there after almost 10 years or so in a university to recommend something which is totally different, because I was out of the syllabus, but they wanted that it should be according to the industry. So 3 continuous, I was talking something related to the industry and they were insisting, नहीं मैडम ये एक नहीं हो सकता, because NEP ऐसा नहीं कहता. We need to, right sir, it should be like academic को industry से कैसे जोड़ना है. That was a really crucial task, and ultimately after 3 days we could frame out something, and now it is going to get implemented in one of the universities. And this skilling, as you said, sir, it is required in every aspect. Skill कहाँ से आता है? It is inbuilt actually. We are just, वो कहते हैं ना हीरे को तराशना. That is what is we all are doing now. Everybody has some or the other skill. The universities and other institutions, they are just polishing you to become that. Since we are talking about NEP has actually now came out with that particular framework which is known as multidisciplinary. अगर आपको ये नहीं कर सकते हो तो इसमें जा सकते हो. There is a choice for you. Previously, when a student used to receive for 50%, parents used to say कि आप arts ले लो, you cannot do science, right? Universities admission ही नहीं देती थी. 50 and above commerce, 70 above है तो science. ये only there were 3 streams. Now you see there are multiple streams. I think this education system is really revolutionized. And secondly, I have been to many countries, and believe me, each and every country, they respect India for their education system. Believe me. Hats off to all the policies that we have now in place.
Dr. Ganguly, industry linkage is very important for science and technology. So what more can academia do for a stronger linkage?
Yeah, it's a very, very big question. Stronger linkage requires, first of all, it requires this policy, etc., all things are there. It requires a passionate group of people, those who really want to bring a change. So within an institutional level, we need to identify those people who are passionate and those who are not having any fear, because sometimes many people fear. There's a fear within, we don't take, Baba, industry is something big. So they must not have that fear, they must have congeniality. That's number 1. Number 2, what we have done as per the national policy, we have been doing this for quite some long time, we have brought in some professors of practice who have been working for long in the industry, and maybe they are working 15, 20 years. Now they want to have a slightly different career. They are coming into academia, creating this liaison. This is number 2. Number 3, we are organizing various conferences, about 35 international conferences in the campus as well as all across India and different places. There is a mandatory feature. What we do is that we invite speakers from the industry. We also have a makers fair. That means we are promoting entrepreneurship, those who are trying to do something, create something. And we are bringing in industry people to judge. We are bringing in venture capitalists so that the funding is available. So these are some of the few steps. And of course, as I said, industry-sponsored labs, we have started with that. These are some of the steps with which we have started. Maybe there may be many more ideas which can come, but this is already showing some signs of success, and we are exploring this direction. And I think this may be a good starting point. Any institute, they can take 1 or 2 such points, and if they think that they should explore, they can try and find out and match the relevant areas. Depending on the expertise of the professors, depending on the market demands, they can frame something and start working.
Mr. Arun Kumar, what role does financial literacy play as a core student skill? I assume you recognize it as a core skill. So what role can it play?
Yes, financial literacy plays a vital role. To promote this financial literacy, from our bank side, we conduct a program called U-Genius at some 20-25 locations every year in the country, in which we call students of class 8 to 12 for quiz competitions. Their parents, their teachers also come. And we open their no-frill account, say it starts from zero balance account, so that they can develop some banking habit. We tell about them what are the opportunities available for educational loan if they are going for any higher studies. Because if students from even lower class of society, whether due to their economic condition and middle class, also aspirations to have higher education, which is now costly, and they are not able to pay from their pocket. We educate them how bank is coming to help them through the education loan. We also, in such symposia, tell them why it is necessary to repay the loans. So the cycle goes on by taking loans, repayment behavior like that. So financial literacy plays a vital role in this.
Thank you. Mr. Pagadia. Are we training our students for a resilient career or just the first job?
See, the main aim of any education institution, be it a higher education or a school education, is to make people understand, the student understand the importance of learning for life. So our main job is to make them or create their skills of learning, which is more important. Of course, the focus is on the outcome, and that is the first job and the placement. But whatever we have taught, that is for the whole life of theirs, throughout their career. Of course, a lot of our alumni or in general, people who do engineering land up in management jobs, who do pharmacy land up in engineering jobs. So that also happens, right? So there is no one discipline or one job, whatever the student has taken after the college, he will make his career in that. That is not 100% guarantee at all. So that is it. So our job is to make them, that whatever comes to their, in front of them, they should be able to learn that. The learning skill is the most important skill, I think, at present.
Thank you, gentlemen, and Dr. Lada for your insight. I think this conversation can go on because it is a very important topic, but I thank my eminent panelists for their time.
Thank you all for those valuable insights. May I now request Mr. Ashish Bhatia, Chief Marketing Officer, Malayala Manorama Group, to present the mementos. We'll start with Mr. Dilip Shenoy. Mr. Arun Kumar, General Manager, Union Bank of India. Dr. Lata Suresh, Head of Knowledge Resource Center at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Professor Dr. Rajiv Ganguly, Dean Science, University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. And Engineer Onkar Bagaria, Trustee and CEO, Vivekanand Global University, Jaipur.
Our next special session is when students set up business. We have three entrepreneurs, Mr. Nakul Kumar, co-founder and CMO, Cashify, Mr. Vinayak Burman, managing partner, Vertices Partners, and Siddharth Banerjee, CEO, Univo Education, in conversation with Mr. Sunil Thomas, Senior Assistant Editor, The Week. May I please ask the panelists and the moderator to come on stage?
Hello, good evening, everyone. To the last session of the day, before, of course, we have a comedy stand-up event. But may I invite my panelists also to the stage, Vinayak and Nakul. Okay, let me just introduce the three panelists. We have, okay. So it's going to be a short session. When students set up business, we have CEOs of startup, also people related to the career scene and also corporate. So first let me introduce Vinayak, Vinayak Burman. He runs a law firm, also a podcast which deals with a very interesting topic which he'll tell you all about. And that's Nakul. He's a co-founder and CMO of Cashify. That's India's leading e-commerce platform when it comes to mobile and other gadgets recently. We have one more panelist. He'll be joining us shortly. Meanwhile, we could start, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to, talking about startups and building your own business, it seems the trend from a secure job or a secure profession has kind of completely shifted to doing your own business. Of course, I'll start with Vinayak then, because, Vinayak, you also do a podcast where a lot of career guidance and advice is given on the podcast, otherwise also along with your clients also. So what's the trend that you've seen? I mean, is there, particularly when it comes to youngsters and people who are getting into business, or getting into the profession, so to speak, is there a trend to not maybe work for, even if it's a cushy corporate job, is a trend more to go for your own thing? Have you seen a kind of shift? Or how would you put it?
I think, thank you for, first of all, Sunil, for having me here. Really appreciate it. I think trend as a term is slightly overrated. It's actually directly proportionate to a great aspect to your background. If your background comes from a situation where you don't have to worry for food on the table, then your ability to go across and chase passion, अच्छा खासा feeling आता है ना, लोग बोले कि you should drive your passion, you should chase your passion. If you do what you're passionate about every day, 24/7, you'll never think it's like work. All of those are directly proportional to whether you can afford to have the passion. When you can afford to, yes, there's a whole bunch of youngsters who straight away try to dive in and do certain things which they want to do, saying that you start on your own. But there's a huge number of people, which still I think is the much larger mass, where people are first working. During that work period, in the first 1, 2, 3 years, is where a lot of ideation happens. A lot of times you meet people who are very similar to your fabric, very similar to your thought process. That's where the first essence or the thought or an understanding of what is called a co-founder, potential co-founder comes in. You exchange ideas. You spend a lot of time moonlighting to yourself. आप सुबह काम करते हो नौकरी के लिए, रात को आप काम करते हो अपने ideation के लिए. And then when you believe that yes, things can shape up is where you see a lot of people taking that plunge. I also would like to think that a lot of times today, Sunil, entrepreneurship is glamorized. The social media glamorizes it to a great extent, saying that you only see the success, you only see the validation, you see a lot of external validation. You look at these 40 under 40s, 30 under 30s, and all the fancy nomenclatures that keep coming, and people jump into it saying, yaar, macha denge yaar, entrepreneurship matlab machana. But hakikat ye hai ki yaar, a lot of times people forget that for every success, there are 1,000 failures. For every win, there are 1,000 losses. So you have to have that mindset to recalibrate yourself to say ki yaar, you can't jump into entrepreneurship for the sake of jumping. It is a calling. And that calling is a very deep calling to say कि अगर जिंदगी में सारे चीजें जो obvious है, सारे चीजें जो जरूरी है, everything that's very important for you, if you let go of all of those and that calling still survives, that calling is still as strong, then perhaps you jump in. So I won't degrade the emotion of entrepreneurship by calling it a trend. I think it's far more in terms of saying, Sunil, that if your original calling comes in, then you will take that call. Because I keep saying this, it's a Suleimani Kira. Hai to sone nahi dega, nahi hai to jagne nahi dega. So at the end of the day, if that calling is there, depending on time, when you think is the right, you will take that plunge.
Right. Like you said, entrepreneurship is glamorized quite a bit. But then we have somebody with us who has had failures, but then has reached that glamorous part all of us would like to maybe lead in our dream. That is Nakul, who's a co-founder of Cashify, which is now a 2,000 crore plus company, and the number one in its field when it comes to, who hit upon a very unique idea of old mobile phones and electronic gadgets and that reseller segment. So Nakul, could you tell us what was your whole journey about? Because you also had tried other areas and other businesses. And what is it that works? But is it an idea? What is it that made you get into each and every sector, each and every company? And was it the dream of making it big? Was it the dream of making big money? Or was it solving a problem? Or what was it that drove you into whatever you did?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think just wanted to correct you, I have yet to reach the glamorous part. Still early days of struggle. But I think, and I really resonate what he said, right? I had the privilege of not paying for my sister's wedding or I didn't have to worry about that my parents, how will they survive if I don't work. And that privilege allowed me to straight get into entrepreneurship after college. And hence, I think it is very person dependent on what your circumstances are and where it takes you. So that was me. So I passed out of MBA in 2009. Not a great year to pass out. We were in middle of the recession. And I think it made me, it forced me to get into entrepreneurship because I thought that was the only logical step available to me. And since then, and we started Cashify in 2013. So in 5 years, we ran multiple businesses. 2 of them were mildly successful, while 2 of them were failures. So, but every time, and I think the only thing which works for an entrepreneur is never give up. You can keep having failures, but if you give up, then that is the ultimate failure. So hence, my only advice to any students is that it is not going to happen overnight. And this is the trend which I'm seeing right now, which scares me is I see super smart people getting into entrepreneurship and with smart ideas, and if they don't see success in the first couple of years, they're super dejected. They want to get back to corporate world, they want to make more money, and it doesn't happen. It may happen to 1 out of 1,000, but doesn't happen to everybody. And I also feel if all the 1,000 stick around for another 5-6 years, everybody can be successful. It's just they don't stick around. So, and in my journey, we've just survived. And that when you survive longer in an industry, you thrive and then you rule. And that's what I can say about that.
Right. So coming back to you, Vinayak, you said you don't like the word trend, but still, when it comes to selecting the business that you want to get into, there are certain waves that come in. You know, like if you look at the last decade, it was all about consumer-facing businesses. There was an app for cab hailing. There was an app for food delivery, like that. Now, what is it that we're moving into? People talk about heavy engineering. People talk about deep tech, like that. What is it that we're looking at? Suppose somebody who's getting into, Siddharth. Yeah, let me introduce our third panelist, Siddharth Panel.
I have the privilege of handing this to you.
Thank you so much. Siddharth will come to you in a second, but Vinayak, yeah.
So I'll get into sunrise sectors in a moment, but I want to take on to what Nakul said, and this is for the audience. More importantly, he underplayed a very important aspect in terms of patience. So I called it the Elaichi moment. Why is it the Elaichi moment? And for the audience to get that little bit of more vibe. इरशाद फरमाइए, फिर हम बताएंगे 2 शब्द कि इलायची के दाने सा मुकद्दर है अपना. This is every entrepreneur, and that is where patience comes in. कि इलायची के दाने सा मुकद्दर है अपना. महक मेरे दोस्त बिखरी उतनी पीसे गए जितना. So at the end of the day, the whole essence of entrepreneurship, what he talks about is he's underplaying it, but to be there, to hold on, to stay on when you have tailwinds, it's very easy. Tailwinds will always go across and say that you're on the curve, you're on the upper trajectory of success. But when headwinds come in, is when your mindset comes in. And for an entrepreneur to determine success, to be able to be there with that mindset to say, come what may, I need to survive this storm. Come what may, I need to survive this emotion, this moment, is very important. And there's some term that we all agree and we've all gone through, is the 1,000-day test. Yaar, aapko 1,000 din to lagta hai just to go across and be in that aspect to say that perhaps you're on the right path. Uske baad se the growth comes in. So coming back to your point now, Sunil, see, sectors are very interesting. Sectors are also very cyclical. There is always going to be sectors which are evergreen. There are always going to be sectors which will do well. And then there will be sectors which are very seasonal. Sid's a very old friend of mine, fantastic entrepreneur, understands education is a great sector, but he also knows, and we also agree, that EdTech per se came in at a time when perhaps the whole world was dwindling with whether you can survive as a humanity. But that particular tech-based venture, whether it's EdTech, whether there's any other techs that came in, because it was so cyclical and so apt, grew to some of the largest behemoths of this country. So today, yes, there are multiple sunrise sectors. You look at deep tech, you look at AI, you look at a lot of defense tech, you look at a lot of satellite tech, agri-tech which is coming in. These are sectors where technology, as long as an enabler, will always be there. The larger challenge is to understand whether you can go across and identify sectors which, while tech may be an enabler, but it also has multiple other aspects behind it. To say that tech is one initial driver, but the business and the sector has depth enough. So I think more than identifying just sunrise sectors, it's more about looking at sectors which are rock solid, which are sectors which go across and say that you're solving a problem which is always there to be solved. Because no problem is truly ever solved. It can only get solved to stages. It can only keep getting better. Like I keep saying, you can never not fail. You can only fail better. And the idea is to fail better every time. So try and solve better every time. And as long as you identify those, I think the impact's far deeper. And perhaps the key takeaway for our audience, if they are looking at any such, is to identify those aspects where the ability to keep solving, resolving, and upsolving becomes that much more important.
Right. And so, just to add to this, I think another very important aspect is to always identify the core strength of yours and to be true about it. If it's not going to marry the domain or the problem you're going to solve, or you have not experienced the problem, or you have some advantage in that domain, it may be the best domain. For example, it may be AI right now, but you will fail. Because you don't have the upper hand. So it is very important to understand what your core true strengths are and marry that to the problem or the domain.
Very true, Nakul, because we had Minister Jitendra Singh here a little while earlier. In fact, he was saying the same thing. That was his advice to all the students that, you focus on what you're good at and focus on what you want to do. And then you work at it. You hone your skills and you work at it. So very much. Now let me come to Siddharth. Let me just introduce him first of all. Siddharth has been a corporate for the longest time. He's been with a spate of high-profile companies from Unilever to Games 24/7 and Facebook. And now he is the founder and CEO of Univo, which is a edutech firm based in Noida, and it's valued at around 2,000 crores. But first, let me come to you. Again, the same thing. Like, you've been in corporate side and you've got your startups too. So what is this? I asked them earlier the same thing. What is this attraction, the lure of, you've been in a cushy, we would call it a cushy, nice job, corporate, and, traveling around and meeting people. Then from that to get into something so maybe a bit uncertain, something like a startup thing. What is it that made you take the plunge?
Sure, thank you. Firstly, to my fellow panelists here and to the audience, my apologies for joining the conversation slightly late. Thank you for the question. I've spent about 25 years overall working post my MBA, and like you said, the first 20 years were pretty much spent in the large organizations. And for every kind of young person or people who work with young persons, you'll see this, that there is something called the script that we follow post school, post college, post, let's say, a professional degree like an MBA. And then there are people who walk off the beaten path. So there is a path, which is a script, and then there is a off the beaten path. So for me in particular, it was the script that I followed for the first 20 years, which was Unilever, Vodafone, Facebook, large companies, as you know. And then, of course, I kind of took the path less followed in the rough and tumble of entrepreneurship, of startups, which was in gaming, which was Games 24/7, or now in education, which is Univo Education. But I think three things for everybody who's working with young people and young professionals. The first thing, and this is what I always say to folks who look for, how do I become successful in my career? So three things I would say. The first thing is that for every person who's on that journey, doesn't matter whether you are a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, or 40-year-old, doesn't matter, but you should have a pretty good idea about your strengths and what doesn't really work for you. So what works for you and what doesn't work for you. So the first point is about self-awareness. How do I play this back into my life? I was self-aware that in the first 20 years of my life, my risk-reward expectation was moderate. I could take moderate risk. There were other people, my peers, who took greater risks, who would have perhaps more stomach to face more uncertainty and to build the kind of companies that entrepreneurs build with fair amount of flux and uncertainty. So the first thing is self-awareness. The second thing is learning curve. Whichever segment, whichever industry, whichever role you are in, I think my advice to young people always is to look at how vertical your learning curve can be. Because there is something called the eighth wonder of the world, which is compounding. So if your learning curve is near vertical, it basically means that you have set yourself up for a higher degree of success. Doesn't necessarily mean that you will be successful or you will necessarily have a formula, but you have invested in yourself. So the first point was on self-awareness. The second point was on vertical learning curve. Now again, when I play this back to my career, I've had the privilege of learning in all my jobs, whether it was large companies, medium companies, or the startup world. So the second point is about learning curves. The third point is kind of related to what Vinayak said earlier, is about the ability to take measured risk. And of course, there are entrepreneurs here who will have a different view of risk than I would have, but to continuously fall forward, to continuously keep upskilling yourself, to keep investing in yourself, and to look at how can I be better tomorrow. So for me, the bar has never been, am I better than some other person? For me, the bar always has been, am I better today than I was yesterday? And what am I doing to be better tomorrow? So I think those are the three kind of learnings, experiences, distillations that I've had over the last 25 years of my career.
Nakul, let me come to you. You've had Cashify, which has been quite a bit of a success. So there is a saying that, getting into a startup is kind of easy compared to how holding on and, maintaining the business and the kind of challenges that you face. Could you maybe give us an example, or like what's it been like after the idea, the business clicked? You must have faced challenges or problems, and how do you deal with that? That's a secondary stage. People often think about making it big, but never think about how to maintaining it later on.
कितने बताऊं but I'll tell the biggest one. The company is called Cashify because we used to give cash for your old phones, and demonetization happened in 2017, right? So, yeah, and we didn't have cash to give out. The business model fell flat on its face, right? We used to give actual cash. We used to come to your home, you give us a phone, the guy will go to the nearest ATM, we have built a tech, take out the exact amount, give you that much cash, take the phone and go. And we did this because India is a low trust economy and people don't believe in bank transfers. UPI did not exist as a system there. And in one go, the business model went for a toss. Now imagine at that time we had about 300 people, we had salaries, we had stocks, but no cash in the system. So we had to pivot overnight, where we contacted banks, did API integrations, everything overnight, and turned the business model around, saying that now we only give through bank, we only give through UPI, we only give through, we build new tech where you can put your credit card through the swipe machine and we put money in the credit card. So, but we almost died. It took us 2 months to all do this. We are a cash flow business, right? We buy, we sell, that's how we generate revenue, profit, that's how salaries go on. If you don't do business for 2 months, you're just burning money through the door. So, challenges, and you have to look at those challenges and then, get up in the morning every day and say, hey, I am responsible for 300 families and let me better get to office and figure out a solution. And that happens every year. there's something or the other which is happening, be it COVID, be it Donald Trump tariffs or something like that. But you just keep moving on, figure out what the best course of action is and work around it.
Siddharth, I was just wondering, you advise a lot of companies, including a lot of startups, many successful startups. So I'm just kind of presuming that there could be some startups also you advised, probably who are not maybe that successful. So can you give us an analysis of what did you see that worked, rather from the part of the startup founders, the attitude or the approach to work? What was it that clicked as compared to certain maybe habits or a certain approach from some other clients who you could see was not working? How, if for a person who wants to get into a business, how would you kind of give a...
I think everyone and their cousin wants to do a startup, but it's incredibly hard. Incredible. And Nakul spoke about one near-death moment, there could be many. In my experience, I think the first thing that I've seen successful founders do is have the ability to define the problem well. Most startups will fail because you're solving for something that either does not really exist or it exists but there is no viable demand or no viable way to meet that need. So I think the first is problem definition. And there I have a personal bias, I have a personal preference, it might be different for different people. I like to solve at the center of the plate. हम लोग जिसको हिंदी में राजमा चावल कहते हैं. So you can solve on the sides of the plate, which means you can solve for a mithai, you can solve for a dal, but I like to solve in the middle of the plate, a core need, an evergreen need, something that the consumer will definitely need. Unless, of course, you're an entrepreneur or a founder who's thinking of creating an absolutely new category or an absolutely new need, which is genius. But my personal preference, as I said, is to try and see if there is a center of the plate innovation. And that's what I've seen a lot of successful founders do. So that's first, problem definition and what need are you really serving? And my personal little tadka there is that if you're solving in the center of the plate, your probability of success might just be higher. So that's one. The second thing that I've seen successful founders do very well is to figure out a bunch of people around them who can really work with them on the mission. And this is your early founding, like so-called early founding team. And these are the people who will believe in you, who will back you at a point of time where none of the glitz and glamour, where none of any external validation that exists. Because the first few years are pretty hard. So finding that, getting those bunch of people, aligning them on the mission, and for them to stay on the journey has been the other hallmark of successful founders versus people who've had a great problem definition, but who have sputtered somewhere along the way. And then, of course, the third part of being a great founder is to constantly fuel the mission. Now that mission can be fueled either in terms of capital, which is where you might need to have innovative ways of raising revenue, which could be your revenue, or if you are borrowing capital, or it could be finding new markets or new partners, so fueling the mission. I think these three things, for me, have been hallmarks of great entrepreneurs.
Okay, I'll just put a question out there, any of you can answer. See, when you look at startups and general focus is almost always on what is the core idea. That's one thing. And of course, funding takes a lot of precedence. But which are the lesser known or rather important factors which people don't really think about? Like, I think you kind of almost touched upon the fact that, you know, your team is so important, the kind of people you have around you. Like that, can any of you just give some kind of tips on what are the things that people don't really focus on when they get into a startup, but which is so crucial as you proceed along?
Sure. So I'll break this up into a few things, and then of course, Sid and Nakul can give their experience. See, for me, from the time I built Vertices Partners and from the time I started the podcast for Lifeboat, one of the reasons was to understand, for 25 years I've been advising founders. Some of them are super successful today, some of them are, building unicorns, some of them have built unicorns, some of them are still struggling. But there's one common fabric across all of them. And that fabric is perhaps the core ethos of what you build and how you build and who you have around you. And that is called the founder's mindset. I think everything, when you go down the whole construct of bottling it up to say that if there's one potion, there's no magic potion. But if there's one answer that you can factor in, is to go across and have your mindset very clearly attributed. And within that mindset, how many similar people of fabric can you go across and factor in? That first team that you spoke about is the most non-glamorous cohort, the most tried, teared up, broken, crazy, mad cohort, which cannot stick together unless and until the fabric of the mindset is put together. And you know, mindset, again, I like saying this in different ways, but for me, a lot of it is about a mix. So I think I'll elucidate it a little bit in John Saab's style. Some of these things are very core to your heart. Why is mindset so important? So John Saab ने एक बार कहा था कि सलाम करते हैं रास्ते उस मुसाफिर को, कि सलाम करते हैं रास्ते उस मुसाफिर को जिस मुसाफिर के पैर में हर रोज नए छाले होते हैं, कि सलाम करते हैं रास्ते उस मुसाफिर को जिस मुसाफिर के पैर में हर रोज छाले होते। तुम बुझने मत दो अपनी दिल की दरारों को, तुम बुझने मत दो अपनी दिल की दरारों को, इन दरारों से ही तुम में उजाले होते हैं। So end of the day, the mindset is what will keep your tribe together, and failures are constantly going to happen. Problem is when you start looking at failures to say that they are the reasons for going down a different direction. You know, Nakul spoken about one near-death experience, and as Sid said, there would have been multiple such. What do you do to stay alive? The fact that you have the positivity to be able to adaptive, you have to adapt overnight. It's not a joke. Regulations are not on your side. Sectors not on your side. The regulators are not on your side. The crisis moment is there, but are you still in that eternal optimistic mindset? I keep saying this, founders are eternal optimists. If you're not eternal optimists, don't get into the role of entrepreneurship, because it's a very lonely role. It'll break you every day, it'll make you cry every day, it'll make you quit every day. But you still have to come back and say, yaar kuch nahi hota, fir bhi karenge. Because at the end of the day, it's not about external validation. जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, unfortunately. And I keep saying the entrepreneurs are keels. अब पूछो कील क्यों? दा उम्र भर वो कील बोझ उठाता रहा. And this is what you guys will resonate a lot with. दा उम्र भर वो कील बोझ उठाता रहा और ये कमबख्त दुनिया जो उस तस्वीर की वाह-वाह करके निकल गई. So at the end of the day, what you see is only the external elements. You don't see the tears, the trials, the tribulations. So to be able to collect that, I think you summarize, in my view, after having advised, I don't know, I've lost the count of how many people I've advised, but 25 years means a whole bunch of people, but I can tell you this much, the common fabric across all successful stories, and success is very relative, but common fabric across all successful stories has been that mindset to say, I will never give up, I will continue, and your cohort, if it has the same mindset, you're very lucky. Then you can keep building. That's the way I would summarize one ingredient which is very, very important, because that to my mind summarizes everything.
I'd like to just build on the point that Vinayak said, and since this is a conclave which is sponsored by the week, and therefore there is a certain role that the media might also want to have in this, is that entrepreneurship is not typically, there are of course exceptions to this, it is not typically a 2-year or a 3-year gig. It never is. So this journey that Vinayak spoke about is typically a long journey. And the founder mindset and the founding team mindset has to be one that they are on it consistently for year after year. It could be a decade. And no glamour there, no mega stories there. It is just about constantly staying the course. I think that's one thing that I have learned from some of the most successful founders that I worked with. Nothing is an overnight success. Or the other definition of overnight success is 15 years. 15 years is overnight success. Yeah. It's 15 years. Yeah. So I think that's something that which I find that is not spoken about enough. Everyone is thinking about, hey, how can I build something and flip it? How can I build something and get another round of funding? It's not that. It's a pretty long road.
I'll just add one more point, and again, my personal bias towards this point, and I don't want to generalize it, but also having a moral compass is super critical, and not just from saying it is, being true to the customer, being true to your employees, being true to the market. I think it's a very critical part which a lot of entrepreneurs miss. Some of them are also successful, but I don't consider it success if it works if it's not a win-win for the society. So I think it's a very important part for a good entrepreneur.
Okay, I think you guys are scaring a lot of people who came to get inspired by you. But anyway, jokes apart, maybe we could, I think we're kind of running out of time. So we'll conclude with a final comment from all three of you, starting from Vinayak.
So I think for me, again, one learning is it's a very lonely road. It's not about scaring. So, Sunil's, our duty is to give and express our experiences. My experience as an entrepreneur, my experience as a storyteller, my experience as a podcast host has been to actually see and understand what people have gone through and how many times people have actually failed to build what is in reality a success. So I think if you're jumping into this bandwagon for glamour, if you're jumping into this bandwagon for the so-called overnight success, if you're jumping in this bandwagon because you think, oh, you know what, raising capital is extremely glorified, having marquee investors on your cap table is extremely glorified, I think all of that is a fallacy. Because with everything comes responsibility. You have external people on your cap table, you have a responsibility to giving them an exit. You have debt, you have a responsibility to return the debt. You have your stakeholders, your early angels, you have a responsibility to give them some kind of a return back. Your employees, you have a responsibility to take care of their livelihoods. Your co-founders, you have a responsibility towards ensuring that you're together and always at all points of time, like Nakul outlined, from a moral compass perspective, you're all aligned. So for me, I think one of the things that you have to realize if you're going down this path, it's extremely lonely. It's extremely scary. It's extremely disheartening at stages. And if you're able to scale through those, if you're able to scrape through those, I think that sunshine at the end of the horizon, that is the brightest of all. Because I keep saying this, it's a calling that it calls you. You have to be blessed to be an entrepreneur. It's as much as a curse, as much as a blessing. But I think that blessing is only for few people. A lot of people don't have that advantage of that precariousness to say, यार महीने के end में 30 तारीख को तनख्वाह तो नहीं आने वाला है. उल्टा हमें तनख्वाह देना है. But I keep saying, रब दा मेहर क्या है? हाथ ये या हाथ आपका ऐसा. और हाथ ऐसा होना is a huge meher. So for me, I think as long as you bring that thought process, it's great. And in your mind, keep one thing. While you may believe you're alone, if you have that mindset calibrated across your team and founders, you have a tribe, and that tribe is nothing but a huge catalyst, huge springboard. So I keep saying this at the end. I'm going to sign off with one thing. I love doing these shairis, but one of the things was, an entrepreneur's mindset was asked to say, when you go through that tremor, that palpitation, what do you say to yourself? So you said, कि हम झूठों के बीच सच बोल बैठे, कि हम झूठों के बीच सच बोल बैठे, वो कमबख्त नमक का शहर था, वो कमबख्त नमक का शहर था और हम अपने घाव खोल बैठे. So at the end of the day, keep that in the mindset and move ahead. That's the way I look at it.
Thanks, Vinayak. I'll actually take your cues and dwell on the positives of it. Great time to be building in India. Absolutely amazing time to be building. As founders, as entrepreneurs, access to capital, an absolutely wonderful India stack with Aadhaar, with the fact that you can have identification wherever you are, data prices so low, consumer apps already being built onto that. So I applied for a credit card, and maybe I'm plugging a founder friend's product here, but I applied for a Scapia travel card. Previously, if any one of us in the room have applied for a credit card, it kind of takes its time. You fill a few forms, कुछ दिन लगते हैं. This particular onboarding was purely digital. There was a digital KYC, Aadhaar verified my identity, Google Maps pin location identified where I was locationally, and there was a video KYC done, etc., etc. All the onboarding was done in 5 minutes. The app then told me the features. Everything was done. The physical card landed up 2 days later. Everything happened so sweetly, in a jiffy. So the point I'm making is that this is a great time for us in India if we were to ever be founders, if we were ever to be entrepreneurs. Consumer behaviors are changing, technology is enabling us. There's a lot of positive push by the government, and so therefore the overall ecosystem is great. Now, of course, what's the right problem? What's the right team? Is there a moral compass? Are you kind of fueled for the journey? Do you know yourself? All these are questions you have to answer for yourself.
Yeah, I'll just build on his, I've been traveling a lot past year and visited US, Japan. India is the place to be if you want to be an entrepreneur. We are biggest consumer market. We have the biggest talent pool available. Nowhere in the world where both of them are available except China, which is a closed market. So we are living in a privileged life for the next 10 years where entrepreneurship, if you are an entrepreneur in India, you have already crossed thresholds of markets and all those things which are to be shown on the VC PPT. So the only thing you have to now solve is the problem and then grow. So if you're not building in India in the next 10 years, then you are missing out. I have seen people who are now looking at India, how do they enter India, they build in India, they sell in India. I think we are at the cusp of a great thing. So,
great time to build in India, make in India, and dream in India. Though, of course, as you said, those dreams would probably be over a long period of sleepless nights. So, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the panelists. May I now request Mr. Kushmohan Joshi, Senior General Manager, Malayalam Manorama, to please present the mementos. We'll begin with Nakul Kumar. Mr. Siddharth Banerjee. And Mr. Vinayak Burman. Our next session is actually on a much lighter vein. It is a stand-up comic act, and I think it would be best enjoyed if everyone could possibly move a little bit to the front. There are so many chairs that are empty here now. Please, it would be great if you could move up front. I now present to you stand-up comic Anshu Moore.
Hi, good evening. Good evening again, some energy. Perfect. How many of you have ever seen stand-up comedy? You've seen, right? Okay. I thought not seen. I was like, oh, I should give a 60-slide presentation on comedy before. But those of you who don't know me, let me give you a quick introduction. I spent about 18 years in corporate life. My last job was at Microsoft. I used to head the Xbox business, which is the gaming and entertainment business in India. Then in 2016, I went and saw this movie called Tamasha. How many of you have seen Tamasha? Why are you still working? You're supposed to quit your job after Tamasha, na? No, true story, okay? I'm not even exaggerating this for comedy. True story. I saw Tamasha on a Sunday evening in 2016. Monday morning, I went to Microsoft and resigned. Yeah. You are clapping, my wife wasn't. In fact, Monday morning when I got up, I told my wife, I said, "Yaar, I also want to follow my passion." She was like, "What? Artificial intelligence?" I was like, "No, stand-up comedy." Wo gir gayi niche. And she was like, "This is a very big decision. You should speak to your parents." So I called my parents up. So I told them, I said, "I'm quitting Microsoft to become a stand-up comedian." For some reason, they thought I'm joining Bollywood. My dad was like, "Beta, ye sab theek hai, shaadiyon mein mat nachna." What? My mom was even worse. She was like, "Anshu, tumhe jo karna hai kar lo, but beta Karan se dur rehna." I was like, what? The worst was when I had to explain it to my grandmother. She's passed away now, God bless her soul, but she was 90 at that time. So I had to tell her. And so I went to her and I told her, I said, I'm quitting my job. She was like, "So what are you planning to do?" So I couldn't tell her stand-up comedy because she won't understand, right? 90-year-old, who would understand? So I told her, I said, "I'm doing something on my own, some startup." And she caught on to that word. And she was like, "Beta, ye startup kya hota hai?" So I had to explain startup to my 90-year-old grandmother. So I told her, I said, "Nani, आप imagine करो, आप ना ऐसे घर पे बैठे हो, ठीक है? और रात को ना आप नॉर्मल दाल रोटी खा रहे हो. तभी आपको पड़ोसी के घर से ऐसे चिल्लाने की आवाज आती है. तो आपको लगता है वहां पार्टी चल रही है, वहां पे चिकन मिलेगा. तो आप अपनी दाल रोटी छोड़ के पड़ोसी की पार्टी में जाते हो. वहां जाके पता लगता है वो सिर्फ चिल्ला रहे हैं, उनके पास दाल रोटी भी नहीं है खाने को. उसको स्टार्टअप बोलते हैं. Then I went to Microsoft office on Monday. How many of you have ever resigned at work? People who have resigned. Okay, let me reverse the question. How many of you have never resigned at work? Sir, you might not understand the sentiment of the next 3-4 minutes. That might happen. But you know, right, जिस दिन तुम resign कर रहे होते हो, उस दिन जोश अलग होता है ना? So I reached Microsoft office at 8 o'clock in the morning. Normally I would reach there at 10 o'clock. 8 o'clock in the morning. The first thing I did, I opened my laptop and I typed in my resignation email. Now, you know, if you have resigned, right, you know, when you type in your resignation email, you don't send it out immediately. You know, you give a pause, you think about your EMIs, you know, a lot of questions in your head. But I was inspired by Tamasha. I was like, I'm Ranbir Kapoor. So I looked at my resignation one last time and I pressed the send button. I'll be honest with you, the moment I pressed the send button, I thought Microsoft would shut down with immediate effect. मुझे लगा some background music will start playing, people will start running helter skelter, Anshu has resigned, Anshu has resigned. ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. In fact, just when I sent my resignation email, I got an email from a colleague of mine saying urgent response required. Like, अब नहीं देता मैं, अब मैं चला. And होता है ना, when you resign, एक बार तो मन करता है ना कि negotiations हो. I mean, come on, let's admit it, yaar. Right? I know a lot of you are not laughing because तुम्हारे boss was asked for better. But let's be fair. Let's be fair on this, right? तुम्हारी असली औकात कंपनी में तभी पता लगती है when you resign. Okay, let's be clear. I'm never getting called by the week again. No, I'm telling you, all these performance appraisals are a sham. तुम कुछ भी कर लो, you will do 140% of your target, your boss will find some reason not to give you money. तुम ऐसे बैठे हो मीटिंग में, you will be like, boss, I did 140% target. You will be like, yeah, very good. But this year cross group collaboration was missing. तो तुम्हें कोई पैसा नहीं मिलेगा. So असली value तभी पता लगती है when you resign. So I had resigned. I was waiting for my boss to respond. My boss called me up. He was like, Anshu, let's meet. I was like, Aja. I'm like, Aja, aaj main dikhata hu kaun boss hai. So I entered the conference room. He was sitting there, very serious look on his face. The first thing he said to me, he was like, Anshu, I am shocked you are leaving. I had spent 11 years at Microsoft. And he was like, I am shocked you are leaving. I was like, boss, aapne wo movie dekhi hai, Raz? He was like, kaun? Bipasha Basu? I said, nahi, usko chodo. उसमें एक रामू का कथ है जो हवेली के चौकीदार थे. उनको पता था हवेली में भूत है, वो फिर भी चौकीदारी करते थे. आपको लगा मैं रामू काका हूं, यहीं पड़ा रहूंगा. He was like, no, Anshu, no, we had big plans for you. I was like, दिखे तो नहीं. Like, अभी मुझे ही बताए थे. So I was in full mood. I was like, today he will negotiate. बहुत मजा आएगा. He will beg and plead. At one point he asked me, he says, so Anshu, what are you planning to do? So I told him, I said, I'm planning to start things on my own. He was like, wow, I love people who start things on their own. Please go. I'm like, वो negotiation? कहता, no negotiation, you go. And you know what is the worst thing that can happen to you in a resignation discussion with your boss? Your boss turning around and saying, यार कोई opportunity होगी ना तो मुझे भी बताइए. ये कम वक्त ये लेता था मेरा रिव्यू. Now I can tell you, somebody was talking about following passion and all, very passionately. But I can tell you one side effect of following passion, which I have realized. I have lived through it. One of the side effects of following your passion is कि तुम्हारे बेटे को लगता है वो भी कर सकता है. So when I quit Microsoft, my son was in 10th class at that time. तो उसने देखा बाप पागल हो गया. तो उसको लगा मैं भी, and my son was like a school topper. Right? मेरे को लगता था वो ऐसे like IIT जाएगा, ऐसे सब उस टाइप हैंडराइटिंग देख के लगता था डॉक्टर बनेगा. But मेरे को लगता था IIT वाइटी जाएगा. So 10th में देखा उसने कि बाप पागल हो गया. तो he walked up to me. He was like, Papa, I also want to follow my passion. I'm like, 10th में? I'm like, what is your passion? कहता है, Papa, my passion is to study psychology. I'm like, that's very good, beta. You should study psychology. कहता है, for that in 11th I have to take humanities. अब मैं क्या बोलता? मैं तो comedian बन के बैठा था. So I told him, I said, well done, you do whatever you have to do. So you study psychology. So he took psychology, whatever, humanities in 11th. So he was studying at the end of 11th, towards the end of 11th, he again came to me. He was like, Papa, now my passion is to study psychology in Australia. I was like, बड़ा location specific passion नहीं है तुम्हारा? So I told him, I said, ठीक है बेटा, तू जा, we'll send you to Australia, we'll save money and all. So I told my wife, I said, आज से चाय में चीनी कम डालो. धीरे धीरे तो पैसे इकट्ठे होते. So we started arranging money and all, and we started applying. When he went into 12th, we started applying to these Melbourne University, etc. Towards the end of 12th, he again came to me. Papa, now my passion is not to study psychology in Australia. Now my passion is to study mass media in Mumbai. Then as a father, I understood here that the course that he really wanted to pursue was called Aparna. और बहन का प्लान चेंज हो गया था. So I thought, ठीक है यार, let him go to Mumbai. मुंबई जाएगा तो अपना मास मीडिया तो कर ही लेगा, और जब एक बार ब्रेकअप होगा तो साइकोलॉजी अपने आप सीख जाएगा. I still remember the day he was leaving. Now we only have one son. We stay here in Gurgaon. So we only have one son. So the day he was leaving, now we all went to the airport to drop him. My entire family was there. My wife, Monica, her parents, my parents, everybody was there. And all of them were crying. They were all crying because only son. Now everybody was getting emotional going for the first time. So they were crying because son was leaving. I was also crying. I was crying because only son leaving. अब बीवी से बात करनी पड़ेगी. क्या इसीलिए तो बच्चा करते हैं ना कि आपस में बात ना करनी पड़े. आई एम सो सॉरी, you're too young for this, but तुम लोग पैदा ही इसलिए हुए थे कि तुम्हारे माँ बाप को आपस में बात नहीं करनी थी. क्या किसी ने यहाँ पे प्यार व्यार के लिए भी बच्चा पैदा किया क्या? ऐसे नहीं होता यार. I mean, it's a true story, okay? When Monica and I got married, we really used to fight. Then we had a kid. Then we got united against the kid. यही problem है. So anyway, my son left that day. So हम लोग रात को घर आए वापस. So Monica and I were sitting. A friend came over, and we were feeling obviously upset. And also he came over. We were having a drink. At one point, my friend looks at me and he goes, "Oi, Anshu, अब तो बच्चा गया. Now you should rekindle romance." I was like, तेरा दिमाग खराब हुआ. I have reached that age where I can't say I love you emotionally. एक तो कौन बोलता है यार शादी में I love you? बड़ी साइलेंस है यहाँ पे. कोई है क्या यहाँ पे? Just raise your hands if you've been married 10 plus years and you still say I love you. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. You do? Very fantastic, sir. How long have you been married? 13 years. And you still say I love you to your wife. Huh? Give a big round of applause for him, yaar. That's very good. Also 100% ना इनका extra marital affair चल रहा है. 100%. अरे कौन बोलता है यार शादी में I love you? You only say I love you in marriage when you have messed up somewhere else. I love you is just a preamble to I am sorry in marriage. That's all it is. Anyway, मेरा बेटा 3 साल मास मीडिया करके वापस आया गुड़गांव. तो उसका साइकोलॉजी वाला कोर्स भी हो गया था. उसमें तो फुल मार्क्स आए थे. अभी तक सिलेबस को याद करता है वो. तो वो मास मीडिया करके आया. Then he started working in an advertising company. So अभी few months back he again came to me. Like, Papa, now I want to become a filmmaker. I was like, क्यों बेटा, अच्छी पिक्चरें बन तो रही हैं. Why do you want to be in the movies? Be at the movies. You were like, how can you say that, Papa? You also followed your passion. अब मैं उसको कैसे बताऊं मुझसे गलती हो गई यार. तुम्हें पता है, when I quit Microsoft now, I had lots of Microsoft stocks. I had worked 11 years there. I had lots of Microsoft stocks. I sold all of them when I quit. I sold all those stocks at $47 per stock. उसका अभी प्राइस is $500 per stock. दुख हुआ ना तुम्हें, मुझे भी होता है. मुझसे वर्ड और एक्सेल नहीं खुलती अब यार. मैं उनके आइकन देखता हूं, मेरी आंख में आंसू आ जाते हैं. So please stick to your job. Do not follow passion. I've realized a lot of people now talk to me about following passion. I don't like it. Everywhere I go now, a few days back I met somebody who was like, "Sir, I also want to follow my passion." I was like, "What is your passion?" He says, "Sir, I want to become a trekker." वो जो ट्रैकिंग पे जाते हैं ना, ट्रैकर. I heard trucker. वो जो ट्रक चलाते हैं. So I was asking myself, why do you want to drive a truck? He was like, I don't want to drive a truck. I was like, then how will you follow your passion? You're like, I'll go by bus. क्या बात कर रहा है? And trekking कोई passion होता है? Trekking is an activity you do when you choose wrong friends. आजकल सबको जोश चढ़ा हुआ है यार. I want to follow passion. I want to. चुपचाप नौकरी करो. There is nothing missing in your life. I'm telling you. Salary मिलती है, job satisfaction मत ढूंढो. किसी दिन उल्टा हो गया ना, जॉब सेटिस्फैक्शन मिल गया और सैलरी नहीं. सोच लो अपना अपना, मैं बता रहा हूं. एंड माय क्वेश्चन इज, अगर सब लोग अपना पैशन फॉलो करेंगे तो नौकरी कौन करेगा? तुम्हें अच्छा लगेगा अभी तुम शो के बाद ऊबर में वापस जा रहे होगे, बीच रास्ते में तुम्हारा ऊबर ड्राइवर गाड़ी रोक के भाग जाए, मैं चला मुझे केक्स बनाने हैं. I used to love cakes here. Then one of our friends became a baker. नौकरी छोड़ के. पिछले 8 साल से हमें हर सेलिब्रेशन में उसका घटिया पैशन खाना पड़ता है यार. I've also realized as I'm growing older now, I've realized that this whole generation gap now, people talk about, I'll tell you what that generation gap is. How old are you, lady? Oh dear. Just 26. I hate you young people. I don't know about all of you guys who are 45 plus, but I hate young people now. Like I do, ऐसे clear skin, functioning legs, ऐसे खुश हैं हर जगह पे, पता नहीं क्या कर रहे होते. But I'll tell you what that entire generation gap is. I'll tell you, हम लोगों को ना, people my age, हम लोगों को young लोगों से सिर्फ उन्हीं चीजों में प्रॉब्लम होती है जो चीजें पहले हम करते थे पर अब कर नहीं पाते. Think about it. We always get angry on those things. तुम बोल के देखो अपने पेरेंट्स को, I'm going for a night out with my friends. Immediately बवाल मच जाएगा. ऐसा क्या है जो दिन में नहीं कर सकते? सबको पता है ऐसा क्या है, उनको भी पता है ऐसा क्या है. यही प्रॉब्लम है, I'm telling you. एंड हमें नाइट आउट से प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है. एज पेरेंट्स ना, हमें नाइट आउट से प्रॉब्लम नहीं. हमें प्रॉब्लम होती है हम नहीं कर पाते क्योंकि हमें नींद आ जाती है. मेरी बीवी 9 बजे सो जाती है. 9 बजे, कैन यू इमेजिन? आई थिंक मेरी सक्सेसफुल मैरिज ही इसलिए क्यों 9 बजे सो जाती है. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर मोनिका हैज स्लेप्ट थ्रू हाफ ऑफ आवर मैरिज. Like you've been married 13 years now. I'm sure you've spoken a lot to your wife. है ना? क्यों I love you बोलता रहता क्या सिर्फ? Now he's like अभी extra married नहीं, अभी मेरे को बात ही नहीं करना है अभी. मेरा शादी नहीं हुआ, मैं छोड़ रहा है उसको आज. No, like we've been married for 27 years, man. 27. We are still getting to know each other. उसको अभी भी लगता है मैं माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में काम करता हूँ. रोज सोने से पहले पूछती है स्टॉक्स हैं ना? अभी like हाँ बेबी सो जा. Sleeps at 9 o'clock. कोई हमें ऐसे पार्टी पे बुलाता है ना, रात को डिनर पे, मैं अपने साथ ना एक चलती फिरती लाश लेके जा रहा होता हूं. ऐसे इंट्रोड्यूस करता हूं उसको, दिस इज माय वाइफ मोनिका. एंड दे आर लाइक ओ हो, ये कब बेहोश हुई? लाइक अभी वो लिफ्ट में, वो 9 बज गए, अब ये हमारे बीच में नहीं रही. अरे एक दिन हमारे घर में पार्टी थी, हमारे अपने घर में पार्टी. मोनिका comes to me at 9 o'clock. She was like, अंशु घर चले? like पागल है. एंड मेरे बेटे को ना ये स्कीम पता है कि मॉम सो जाती है 9 बजे. वो बैटमैन की तरह ऑपरेट करता है. वो घर से निकलता ही रात को 10 बजे, बिकॉज उसको पता है एक तो सो गई है, दूसरे की आंखें खुली हैं पर आत्मा सो चुकी है. वो 10 बजे चले जाता पार्टी करने. Hey, when you go out, do your parents wait for you? हाँ दे डू ना. हम लोग भी करते थे, पर तुम्हारे तो ऐसे अभी वो थोड़े कल्चर्ड वे में वेट करते ना. माई डैड यूज्ड टू वेट फॉर मी यार. व्हेन आई वुड गो आउट, व्हेन आई वाज यंगर इन माई टीन स्पेशली, इफ आई वुड गो आउट फॉर अ पार्टी, माई डैड वुड वेट फॉर मी. उनका ना बड़ा यूनिक स्टाइल होता था टू वेट फॉर मी. एक तो ना वो रात को ना ऐसे एकदम अपने वो ड्राइंग रूम में ना, ही वुड सिट बैंग ऑपोजिट द मेन डोर, कि अंदर घुसते ही दिख जाऊं मैं. ठीक है, तो ही वुड सिट देयर एंड वो घर की सारी लाइट्स ऑफ कर देते. एंड अंधेरे में यूज्ड टू स्मोक दोज रेड एंड वाइट सिगरेट्स. एंड वो ऐसे सिगरेट पीते पीते ना अंधेरे में मेरा वेट करते थे रात को. कैन यू इमेजिन, यू आर 19 years old, तुम एक बियर पी के आए हो, तुम घर में घुसो. एक तो इट टेक्स टाइम टू एडजस्ट टू द डार्कनेस. मैं घर में घुसता था ना, मुझे सिर्फ डैड की सिगरेट की लाइट नजर आती थी. तुम गहराई नहीं समझ रहे हो. तुम 19 साल के हो, एक बियर में टुन होके आए हो. तुम घर में घुसो और हवा में सिगरेट लटक रही हो. फिर वो सिगरेट बात करना शुरू कर देती थी. लाइक ये कोई टाइम है घर आने का. आई वुड नॉट रिस्पॉन्ड. आई डोंट टॉक टू सिगरेट्स. देन धीरे धीरे ना मुझे अपने डैड की शक्ल नजर आती थी, ऐसा गुस्से वाला एक्सप्रेशन सिगरेट के साथ. और मुझे आज तक समझ नहीं आया, व्हाई वाज ही सो एंग्री दैट आई हैव कम बैक. He should be happy ना, बच्चा घर आ गया. He was always angry. Then he would be like, हाँ मिस्टर, क्या टाइम हुआ है? एंड मैंने कितनी बार अपनी मॉम को समझाया था पार्टी पे जाने से पहले कि मम्मी हर थोड़ी देर के बाद ना पापा को टाइम बता दिया करो। ये बूढ़ा आदमी सारी रात जागता है मुझसे टाइम पूछने के लिए। His favorite line used to be, आवारा लड़कों के साथ घूमोगे तो उनके जैसे बन जाओगे। I don't know why उनको लगता था कि मैं आवारा लड़कों के साथ घूम रहा हूं। उन्होंने कभी नहीं सोचा कि शायद वो शरीफ बच्चे उनके आवारा बेटे के साथ घूम रहे हो। यही करना है तुम्हें जिंदगी में। थोड़े इजी क्वेश्चंस पूछो, मैं बियर पी के आया हूं। पूछने तो एक सुट्टा दो, मैं 5-10 मिनट सोच के बताता हूं यही करना है कि नहीं करना मुझे। बट नाउ आई अंडरस्टैंड मेरे डैड को गुस्सा क्यों आता था। बिकॉज नाउ वन डे आई ट्राइड वेटिंग फॉर माई सन लाइक दैट नाउ। So I like, let me wait for him just like my dad used to wait for him. तो उस दिन वो पार्टी वार्टी पे गया हुआ था, सैटरडे नाइट, वो निकला 10 बजे। मैं ऐसा वेट करने के लिए ना, मैं आई सैट इन द ड्राइंग रूम, मैंने घर की सारी लाइट्स ऑफ कर दी, एकदम टोटल अंधेरा। आई सैट बैंग ऑपोजिट द मेन डोर। अब मैं घर में सिगरेट तो पी नहीं सकता, तो मैं जब ऐसी बैठ के ना, आई वाज वेटिंग। एंड अंधेरे में बैठ के तुम कभी सोचो यार, इतनी डार्क थॉट्स आती है तुम्हें। सारे टाइम आई वाज थिंकिंग, आई वाज लाइक आने दो इसको, आज बताऊंगा मास मीडिया और साइकोलॉजी में डिफरेंस। वो रात को ना 2:30 बजे अंदर घुसा, उसे मैं दिखा ही नहीं, वो रूम में चला गया। उस बेइज्जती के बाद मैंने उसका वेट ही करना बंद कर दिया यार। बट ही स्टिल ओके, आई हैव सम फ्रेंड्स हु हैव टीनेजर्स एज किड्स। हाउ मेनी डज एनीबडी हैव टीनेजर्स एज किड्स? यू हैव टीनेजर्स? हाउ ओल्ड? 19? आई रियली पिटी यू। मैं बता रहा हूं, भगवान दुश्मनों को भी टीनेजर्स ना दे। ये इतने, दिस इज लाइक अ डिफरेंट ब्रीड ऑल टुगेदर। इन लोगों से ना बात करना इतना मुश्किल हो गया है। लाइक इतना, लाइक हैव यू सीन, ये ना हर बात पे तुम्हें करेक्ट करते रहते हैं। यू कांट से दिस, यू कांट से दैट। अभी फ्यू मंथ्स बैक हमारी जो घर पे जो काम करने वाली है ना, वो शी वाज लीविंग। उसने हमें बताया शी इज 24/7 हेल्प। शी टोल्ड अस कि वो नेक्स्ट डे छोड़ के जा रही है। तो हम उसी रात को ना किसी के घर डिनर पे गए हुए थे, दोस्त के घर। तो मैं अपने दोस्त को बता रहा था कि यार कल ना हमारी मेड छोड़ के जा रही है। तो शी हैज, उनके दोस्त का ना, उनकी 17-year-old डॉटर है। सो द डॉटर लुक्ड एट मी एंड शी वाज लाइक, अंकल यू कांट से मेड एनी मोर, यू हैव टू से हाउस हेल्प। आई वाज लाइक, बेटा ये मजाक करने का टाइम नहीं है, गहराई को समझो। मेड जा रही है, अपने बबल से बाहर निकलो। मेड, मैं नहीं जा रहा, मैं जा रहा होता किसी को, मेड जा रही है। And then I thought maybe these youngsters are right in some sense. If they are saying you can't say this, maybe they are correct. So अगले दिन ना सुबह उठे, हमारी मेड ना वो सामान पैक करके जा रही थी। So I called her, I was like, दीदी इधर आओ, आज से आप डोमेस्टिक हेल्प हैं। She was like, पैसा बढ़ेगा। कहता फिर मेड ही बोलो, मैं चली। She also left. Okay, I don't know how much time I have, but I want to end with this thing. I was telling you the story, right? I quit Microsoft, and I first quit my job and then became a comedian, right? I always wanted to become, but it was not that I started off early. So when I quit Microsoft, I started sitting in coffee shops. I had no idea how to become a comedian. So the first comedian that I met for advice, the first comedian that I met is a guy called Amit Tandon, right? You would have heard of Amit Tandon, right? So the first time I met him, so I asked him, I was asking him a lot of things. So at one point I asked him, I said, how do you write jokes? So he was like, Anshu, बड़ा simple है। अपने साथ ना एक नोटपैड लेके चल, जहां पे भी थॉट आए लिख दे। अरे दिस इज सो सिंपल है। सो मेरे को थॉट आती थी, मैं लिख देता था, मुझे थॉट आती थी, मैं लिख देता था। वन डे आई लुक्ड एट दोस थॉट्स, आई लाइक, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वापस लेगा क्या? So today I just want to end this show with just a couple of thoughts. These are random thoughts, okay? These are not even properly written jokes. These are random thoughts, but I'll tell you how and where I wrote them. You guys are okay with that? Yeah, I have them on my phone in notes, so I'm just going to pull that out. I'm going to read these thoughts, okay? These are random stuff, how comedians write jokes. The first one. This one says, I am from Delhi. Bus. This is the thought. I am from Delhi. How many of you are from outside Delhi out here? Outside Delhi? How many of you are from Mumbai? Mumbai folk? One. ये इनको हमसे पता नहीं क्या प्रॉब्लम है। एक तो those who stay in Delhi, do you guys like realize that हम लोगों का impression outside Delhi NCR बहुत खराब है? Like everybody hates us for some reason. I don't know why. लाइक हम लोग काफी कल्चर तो नहीं बोलूंगा, बट ठीक ठाक ही लोग हैं, स्पेशली दीज मुंबई फोक्स है. You know, every time I do a show in Mumbai, now the first thing I say on stage is, I am from Delhi. वो लोग कुत्तों की तरह हंसना शुरू कर देते. Once I was doing a show, I said, I am from Delhi. One girl in the audience goes, oh. I'm like, what? So I met her after the show. I was like, what was that awe for? She was like, you Delhiites, you guys only talk about money. I was like, no, that's not true. She was like, it is true. I was like, no, I can talk about anything. She was like, okay, give me an example. So I said, I can talk about my pet at home. She was like, you mean cat? So I was like, नहीं, वो दिल्ली में ना हमारे घर बड़े होते हैं, तो हम dogs रखते. So she was like, okay, tell me something about your dog, but don't show off. So I said, of course I will not show off. So I started telling her. I told her, I said, I have this Labrador. So every day, in the evening when I come back home, my Labrador, mostly at that time, he's playing in the playground niche. Right? And he's such a cute, like that happiness on his face. Like his tongue comes out, his tail starts wagging. Every time he sees my high-end Mercedes coming in. I'm not showing off here. It was about his happiness. No? Okay, so this is one note that I've written. The other one, this one says, collective dumbness, Ratan Shukla. That's all it says, collective dumbness. Let me explain. First of all, collective dumbness is a state where a group of people decide to behave dumb at the same time for no apparent reason. Okay, not this group. Generally, a group of people. Okay? So I remember I wrote this down at an airport. तो हम लोग खड़े हुए थे एयरपोर्ट पे, we were waiting for boarding to start. So there was a huge crowd there at the boarding gate. All of us were waiting. And suddenly there was a paging announcement made. Paging for Ratan Shukla. Ratan Shukla, please. Paging for Ratan Shukla. And all of us took out our boarding passes. Even I did. I was like, kahin mein Ratan to nahi. Okay, there's another one. This one says overthinking stuff. Overthinking. I know a lot of students were here in the morning, I believe. Do you believe that the young generation, these kids who are in school and all, they now started overthinking stuff? You know, sab kuch hi, everything has become so philosophical, ऐसे Instagram पे quotes, पागल हो गए सब लोग. How many of you are on LinkedIn? हाँ, ये क्या चल रहा है आजकल LinkedIn पे? What is this 5 leadership lessons to learn from 2 sixes of Virat Kohli? Everybody's become this whole philosopher now, yeah. Even me, like I've like har cheez mein na, I'm trying to find meaning in everything. The other day, I was sitting at home, I was eating breakfast, right? And the toast, I just picked up the toast fell from my hand on the floor, and I got philosophical. I'm looking at the toast, I'm like, what if this is a sign from God? And my dog came, took the toast and ran off here. And he was so happy because he got a full toast. So he started running around the house here. So he ran to all the 4 bedrooms with attached balconies and the study and the servant quarter. And it is about his happiness. Okay, this is the last one. This one actually just says NRI. The last joke for the evening. Is there any NRI in the audience here? Anybody who's been an NRI out here? कोई नहीं है, बहुत अच्छा. देखो, this is my observation about NRIs. Right? And if you ever meet one, just notice this carefully. As soon as these NRIs, they come to India, after a long time, or for the first time since they have left, notice, वो जैसी India में आते हैं ना, they develop some kind of a neck disease. The moment they land in India, they develop neck disease. Because as soon as they land, their neck goes like this. उनको ना कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा होता इंडिया में, सब कुछ ऐसे ऐसे. So once I was in this flight from Mumbai to Delhi. So जैसे there was some NRI guy sitting in the flight. So जैसे the flight landed in Delhi, हम सब खड़े हो गए, है ना, because DTC bus, है ना, कहीं दोबारा ना उड़ जाए. तो हम सारे खड़े हो गए. That NRI guy was very flustered. Yeah. He was looking at all of us and he had that look on his face, oh my God, bloody Indians. उस type का look दे रहा था. So I saw that look. I wanted to say something, but I was like, चल छोड़ यार रहने दे. So then we entered the airport. So I was standing at the baggage claim area. So I was just standing at the baggage claim area. I was waiting for my bags. Bags were coming from the right. I was just standing waiting for my bags. This NRI guy came and stood on my left. And he was talking to somebody on the phone, full panic mode. He was like, bro, this is India, man. I will not get my bags here. My bags will be lost. I'm telling you, this is India. I will not get. पता है वो इतने पैनिक में बात कर रहा था ना. I thought जब तक bags आएंगे ये तो मर जाएगा यार. So I thought as a good Indian citizen, I should speak to him, right? So bags were coming from the right. This guy was panicking on my left. I was like, भाई साहब. ये कोई सा भी बैग उठा सकते हैं क्या? That look on his face was absolute gold, I'm telling you. पता है ये मैं अब हर एयरपोर्ट पे करता हूं. अब तो मुझे फर्क भी नहीं पड़ता एनआरआई है कि नहीं है. देखो, I'm just going to leave you with this. I know you guys are sophisticated people because you work in corporate life, okay? I also understand that you have to maintain a certain decorum inside the office and outside the office. I know you carry your brand along with you. I understand all those things. I've done this for 18 years. But जिंदगी में मरने से पहले किसी एयरपोर्ट पे ये ट्राई करना. इतना मजा आता है ना. Every single time I have done this, bags would be coming from the right, somebody standing on my left. The moment I say, भाई साहब, कोई सा भी बैग उठा सकते हैं क्या? Immediately that person moves from my left to my right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a fantastic audience. My name is Anshu Moore. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you to the entire team for calling me over. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much.
Oh, Anshu, could I please just have you on stage? Thank you for that delightful act, and may I please request Mr. Joji Zakaria to kindly present Anshu a memento on behalf of the week.
We'd now like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. May I request Mr. Riyad Matthew to please present the mementos. We have at least 800. The event today was powered by the Hindustan Group of Institutions. Our banking partner is the Union Bank of India. Our associate sponsors are University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata and Jaipur. Okay. I would like to call our banking partner, Union Bank of India. Okay, associate sponsors. Our associate sponsors are University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata and Jaipur. Next we have Vignan's Foundation for Science, Technology and Research, Guntur. Next we have LIC of India. Next we have East-West Group of Institutions. St. Joseph's University, Bangalore. And SSR Subscription Agency. Next. That's fine. We would now like to felicitate educationist Professor G. Surender Reddy, who is the founder director of JNIDB, IDBI Hyderabad, HITAM Engineering College Hyderabad, and MC Group College of Business Management HMB Group. He is also the former Dean of SNIST, Director Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center. He is currently Chief Advisor, Center for Energy Technology, Osmania University. As we end today's event, I'd like to call upon Mr. Ajay Pillai, Senior General Manager of the Week, to give the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of this truly inspiring and an enriching day at the Week Educational Conclave 2025, it is my privilege to give you the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team of the week. This conclave was centered around the theme World-Class Students Made in India, which brought together a conglomeration of educationists, innovators, startup founders, and people from different walks of life. It was a great addition of thoughts. It was a great addition of ideas that came up today in a lot of discussions and panel sessions that we have. We also gave away the Best University Awards. The Best University Awards it's like our way of saying thank you to the best universities in nurturing the world-class students in India today. We were honored to begin the day with the presence of distinguished dignitaries like Dr. S. Somnath, Dr. M. Srinivas, Professor Jagdish Kumar, Riyad Matthew, and Dr. Shashi Tharoor, whose thought-provoking section with Mr. Riyad Matthew was setting the tone for the day to begin. And the way Dr. Tharoor actually spoke about how the Gen Z's English has evolved over the last few years, and also how the Gen Z are so clear about what they want to do today. They are clear about what courses to choose. They are clear about what kind of career aspirations they should have. They are very, very highly informed audience. My sincere gratitude to all our keynote speakers, panelists, our moderators, from eminent educationists like Professor John Verghese, Dr. Bishojoy Chatterjee, and Dr. Srinivas, to inspiring voices like Dr. S. Somnath, Major Raj Prasad, Professor Jagdish Chandra. Thank you all, sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Bharatlal, Dr. R. Ashokan, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Dr. Lata Suresh, Dr. Rajiv Ganguly, Mr. Arun Kumar, and Mr. Bagaria for their enlightening sessions. A special heartfelt thanks to Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh to share his thoughts on his vision on how advanced education is important for a developed India. Your contributions have made this event from a platform of dialogue to a spark of transformation. I would like to thank the startup founders who joined us and who exemplified the bold young India of 2025. Thank you, Anshu, for gifting us the smile we always needed. I thank the vibrant students who engaged so enthusiastically in the sessions. Your questions and perspectives remind us why education must always be dynamic and student-centric. We're also grateful to our sponsors, Hindustan University, Union Bank of India, LIC, R.K. Jain University, St. Joseph University, Vignan's Foundation for Science and Technology, East-West Group of Institutions, Vivekananda Global University, University of Engineering and Management, and SSR Subscription Agency, whose generous support helped us to make this event possible. A special thanks to Mr. Riyad Matthew, under whose leadership, marketing, the circulation, and the editorial team, everyone came together and actually showed how teamwork can create magic. And that's why we have a great event like this, thanks to you. Thank you once again, and we hope to meet you next year with Education Conclave 2026. Thank you, everyone. All the best.
Thank you all for attending the inaugural session of the Week Education Conclave. Have a great evening.